Superintendent from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Former LA News doctor Bruce Hensel has been sentenced to 2 years probation for these photos. He pleaded no contest to the charges. He now has to as a sex offender. SoCal's famous mountain lion P-22 was buried over the weekend in a private ceremony. Tribal leaders say the location will never be made public to preserve the site, but he was buried in the Santa Monica Mountains. The Oscars are on Sunday, and there are already street closures. All lanes of Hollywood Boulevard are closed from Orange Drive to Highland until 6 a.m. on the 15th. MTA will reroute bus traffic and subway trains starting on Saturday. A pair of teen hikers stranded in the snow for 3 days have been rescued. They were on the Pacific Crest Trail, packed for at least a 10-day hike when the storms came in. They're going to be okay. Walgreens says it won't dispense abortion pills by mail in some Republican-run states for fear of breaking the law. Governor Newsom says California will no longer do business with Walgreens because of that action. It's unclear if the governor is ending Walgreens in California or just not sending them state business. A man has been charged with trying to stab a flight attendant on a flight from LA to Boston with a broken spoon. Brian Cook has the story.
Federal prosecutors say it happened on a United Airlines flight Sunday night after the suspect attempted to open an emergency door. The 33-year-old Massachusetts man was tackled by other passengers. No one on the flight was hurt, and the suspect was taken into custody when the plane landed in Boston.
Gas prices are getting close to $5 a gallon in SoCal. AAA says the average price for a gallon of regular gasoline in LA County is now $4.94. Southland weather from KFI, mostly sunny skies today with highs around 60. Right now it's 48 in Cypress. Mission Viejo at 45, 46 in Glendale, and 47 in Malibu. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Penning.
In Southwick Valley, there is a whole freeway closure. This will have a 405 North Magnolia to Beach Boulevard. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. And in downtown LA, the 210 westbound up at 110. Clear crews from an earlier crash out of lanes and on the right shoulder. Watch for slowing in that area. Woodland Hills, there is a work zone 101 southbound from Topanga Canyon to Havenhurst. South end of the 2 left lanes shut down for road work. KFI and the Sky Hope get you there bound Sarah O'Brien Band. International Awesomeness Day is this week, or what we call Every Day at the Marketplace. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Morongo. Number 5.
When and dine. You can get up to $100 in dining credit through the Marketplace when playing slots with some award cards.
Number 4.
Red Done Gift Giveaway. Get a handy hat mixer when you earn 500 points on your reward card. The 13th to 14th.
3.
The Dion Cole live to them. Get your tickets now.
Number 2.
You are doing it with you. Get $20 in free play and a t-shirt for $99. Select days through the 23rd. Call 888-MORONGO now.
And the number 1 reason.
It's madness at Side-by Sports Bar. Our entire 30-foot wall with big screens is going bananas with college t-ball all month.
Morongo Casino Resort and Club. Morongo, good time for everybody. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got made of. I could never afford an HR person, but there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. Los Angeles traffic is almost as legendary as our movie stars. The late-night comics get a lot of mileage out of it, but there's nothing funny about a serious auto accident. And the congestion makes Los Angeles County the state's most dangerous place to drive. At Jacoby and Myers, we specialize in the serious injuries caused by these accidents. For over 50 years, we've won over $1 billion for our clients. If yours is a serious case, get serious help. Call Jacoby and Myers. Justice for you since 1972. Hey, Steam Shark, water softeners add sodium to your water without even filtering it. Here is something better. A Life Source salt-free water system. Life Source filters water from every tap and keeps all the healthy minerals without maintenance, salt, or servicing. And right now, new customers can get a free AquaPure antibacterial filter with a qualifying purchase, a savings of $825. But the offer ends soon, so call Life Source at 800-803-2696 or go to lifesourcewater.com. This is Jacob and Ron. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI AM 640. This program has been pre-recorded. From the City of Angels near the Pacific Ocean, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Norrie. This is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, a walk on the paranormal side. And welcome back, affiliate WHCU in Ithaca, New York. Great to be back on with you. Here's what's happening. 24 people face domestic terrorism charges in Atlanta after they were arrested during violent clashes between officers and protesters at a police training center construction site. These 23 people who faced charges were part of a group detained on Sunday by police who said they launched bricks, rocks, Molotov cocktails, and fireworks at officers after they breached the construction site, where a new Atlanta Public Safety Training Center is being built. Walmart has said it is permanently closing its last 2 stores in Portland, months after its CEO warned of a historic rise in theft there. The site's located Park in East Sports Plaza shopping centers in North and Southeast Portland will shutter on March 24th. The retail giant says it's closing the stores because they were not meeting financial expectations. Last month, as the tech industry was buzzing about ChatGPT, the research arm of the Defense Department put out an artificial intelligence announcement of its own. An AI bot that has successfully flown an F-16 fighter jet in the skies above Southern California. And the news got relatively little attention, but it revealed an overlooked truth. The race to develop the next generation of artificial intelligence isn't just between tech companies like Microsoft and Google. It's also between nations, which are working seriously to foster and develop their own technology. Our expert on technology, Lauren Weinstein, with us. Lauren, exactly what is ChatGPT? Yeah, well, we talked about AI chatbots like ChatGPT, and what that actually stands for, you really hear this, is Chat Generative Pre-trained Transformers. And other chatbots that keep carrying out conversations, artificially intelligence-based conversations. Sometimes the conversations sound very intelligent and accurate. Sometimes they're massively inaccurate. Sometimes they're seemingly deranged and inane and ludicrous. Name it. Very wide variety of effects these days. And we've talked about other aspects of what's called generative AI, like writing papers that might pull features sometimes, but also sometimes they're also loaded with inaccuracies. And it's these kinds of AI texts that now that they're publicly available, that can be played with by pretty much anyone with internet access, that's what's been getting all that public attention. And as you noted, as important as all these are, it will be, there are lots of other important AI research efforts and applications, often battling the nation states that go far beyond what is accepted and are accepted of governments around the world. And in particular, the U.S. and China are in competition in this area, tangled in related technology transfer limitations and stuff. And this is a big part AI isn't frequently seen by the public, and yeah, when it is mentioned in the media, it doesn't get a lot of attention. This includes everything from using AI for generating social media propaganda at large scale, to advanced malware systems, to, as you were just talking about, the very recent demonstration of an AI system flying an F-16 fighter jet, the no human pilot aboard. This apparently happened last month from a Southern California facility. Now, let's face it, when you're talking about robots, that's what they are, flying fighter jets, we are starting to get into that sci-fi realm of autonomous robotic weapons. So I think anyone could be excused for having the word Skynet flash into their heads when they hear things like this. Because obviously, if you have advanced AI weapon systems where you aren't risking human piloting, that can bring considerable powerful new capabilities. And of course, military attack drones are like that now, but they typically have remote human pilots, and that's the big difference. As the move is made toward autonomous AI-controlled systems, there are clearly going to be a whole range of new considerations and concerns. This is especially true when we're facing to an AI arms race with our adversaries, or perhaps in some cases even with our friends, over these kinds of systems. So just remember, whenever you see stories about the competition between companies involving AI chatbots and such, that's really only the tip of the AI iceberg, and there's a lot going on beneath the surface that will absolutely impact the world in many ways, the future ways we can't even begin to imagine today. Keep your eyes on this one, for us. I'm opposed to driverless cars. Now I got to worry about pilotless planes. My God. The low-carb, ketogenic, keto diet has skyrocketed in popularity in recent years among those looking to lose some weight. This study, however, suggests that the keto-like diet could trigger a spike in bad cholesterol, which can lead to a buildup of plaque in the arteries and a significantly greater risk of heart attack, strokes, and other cardiovascular events. Findings from the study presented in New Orleans, Louisiana, at the American College of Cardiology's annual scientific session. For the last several weeks, high temperatures have been breaking records, and many of you may have kissed the winter goodbye and already moved on to spring, but don't get too used to the warmer weather yet. We could see a huge shift in temperatures next week, and this one won't be subtle. The Climate Prediction Center is calling for below average temperatures for much of the country beginning this weekend, lasting for much of next week and possibly beyond. Legendary movie director Steven Spielberg has pushed the theory as he speculated about the origins of unidentified flying objects. We've got the story in my highlight reel at coasttocoastdave.com. He, of course, the producer of the 1982 blockbuster E.T. the Extraterrestrial, branded the mystery surrounding unidentified aerial phenomena exciting and fascinating. During an interview with the late talk show host Stephen Colbert, Spielberg revealed that he's curious about UFOs and peddled a theory that appeared to link extraterrestrial life to time-traveling Earth dwellers, and that they had possibly come back to witness us. Isn't that interesting? Dr. Chai, Stephen Cates is with us this week. Stephen, we got a full warm moon tomorrow night. Absolutely, Stuart. What an exciting time to be alive as we move into the March skies. So we begin with the aurora season, Stuart, in full swing in the northern hemisphere. What does it mean? Move into March, look for increased auroral activity due to solar cycle 25, which we now know is on the uptick. But around the equinox and around the Earth, and auroras, which auroras love the equinox. Scientists now call this phenomenon the buccal spirit effect. What's that? It's cracks that form in the Earth's magnetic field, altering out even the weakest solar wind particles to help light up the upper atmospheres of the Earth's atmosphere. And a beautiful sight it is. Just to let people know the color. Excited oxygen in the atmosphere produces a green color, and auroras, which of course are important as they can hit with the nitrogen in the atmosphere, they can cause red, blue, and pink auroras. And the current solar cycle, of course, is the blank. But the culprit is we talk about the solar cycle 25 with multiple M-class solar flares which are going on in the past few days. Sunspot count right now is 137, with a few active regions popping off fires like active region 3243. It just produced an M5.8 flare on March the 6th, but more to come as we know. Which caused a shortwave radio blackout in Australia and the South Pacific, and we can expect a G1 magnetic storms, which obviously should occur, are about most of the light to see the door. But lucky for us, NASA's Deep Space Climate Observatory keeps track on CMEs from its 932,000 distant locations away from the Earth. What does it do? It checks on fast CMEs, which arrive at about 15 to 18 hours of time. But flares, as we know, George, they get to us at the speed of light. We move on to the Hubble Space Telescope and find out that its images are being photobombed. What's that? The Hubble Space Telescope is experiencing a growing number of low Earth orbiting satellites that be photobombing images of deep space objects. The increase is some 6% of all images since 2021, and this is a concern for astronomers around the world. Right now, in low Earth orbit, we're getting some, well, very crowded skies. Some 3,000 low Earth orbit satellites are now in orbit. Solution, George, is far from resolved at this time. To wrap it up always with the live sky, here we go with more March 2023 skies. As you mentioned before, tonight and tomorrow night will light up the skies with the beautiful full worm moon. We'll be riding high in the constellation of Leo the Lion at the distance, not very close, but some 249,444 miles from us. It takes light only 1.3 seconds to get from the Earth to the moon. But how about this? The moon was or will be, during its time period that we talked about, from 1900 to 2100. The closest that the moon has been to the Earth occurred back on January 15, 1930. That close encounter brought the moon to an acceptably close distance of only 221,000 miles. To find out the vernal equinox on March the 20th, 5:24 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, it's about time. When we look into the southwest sky at sunset, Venus drifts away towards from the planet Jupiter, but no emotional issues here. There's still a romance between these two objects. The dark of the moon is a new moon on March the 21st, and as always, more information at skylive.com. Emails, we love them, DrShow@gmail.com. What do we say? And we love to say it. Always remember to keep your eyes to the skies, quickly on your navigator on the highway to the heavens. Thank you, George.
And Dr. Sky, I will see you March 18th in Sedona, Arizona at our live stage show.
Looking forward to it as the days continue to count on to spring. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. We'll see you then. And they call it a warm moon because as the temperatures are supposed to thaw the ground, the worms come out. And that's why they call it. Remember, see the worms out. Thanks for listening to this program. In a moment, Brendan Reichert's back with us. We're going to be talking about these unidentified aerial phenomena and what he thinks they might be. Wait till you hear what he has to say. His book is called Winning Space, How America Remains a Superpower. He's next on Coast to Coast. Best-selling author David Horowitz's new bestseller, The Final Battle. Special interest groups to try to reveal how they want to stop Trump and DeSantis in 2024. Horowitz even names the names of the secret players. Get Final Battle and see the free offer. Call 1-800-NEWSMAX, that's 1-800-NEWSMAX, or go to finalbattle611.com to get your free copy today. 2023 is off to a turbulent start, and the U.S. broke through the $31.4 trillion debt ceiling in January with no slowing on spending. It's times like these that you want to have physical gold and silver on hand. You can buy it at bullionmax.com/coast. Go to bullionmax.com/coast to purchase your silver starter kit with 6 ounces of solid silver, including a limited vintage Aztec calendar coin, something Bullion Max and I set up for both listeners. bullionmax.com/coast.
Real people, real food. I had acute eczema. I had tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine, just everything. So I started taking Onivora, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
Oh, God, developed this lymph problem. The chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. You started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try Carnivore. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling dead. Then I took them into the vet and had them checked out, and there was no signs at all inside.
My dad had issues that developed in his eye, so my veterinarian said, you know what, just go ahead and remove the eye. And I heard the carnivore advertising. So I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. They did all the tests. I kid you not, this product saved his eye.
Call 866-836-67 carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com.
And welcome back to Coast. George Murray with you, Brendan Lexford, with us, internationally recognized geopolitical analyst, who's been described as a panic and anxiety-inducing scholar whose work on national security space policy has been quoted throughout the Pentagon and Silicon Valley. He writes extensively and travels the country speaking to various military, academic, and business audiences about the intersection of geopolitics and high technology, geotechnology. Just named senior editor of the 1945.com foreign policy news site as well. And here he is back on Coast to Coast. Brandon, welcome back. Looking forward to this.
Yeah, thank you, George, for having me. There's been a lot going on, obviously, in the area that you and I care about. And so it's great to be back here and to kind of have this conversation that needs to be had.
And thank you for the wonderful little inscription inside your book.
Of course, well, I believe it. I think that, we live in an age of so much falsehood. It's nice to have some people still fighting for the truth, and so I really appreciate what you do and enjoy your show immensely, as you know.
Thank you, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, what's going on in the skies these days? They call them UAPs. Some of the pilots, the Navy pilots, say, we don't know what they are. We can't even catch up with them. What do you think?
Yeah, well, first what prompted this coming to you was obviously the dreaded Chinese balloon, which plagued us for a whole week, which shot down over the Atlantic Ocean. That was a balloon. It was a Huawei built sensor that they sent over here, I think, to track our nuclear readiness and to see how we would respond. But that, of course, prompted, if you remember, about a day or two after that shoot down, there was this incident over northern Alaska in which we deployed F-22 Raptors out of Elmendorf to respond to this incursion, and the Pentagon was very careful to say that it was not another balloon, that it was a, quote, high-flying car-sized object. And then another day after that, there was the incident over Montana, where the FAA ordered a total shutdown for 2 hours of all air traffic over the state of Montana because another one of these bizarre objects was located floating very near Malmstrom Air Base, where we have a lot of our Minuteman III nuclear missiles. And then the day after that, you had this incident where Lake Huron, we had F-16 shoot down an octagonal-shaped object. And I'm here to tell your audience that while that first thing was a balloon, the other things were not a balloon. And it is my belief, it is my assessment that the Pentagon has since put out these cover stories that this was, that these were balloons or that they were civilian, balloons that went off course. I think that's a cover story. And I think that the reason the Pentagon is saying that is to, A, try to sort of save face. It was really bad after the last few weeks of what happened with the balloon and these other shoot downs. But also I think it's maybe because they want to deflect attention from the fact that many of the unidentified aerial phenomena, these UAPs, are not little green men, but in fact they could be very sophisticated next generation exotic military technology, either belonging to the United States, or more troublingly, belonging to maybe rivals of the United States like China or Russia.
If they're ours, could our pilots not know what they are, that we haven't told them?
Yeah, so there's a possibility that there's compartmentalization. I worked in government for a while, and we live in a government, where the left hand doesn't always know what the right hand's doing. Sometimes that's by accident. So a lot of times that's, when we're talking national security, that's done purposefully. If you remember in 2019, I wrote about this in the Washington Times, but also the guys over at The Drive, which is a very well-known technology publication. They focus a lot on defense. They broke the story, actually, originally on the so-called UFO patents that the Navy had put in at the Patent and Trademark Office, and it's through a group called NavAir, the patents are for technologies that look and act a lot like those Tic Tac shaped object that the U.S. Navy was encountering off the coast of California in 2004, and then later on off the coast of Virginia, Hampton Roads, in those restricted airspaces, those restricted airspace zones. It's possible that some small group of government, our government, is testing highly exotic next generation level technology on unsuspecting American military pilots in these restricted areas because they want to see how our top-notch fighter craft and our top fighters and pilots are going to respond to the introduction of highly unorthodox and unconventional vehicles. So that is certainly a possibility. Another possibility, of course, I'll bring up again, is that possibly this is someone else's technology, maybe China's most likely, or even Russia's, testing it on us and our technology right off our coast, sending us a message, our readers a message, as well as trying to figure out how we train and how they can sort of do.
Suspect too, Brandon, that this has been happening way more than we know.
Absolutely.
We just found out about these three.
Absolutely, and it's very interesting to note, in summer of 2021, I was at the last minute called out to a facility, a U.S. Air Force facility in the West Coast, and they asked me ostensibly to come out and talk about what China's doing with hypersonic development, weapons technology development, which, by the way, they are much farther ahead of us in the real-world application of that. But when I got to the base, Colonel called me aside, and they took me into the skip, and they were asking me about these bizarre intercepts that they were doing off the west coast of the United States. And they sort of walked me through what they were going through. They were puzzled and perplexed and very worried because whatever they were intercepting was something that our air defense system was having trouble, to say the least, tracking and possibly being able to shoot down. And so they wanted to know what's going on. And so that was in 2021. I don't believe that it's, and I don't think most of these are little green men. I'm not going to discount aliens, but I don't believe that's what we're intercepting. And I think it's very interesting to note, after that balloon incident, we basically, the whole air defense network of the United States, they changed the sensitivity on their radars, and suddenly we started picking up all sorts of these bizarre vehicles right over our airspace. And some of them were balloons, and other ones were something else. And it's in the case of Alaska, that bizarre car-sized, high-flying object, they shot down with an F-22. Well, the initial shot was the Sidewinder. They missed that one, right? Missed it. Now, the initial story was that's because Sidewinders are heat-seeking, and it was just a balloon, so it's not going to lock on. That's a bunch of bollocks, as my British friend would say. In my opinion, I think what happened was whatever that vehicle was, it had deflecting technology on it, and as soon as the Sidewinder attempted to lock on, it was jamming the sensors on a piece of equipment that's $439,000 a shot. And so, that should be disconcerting in and of itself.
That's a huge story.
Absolutely. And I spoke to people in the Pentagon right after that happened, and initially they were admitting it, and then within 72 hours, suddenly the whole story changed, and they concocted this whole thing about how, well, actually this was just a civilian balloon that was blown off course, and the reason it wasn't being shot down properly was because the Sidewinder's designed to lock onto heat-seeking, engines and whatnot, and that wasn't a heat, generating object. It's very difficult for that system. It's sort of high-tech versus low-tech. And that sounds sensible when you first hear it, but when you think about what was going on and the context of what was happening and what I know, having dealt with the government, I have trouble believing that that's what was going on.
I think you're right. Brandon, we're going to take a short break. We'll come back and talk more about what's going on in our sky next on Coast to Coast. Sign up now for Coast Zone, our free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoastam.com.
I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Storm recovery continues in the San Bernardino County mountains. Crews have the main roads plowed. They're now open, working on side streets to get food and other resources into residents. The roads are open to residents only. National Guard is assisting in food distribution and digging folks out. Walgreens says it won't dispense abortion pills by mail in some Republican-run states for fear of breaking the law. Governor Newsom says California will no longer do business with Walgreens because of that action. It's not clear if the governor is ending Walgreens in California entirely or just not sending them state business. The U.S. is confirming a gunman has assaulted and kidnapped 4 American citizens in northeastern Mexico. There are reports the 4 were seeking medical procedures, and this may have been a case of mistaken identity. South Armada from KFI, mostly sunny skies, highs around 60. Right now it's 49 in La Palma. Westminster is 48. It's 45 in Ventura and 47 in Culver City. We read local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In Southern Dallas, there is a full freeway closure. 405 northbound from Magnolia to Boulevard. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. And in Upland, this is on the 210 eastbound campus. There's a Contel car blocking the off-ramp right there. She's on the scene. You drive is fucking up right as you approach downtown LA. We have good news. Earlier traffic on the 10 westbound at the 110 has been cleared from lane to drive. Recovering in that area. KFI and the Sky Hope get you there faster by van. On IC's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares his special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to IC's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. International Awesomeness Day exists for what we call every day at the marketplace. Now there's top reasons to visit the leader.
When you got a gift giveaway, with a handy hand mixer, when you earn 500 points on your rewards card. The 13th or 14th.
And the number one reason.
It's Madness at Sideline Sports Bar. Our entire 30-foot wall is history is going bananas with college football all month.
Milwaukee, good time for everybody. Looking for your next investment opportunity? How about 100% passive ownership in commercial real estate? First National Realty Partners is backed by $1.5 billion in commercial real estate assets from Walmart, Whole Foods, Kroger, Publix, and more. Grocery store anchored commercial real estate offers day one cash flow from high credit national tenants, tax advantages with 1031 exchanges, inflation fighting triple net lease, and more. Get information on current and upcoming opportunities today. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrtradio.com. Become an investor in owned and managed commercial real estate with national grocery store brand tenants producing quarterly cash flow. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrtradio.com. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Tax distributions are not guaranteed. Reflect FNRC's strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit FNRCradio.com. KFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk. 3 deaths or topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com. Is Coast to Coast AM with George Yorrie. That's the late George Day, by the way. What a classic voice he has. Wow. We're going to take calls next hour with Brandon. We talk about space, winning space, the next big part of the program. March 18th, as I was mentioning to Dr. Sky, we're going to be in Sedona, Arizona, at the Sedona Performing Arts Center for our live stage show. Among the guests will be Billy Carson, Dr. Sky, a special panel. I'll do some singing, not quite like George Day, but I'll do what I can, and we'll have some fun. But come on out to Sedona. It's my first time away. If you've never been there, they tell us we're really missing something. So come on out and have some fun. My daughter Christy's going to be coming up, and she's bringing her fiancé, so I may have her stand to the crowd. And I'm really proud of her, by the way, because she's going to be, the night before Sedona, she's going to be in Los Angeles at her movie debut, which is called Body, Mind, and Spirit. And she's looking forward to that. So I'll tell you, it's a horror film, by the way. They dressed her up like a ghost beyond anything I've ever seen. So I'm looking forward to that. But so she's going to be out in Sedona too, so come on by. And then in May 27th, we're going to be at the Dolls near Portland, 80 miles east of Portland, for another live stage show. Full information in the highlight tickets at coasttocoastam.com. And of course, this is something for you to build up your music.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Malay brings 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness program. Stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Malay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorder, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately.
Thank you so much.
Is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to do. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, all
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I've just gotten onto Twitter recently. I mean, I had an account, but I wasn't really using it. And so I touch that follow all button, exactly what you're saying, all the time. And I don't even know how many people are following. There's like 15 at once. So, yeah, I just hit that button, I think, far too often. And I don't really, I'm not into who's following me. I could really care less. If you have interesting content, I'll probably hit the button. But I appreciate it to know that, you can't do that too many times or else you'll tap out.
You put a gap similar with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The stem cell from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with adaptive stem and immune stem and your free gift to relax valve is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. Order stem cell wellness kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
Tax season can be taxing on your identity.
And I guess there's alternative too. I guess that following up to 5,000, and then the sky's the limit, right? So then you can have more than that.
Tax forms can be like one-stop shop for identity, which means this can be dangerous when you just hear your identity. Protect against identity theft is here.
Yeah, we'll find that together. We'll keep you updated on the tabs.
Potential identity theft. If you didn't become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. But you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com.
Forcing him was a mess. Always itching, licking. His paws were soaking wet. He had bald spots on his back. DINOBICE. Well, that's how. 2 weeks after he started Dynamite, I started seeing great improvements. And today, 99% of his issues are non-existent. Dynamite is nutrition. Dynamite is the best thing you can do for your dog.
Having your dog will be.
I get my Dynamite from DINOBICE.com.
Just southwest of Fort Worth, nestled among the two pecan orchards and surrounded by 17 miles of Brazos River frontage is one of the most stunning and amenity-rich communities in Texas. Pecan Plantation, new home site for just $69.99. Live every day like you're on vacation. They have golf courses, pools, a country club, sports clubs, a marina, and so much more for under $200 a month. Schedule your virtual viewing online. FortWorthLandSale.com. That's FortWorthLandSale.com. So give us a call. 844-LAND-123. And welcome back to Coast George Story with Brandon Lycett. We're going to take calls with Brandon next hour here on Coast to Coast. Brandon, the Trump era Space Force. What's going on? We don't hear too much about that.
Yeah, so unfortunately, it started out as a great idea whose time was long overdue, but it got mired initially in sort of the divisive
Shout out
politics.
to Silverback and the leading rainbow
The former
mascot.
president said at least half of the people in D.C. didn't want to do just because he said it. And even though that in this case Space Force was something that pretty much everybody in D.C. had been talking about since at least the year 2000, never gotten off the ground, to use a horrible pun. And then when it did finally get going, of course, it faced a lot of bureaucratic inertia for various reasons. There's a lot of skepticism about its mission. In fact, there's a lot of uncertainty about its mission. In the book that I wrote, When in Space, I outlined what its mission should be, which is one of space dominance. The United States relies most significantly than any other country right now on space, notably satellites, for its most basic functions, both military and civilian. And so in the book, I argue that those satellites are actually not just a strategic advantage, but they're not well defended. And in the case of China and Russia, they have developed what's known as counter space capabilities. That is the ability to attack those vulnerable satellites, or vitally vulnerable satellites, and to basically render us deaf, dumb, and blind if a conflict were to occur. And so what I'm saying, what I've been saying for years, is that the Pentagon with Space Force could make the idea of space dominance of the United States Space Force, that we will protect and defend those satellites that we have up there. We will make them more survivable, the next generation. Maybe pattern it on Elon Musk's Starlink system, but we need to make them more survivable. At the same time, we need to expand our military and commercial footprint in space. We need to do it as an American mission, because the Chinese are already doing it as a Chinese military mission. In fact, the Chinese in 2019, the head of their lunar program, he explicitly said that the Chinese government views the universe as an ocean. They view the moon as the South China Sea, and they view Mars as Zhuangwan Island, which is near the Philippines. It's a contested island the Chinese have been claiming from the Philippines. It's a big problem right now. And when I heard that, that was sort of one of the genesis of the book, is that our enemies, our rivals, are thinking about space in very old school geopolitical terms. There's a lot of resources out there. There's a lot of business opportunities. There's a lot of room for expansion, and the Chinese government is talking about it in very nationalistic, militaristic terms. Meanwhile, we are very dependent on space right now, and we don't really do a lot to defend our systems. And they've been made vulnerable over the years because we sort of ignore it at our own peril. Our enemies know that. And so what I would love to see in the Space Force is for them to actually not just take Space Force seriously, but to kind of take a more forward-leaning approach
kind of approach. And sadly, right now, Space Force is the least funded, least well-funded branch of the military. I argue it's the most important because if there is going to be a world war and we are teetering very close to it before nukes are ever involved, our enemies are going to be using space-based attacks and cyber attacks together to kind of to nullify the American threat to them, the military threat to them. So we need to be much more serious, and unfortunately, Space Force is a great idea, but it's not being executed very well because it's petty politics in D.C.
I was a kid during the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962, but I remember how tense my parents' faces were whenever we subbed this thing and still it went away. But we had safety. We had Kennedy and Khrushchev, and they knew that this was a huge problem. Nobody wanted to launch nukes against each other. Now I'm not sure. Now I think they're nuts. They're all nuts.
Well, that is increasingly so. I have since been, my time in my consulting with the Pentagon has since been reduced because I've offended some people in D.C. because I basically said what you just said to their faces, which is that we should be really rationing down a lot of the tension. I mean, I don't like what Russia's doing in Ukraine, but at the same time, this is not working. And for the Russians, and I'm certainly not taking up for them, but for the Russians, Ukraine is their Cuba. And Kennedy didn't want to go to nuclear war with Cuba, but at the same time, he's not going to let the Russians keep nuclear weapons in Cuba. And it's similar where Putin is viewing Ukraine as of Russia's defensive perimeter, and he views NATO as violating that. And if you view it that way, if you're a Russian leader, you are going to go all the way up the escalation ladder, even risking nuclear war, certainly risking a space war. And by the way, the United States right now, I don't think will win a space war. And if we lose the space war, we're going to lose the other domains as well in the conflict. And so, we don't have statesmen anymore on either side, and you're completely correct. And that's the real tragedy. That's what I've been writing about a lot. I have a column at the Age of Times where I have op-ed notes every week. And basically the last 6 or 7 pieces I've just been ripping the leaders in the both parties where we're not engaged anymore in the kind of statesmanship, which is the right word to use here, to avoid a nuclear world war that really doesn't benefit anybody. Nobody's going to win that. And we need to avoid that. And one of the things that I think Space Force can help us do is actually to add to that layer of deterrence. That's what we used to try to do, is add to deterrence to deter our enemies from trying to use these radical technologies, these radical unconventional strategies.
So, how do you spell psionic?
We need to start taking our defense more seriously, and we're not doing it. We're doing the wrong things, and we have the wrong people in power. And they're saying, I don't want to count the soldiers here, but I'm worried they're going to get us all killed at this rate because they don't see me right.
What you said is fascinating. That's what I put in the first thing. I don't see anything about it, though. But it's really interesting. Basically, it's your brain tricking itself to tell itself a story for areas that it doesn't know the space for. Is that correct?
But the one thing he did in his own kind of weird way, he's this very, braggadocious, very sort of militant guy, in person. And yet he was able to avoid getting the United States into any new wars. And so maybe we can take whatever formula he was using and apply it to maybe another leader that maybe is less, confrontational, one-on-one. But the fact of the matter is we could use some of the peace that we had for 4 years internationally under Trump. We could use that all the time. And, maybe replicate that and scale that up to both parties because the current group that we have, they just seem really intransigent and they're really committed to this idea that we have to risk nuclear war with Russia. And that defies 60 years of history, which is the Russians. We were in an actual Cold War with them, and we avoided nuclear war at least 3 or 4 times because we had the right people in power in both the United States and the Soviet Union who recognized that this is not the way to go. We've got to find a better way. And unfortunately, we just don't have that right now, and that's the scary part.
What about China? It's scary there, too.
It's very scary there because, the difference is I actually think the Russians can be contained, actually dealt with in a sane manner, as long as we're not taking them in Ukraine. Whereas the Chinese, they are very much a revanchist power. Xi Jinping, I have another book coming out called Biohack, and it's all about China's biotech sector and their bioweapons program. I am convinced that COVID-19 did come from a lab, and I actually started
think that it was purposeful. It was not designed to kill all Americans. It was designed to destabilize U.S. culture and to make us weak internally so that the Chinese could then expand globally. And if you look at since 2019, what's gone on, China is on the warpath right now. They are expanding steadily. And for all the talk about how Wall Street's supposedly pulling out, that's not the case. Our investment bankers are going full-throated investment into China ever since they reopened. And so, China is a different animal than Russia, but the real concern should be that our policy with Russia and Ukraine is going to drive a dying Russia into the waiting arms of a growing China. And the resources of Russia married to the technology and the money and the geopolitical ambitions of Chinese leaders, that's the real nightmare scenario. That's something that the United States has never had to contend with, and it's a scenario. Sadly, I don't think the United States can win, so we should be trying to avert a world war, avoid a world war at all costs, do a deal with Russia over Ukraine, and then get everybody to focus on China, try to contain them, and if we can do a deal, maybe do a deal with them, but you got to contain them first, because they think they can take the world by 2049, and that's a scary thing.
And they got their eyes on Taiwan in a big way.
They do, and they have it on the moon. I mean, remember that quote I told you? They look at the moon as the South China Sea. What are they doing in the South China Sea? All these illegal island reclamation projects. They're building these anti-aerial defense systems there that are designed to take our aircraft carriers and to harass, independent shipping in the region. All to assert Chinese dominance over what should be international waters. They're going to do that in space. And so for everybody who's worried about the militarization of space, I have to, and I say this in the book, I don't like it either, but it wasn't the United States who's weaponizing space and militarizing it. It's actually China and Russia with these counter-space weapons and these dual-use systems, which is systems that can be used for peaceful purposes, but can easily be converted into military purposes in a war. And the Chinese are the masters of that. The Russians are too, but the Chinese are really ahead of us on this, and we don't have adequate defenses.
I'm learning about entropic phenomena. I just explained that the visual effects of source is within the human eye itself, essentially like under physical conditions, like following the eye, they render visual certain objects within the eye itself. These perceptions are called entropical, and I believe Mason is teaching us that. Is that correct, Mason?
Do more longer range space missions because we're going to use artificial intelligence before we send anybody, any human out. That's an ability that we could really perfect, that AI capability, and then we can apply it on Earth. And the Chinese are doing that as well as what they want to do, and except everything they're doing is exclusively under the imprimatur of the People's Liberation.
I can't find anything on psychology. I have done
which is the really scary thing.
It's possible, Silverback, send me something on psychology. I can't even find that phrase being used when I put quotes around it or anything.
I think on one hand he doesn't care, and I think on the other hand, he is trying to play to this sort of typical Russian strongman. I was pushed into this by the foreign invaders, and I'm trying to prevent the breakup of Russia. We don't want to have a repeat of our history where the Mongols took us over, and I have to be sacrificed in favor of Russia because
Well, phenomenon is, it's like a study of cycles. It's like a weather system. The chronic phenomenon is like a weather system pattern, and the way it's spelled. And so that's why I try to get the right, cyclonic, like a CSY.
And a lot of the Russians are believing, we were all saying 6 8 we're not going to criticize them or they go to the Google. That's part of it as well. Certainly part of it as well. There is a strain of conservative Russian people who are saying, you know what, we may not like the war, but it's Mother Russia at stake now. NATO is right on our doorstep. They've been moving closer to our doorstep ever since the fall of the Soviet Union. They mean war, and we're just going to take our licks and we'll throw our people into the meat grinder. We have to preserve Mother Russia. And they're buying into it. It's not a majority, but it's enough Russians that prevents Putin from being overthrown. 6 to 8 months ago, it looked like he was going to get overthrown. Now he's pretty strong, and we're going to have to live with him for a little bit longer. He's old. Maybe he'll die of old age in the next decade, but his children might want to watch his back. You might want to watch his back. He might. But another thing is, if his replacement comes along, I don't think it's going to be a good little Democrat. I think it's going to be even nasty. Because the most organized group against Putin is actually the very extreme far-right militant type represented by Alexander Dugin, which is one of the reasons why Dugin's daughter daughter may have been murdered by Russian security services. One of the rumors is because he was organizing anti-Putin move from the far right, which is usually Putin's base. And so, we need to be very careful if we're hoping for Putin to get overthrown. The guy that follows him, I think even worse. Why didn't we invite Putin into NATO? Well, remember, Putin had asked Bill Clinton, when Bill Clinton was in the last year in office, Putin met with Bill Clinton and made that comment, said, if this is not an anti-Russian alliance, I'll take you at your word, but then why don't you incorporate Russia into it? Now, at the time, all the NATO lovers laughed because they're still living in the Cold War, but that would have been an excellent idea because we would have then had from Vladivostok all the way to Lisbon, we would have had basically a highway, and we could have contained China from the north. But we weren't thinking like that at the time. We were thinking like it was still 1979 rather than 1999, and now here we are in 2023 on the brink of nuclear war, really avoidable nuclear war, world war with Russia. But that would have been a wonderful way. Or another solution was, why don't we disband NATO and then make the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, the OSCE, why don't we make that the new security paradigm? Russia's already a part of that. It'll be the United States and Russia, the big dog, and then Europe will be sort of involved as partners as well, and they'll do a Eurasian-wide security alliance. Allow all of that died. The arrogance of Western leaders didn't want to entertain that because they were so stuck in the way that it used to be during the Cold War. Brandon, up next, we're going to take phone calls with our incredible listeners for years, so stick around and we will be back in a moment. Coast Insiders. The new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today. Hey, all it's Steve Sharp. For emergency backup power, there's only one name you need to know, Jeffy Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Jeffy for hospitals and high-rises, data centers and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs. Whether it's a new generator, an emergency rental, or Jeffy's legendary repair and maintenance service, Jeffy Power has you covered. Go to JeffyPower.com, JeffyPower.com, JeffyPower.com. Seniors 100% Medicare plan. If you get a phone call, do not talk to the person. You never get on your Medicare number. They want to get your number, put in a false claim. Just hang up. You detect Medicare fraud. Just like I check my credit card statement, I check my Medicare statement monthly. If you get your statement, you see something that you know you did not have done, you report it. Call the Senior Medicare Control. To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613-7080. This bank says it is tired of the censorship of conservative views. Here's the link. David Harlow is the state author and conservative thinker. He posted a YouTube video talking about voting irregularities in the 2020 election. Not surprisingly, and his video was banned the court from usage. In his new bestseller, Final Battle, David Harlow is warning Americans that big tech and other social media platforms are damaging American institutions and threatening our freedom. But David Harlow explains how companies like Facebook, Twitter, Google, and YouTube control information flows, which empowers the collectively censor views. In Final Battle, Harlow also warns that a group of secret players are working to change America, weakening the social fabric and working to undermine the possibility of bipartisan solutions to common problems. Our company strongly recommends this book. Here's that called Final Battle, the book of the year. Get Final Battle in bookstores. Check out the free offer and save from the top. Call 1-800-NEWSBANK, 1-800-NEWSBANK, or go to finalbattle611.com, finalbattle611.com, and get your free copy today. We're not here to make it your mind. We're here to give you the latest.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live on the iHeartRadio app.
Drowning in Ventura. I'm Bruce Henderson at KFI 24-hour newsroom. Authorities are investigating a woman drowning off the coast of Ventura. 31-year-old woman drowned while swimming off Deer Point Beach Sunday afternoon, Ventura County Sheriff's Department says a woman was swimming with a group of friends believed the cause of death is an accidental drowning. Former LA News doctor Bruce Hensel has been sentenced to 2 years probation for asking a 9-year-old for nude photos. He pleaded no contest to the charges. He now has to register as a sex offender. SoCal's famous mountain lion P-22 was buried over the weekend in a private ceremony. Tribal leaders say the location will not be made public to preserve the site. He was buried in the Santa Monica Mountains. The Oscars are on Sunday, and there are already street closures. All lanes of Hollywood Boulevard are closed from Orange Drive to Highland until 6 a.m. on the 15th. MTA will reroute bus traffic and subway trains starting on Saturday. A pair of teenage hikers stranded in the snow for 3 days have been rescued. They were out at the Pacific Crest Trail, passed for a 10-day hike when the storm came in. They're going to be okay. A man's been charged with trying to stab a flight attendant on a flight from LA to Boston with a broken spoon. Brian Cook has the story.
Federal prosecutors say it happened on a United Airlines flight Sunday night after the suspect attempted to open an emergency door. The 33-year-old Massachusetts man was tackled by other passengers. No one on the flight was hurt, and the suspect was taken into custody when the plane landed in Boston.
And there's more rain for us this week. The National Weather Service says there's a 1,000-mile-wide atmospheric river expected to arrive Friday, and then another woman, coming the following Tuesday. Southwest weather from KFI. Mostly sunny skies coming your way today. We'll see highs right around 60. Right now, it's 48 degrees in Huntington Beach. Lake Forest checks in at 45. Westlake Village has 47, and right now it's 46 degrees in Baldwin Park. We read local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bruce Henner.
In South Valley, there is a whole freeway closure 405 north south of Magnolia East Boulevard, all lanes shut down for road work until 5. And in Uplift, this is on the 210 eastbound at campus. We have good news. Earlier crash that wasn't lanes has been cleared to drive to recovery in that area. Lakeview Terrace, there is a work zone 210 west south of Wheatland to the 118. Caltrans has a left lane shut down for road work until 6. Expect delays. KFI and the Sky Hope take you there faster. O'Brien Band. If you're looking to get out of your house, doesn't matter why you're moving, or maybe you've inherited a home and now what to do with it. Usually you go to a real estate agent, 6%, and you're told to clean and paint and repair, and buyers are going to walk through. The house has to be pristine, and if you don't live there, you don't need to get that. How about getting a fair price for your of that hassle? DirectBuyers.com will do exactly that. DirectBuyers.com, a local family-owned business, Janet and Matt, brother and sister. I love the way they do business. Now, there are a lot of schmucks out there in this business. I'm going to suggest you call to DirectBuyers.com. They'll never lowball you. They'll give you an honest, no-obligation offer, even a $15,000 cash advance before closing. Go to DirectBuyers.com. Call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL, directbuyers.com. And you the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it.
Eli the Great in the house.
Hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 38,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com. If you're planning on going solar or even thinking about going solar, then listen up. Time is running out to secure the best possible solar reimbursement with the state of California. Last year, the state and your utility company got together and changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce. And as you can guess, it's not as good for you and me. In fact, it's about 75% less than the old system. The good news is there is a grandfathering period, and you can still permanently lock in those amazing rates. But time is running out. The deadline to have your solar documents filed is April 14th. So how do you do that? You start by calling Sunlux. Sunlux will walk you through how to lock in the current rate. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Call Sunlux and get your documents filed. There is no time to waste to lock in the best returns on solar power that you will ever see. Start today at sunlux.com. Sunlux.com. GSLB 100374.
Perfect. On the podcast, sorry, Eli the Great, but you have to know this ended an hour-long discussion right now. Just figured out this work. Thank you so much.
And search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing and annoying questions. Those things that make you go, really? No, really? I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a cannabis that was addictive. Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's really no really right there. Really no really. Listen to really
Now I know what you're talking about. Yes, the pareidolia effect, the tendency to perceive a specific, often meaningful image in a random or ambiguous visual pattern. So, for instance, if you ever look like at the socket of a wall socket, an electric outlet, it kind of looks like a smiley face. That is an example of the pareidolia effect.
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255.
Quite a few different things thus far. The pareidolia is a tendency for perception to impose a meaningful interpretation of nebulous stimulus, usually visually, that one sees an object, pattern, or meaning where there is none. The word derives from the Greek word para, beside, alongside, instead of, and the noun ilion, where image, form, or shape. And the explanations are that it can cause people to interpret random images or patterns of light and shadow as space. Very interesting. So if you ever see like the man in the moon or a face and stuff, this is that.
In his bestseller, The Final Battle, David is warning America that big tech and their social media are destroying America and threatening our freedom. Orwell says these companies control the information flow and they censor your news.
You should know I'm not the one who got us on this topic. We're just trying to loop it back. So essentially, I forget how we got on the topic, but we were trying to understand the human brain, and then we couldn't remember, didn't know what the word was. We finally got it, and now we can put it on whatever you want, Eli the Great. What would you like to talk about this fine morning?
That's 1-800-NEWSMAX to go to finalbattle611.com. That's finalbattle611.com to get your free copy. Just southwest of Fort Worth, nestled among the Terrace Pecan orchards and surrounded by 17 miles of Brazos River frontage, is one of the most stunning and amenity-rich communities in Texas. Pecan Plantation, new home sites from just $69.99. Live every day like you're on vacation. They have golf courses, pools, country clubs, sports clubs, a marina, and so much more for under $200 a month. Schedule your virtual viewing online. FortWorthLandSale.com. That's FortWorthLandSale.com. So give us a call. 844-LAND-123.
How long does it take to tackle a home project? With Andy, you can cross it off your list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need.
Novak told us that he was inspired though by his teacher. He had a teacher that he had essentially, and that this one teacher that he had basically taught one school that he taught him more than any other combined schools. And I thought that was really interesting. Shout out to that teacher for inspiring me to that.
Download the app or go to Andy.com. That's ANDI.com to get started.
And welcome back, George Noy with you, Brandon Weichert, Brendan, tell us about 1945.com.
Did anybody used to watch Reading Rainbow?
It's a publication. Originally, it was only foreign policies, but they are now expanding.
I know you
get
did.
about
You have to
100
understand,
million
I got to go on two different points. I'm stalling it.
Policy, they're going into the 2024 presidential campaign, looking at it from both sides. It's one of the few truly bipartisan websites where you have an equal number of left-leaning people.
So this is a matchup.
And more on the right. But they just made me a senior editor about 5 days ago. And it's been really exciting to be part of this. It's a really up-and-coming publication. They got some really unique insights, particularly about the Ukraine war. We were talking about that, before the break.
Here we go. With my luck.
For the side that, unfortunately, Ukraine is probably going to lose at this rate.
This goes out to
Queenie. Misled, I think, by us into thinking that they can defeat the Russians, and the Russians are all in now. But 1945 is an excellent mix of writers who are looking at it and saying, actually, maybe Ukrainians are going to be able to win, and here's why. And so if you really want to look for one publication that does sort of both sides of any argument pretty well, and you've got a lot of talented writers there, a lot of really notable experts from around the world writing on all these different subjects. That's going to be the place to go. 1945.com. It's 19, and then you write out 40 FORTYSIVE.com.
I think the Ukraine war to end, Brandon, people in Russia and those within government are going to have to step up and say, this has got to end. We've got to stop it.
Yeah, and that's the key thing. And, unfortunately, Putin has been able, throughout his 20 years, in office, to tap into that old Russian, sense of patriotism. I mean, he's not as popular as his propaganda portrays him, and yet he's still able to cling on to power because ultimately his fallback is always, look, if I go, the forces of anarchy and as he calls us now in the West, he says we're Satanists and pedophiles. He says the forces of Satanists and pedophiles are going to come in and destroy our country. And what he's doing is he's playing on those old tropes that Russian leaders have played on for centuries. Actually, as I noted before, the Mongol invasion. We have weak leadership if we don't have what they call the Silnaya Ruka, the iron fist of central power. Russia will fall. The great Russia will be broken into bits. And it's not helping the situation when you have prominent writers from the Council on Foreign Relations writing in foreign affairs and writing in foreign policy, going on these different news sites in the West, which the Russian leadership reads and watches, and they're talking about how we need to, we're not going to stop fighting or supporting the Ukrainians until Putin's overthrown and the Russian Federation is divided into 4 or 5 smaller countries. And that's just feeding into the Russian propaganda, and that's actually empowering Putin, who's saying, see, even the Americans and the Europeans are saying they're not going to stop until the great Russia is totally destroyed, and I'm the only thing stopping you from that fate being visited upon you. So even the Russians who don't like Putin, they're afraid, and they're saying, okay, well, maybe we need to stand with him because the alternative is oblivion. And I also think, by the way, that might be one of the reasons that other Russian elites haven't turned on him is because we haven't made it profitable for them to turn on him, because now we've sanctioned everybody. We're going after their yachts, we're going after their creature comforts as hard, or if not harder, as we're going after Putin. Well, what's the incentive for some of the detractors in the Russian elite circles who might be able to get close to Putin to turn on him if they think they're not going to get a better deal from us?
And the oligarchs that have turned on them end up getting poisoned or arrested.
Or exiled. I mean, you have Gary Kasparov, who's the great chess master. He's an oligarch, and he's a very famous, popular Russian, and he's been exiled. And, he's sort of the cheerleader for supporting Ukraine now, but there's a reason he is, and it's not because he likes Ukraine, it's because he wants to stick it to Putin. And I get that, but ultimately Putin's got the world's largest nuclear arsenal. And, we don't have any space-based missile defense that's viable right now. And so we need to really be thinking about how far can we push him. And the last thing you want to do with an old wounded bear is put him in a corner and make him feel like there's no way out. Yeah. That's when there's a problem. If he thinks he's at his end, he's going to get nasty. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go to the phone. Brendan Zucker, Boston, Texas. Hey, Brendan, go ahead.
Hey guys, thank you so much, George and Brandon. It's an interesting show. I definitely agree with some things and other things I'm questioning, and that's awesome. That's part of the show, And I just think some people
What would you like to hear?
And especially the guests that have been on talking about Ukraine, would remember that Ukraine gave up 2,000 of their nuclear weapons in the Budapest Memorandum in 1994 between the United Kingdom, USA, Russia, and Ukraine. And real quickly, I'll just say that the Budapest Memorandum had 6 points. Russia shall not, and this was in exchange for Ukraine giving up all their nuclear weapons, Russia shall not invade and respect Ukraine's sovereignty. Number 2, Russia will not threaten force to Ukraine. 3, Russia will not economically interfere. 4, the world will come to Ukraine's aid if Russia invades. 5, no nuclear weapons will be used. 6, USA will help keep diplomacy on the table. And as for the Ukrainian fight, they're fighting for their right to live. You said that you were watching the Russian television, so I'm sure that you've seen the same thing that I have. That the Russians are saying they want to eliminate, Ukrainian language and history and identity, and that's called genocide. And the Russian National Defense Management has claimed that 1.9 million Ukrainians have been taken, 300,000 of whom were children. Now it's 2022 that they said that. So that was almost a year ago that they said that. But anyway, that was just something I had to say. I've been meaning to say that for a long time. But my questions are, how do you reconcile the 2 points that you said that we have a secret space program, but we would not be capable of winning a space war? And my second question is, I've seen pictures on NASA.gov a long time ago that was obelisks and pipes. And I don't care if people believe me. I think that somebody like the rebellious type person uploaded it to NASA.gov for people to see. I thought it would be there forever, and I would come back and see it, but I didn't download it anyway. What do you think about that? Just what's your thoughts on stuff on the moon?
These are great points you're making. The stuff on the moon in terms of, I don't know about that last part, but I'll start at the beginning. You're completely correct to bring up the Bucharest Memoranda. I'm certainly not defending Russia, but I am trying to give some perspective here to what the Russians are doing and what Putin's trying to do. You're completely correct, and in fact, in the Age of Times, where I write as well, in November of 2021, I did a long-form essay where I ripped the Clinton administration because it was they who pushed Ukraine to give up those nuclear weapons that the Ukrainians had inherited from the Soviet Union. Now, those were older nuclear weapons, and so the argument at the time was, hey, well, they're old and they're antiquated, so we didn't get rid of them. But what we should have been doing is upgrading them and giving Ukraine better command and control capabilities, because the best deterrence, and the French proved this, by the way, because the French created their own force de frappe, which is their own small nuclear weapons arsenal. The French knew they couldn't defeat the Soviet Union if they ever invaded France, but the idea was to tear an arm, tear an arm off the Soviet invasion to make it costlier so that the Soviets might do a double take before hitting France. And I think something similar could have been done with Ukraine, but we went the other way, where we foolishly committed U.S. military power to directly defending Ukraine, which was completely untenable. And the reason we made that deal, I argue at the time, was because nobody in 1994 really thought that the Russians were ever going to be a threat again in Washington, D.C. That was sort of a consensus. The Russians didn't exist anymore. They were going to be completely neutralized. They couldn't do anything. And so that was our fault, and we encouraged Ukrainians to do a really foolish thing, which is to unilaterally disarm, and the Russians have done nothing similar. Now, the Russians did agree to neutrality in Ukraine, but the Russian argument is that because in 2008 George W. Bush started pushing, the Americans started pushing for Ukraine to become part of NATO, that ended Ukrainian neutrality. Okay, so that's part of the argument there, but I'm certainly not defending anything the Russians did. I don't think that Putin is a good guy, and I certainly don't want to see him last very long. But I am worried about the person who comes after him being worse. The point about the stupid space program. So what I've been saying, and what I've been responding to some of the listeners tonight, they've been tweeting at me. What I'll say is that whether it's us, whether it's China, whether it's Russia, with advanced exotic technology, you have to assume that it's very experimental. We probably don't have a lot of these things in the arsenal, so we don't really have scalability, which means that if we did ever get into a fight, we'd be very limited in what we could do with this technology beyond maybe surveillance or maybe a lucky first strike. But the fact of the matter is, I do believe, contrary to what Eric Weinstein told what's his name, Joe Rogan on the podcast a couple weeks ago, I do believe we have people heavily involved, going back decades, trying to innovate and create next level technologies like hypersonics, but trying to do really out of this world stuff. Nick Cook, who was James Defense editor, weekly editor, he wrote a book in 2002 called The Hunt for 0 Point. Very controversial. He was a very reputable defense reporter with a lot of contacts in the black, world of exotic technology development, both in Britain and the United States. And I think his book should be required reading for anybody interested in this. He really walks you through how, going back to World War II, we took a lot of the Nazi scientists and we folded them in to our weapons program. And the Nazis, in some respects, were really doing some really wild, exotic things, and we sort of just absorbed that and folded it into our larger defense capability, and probably continued perfecting that technology for 70 years. They got us into space. They did, Brother Von Braun. He did some horrible things during World War II to the Jews, and yet we sort of exonerated him and protected him from Israeli hunters. One of the Israelis were hunting all the Nazi war criminals, and they were trying to get rid of them. They should have, yeah. Yeah, and but without him, though, we probably wouldn't have gotten to the moon the way we did and when we did. And so, it's a double-edged sword. So what I'm saying is that whatever black program we have to keep in mind that it's probably extremely experimental. And because it's so highly compartmentalized, science and innovation is all about cooperation and expanding the circle so that you can innovate faster. Well, the government doesn't do that when they're in a black project. They compartmentalize everything. So it is probable that we don't have the scalability yet. We probably have some pieces of a really sophisticated technology that we've developed. We're probably testing it all the time. But can we use it effectively? Can it be scaled up? Can it be mass produced so that it can be the game changer we want it to be? Probably not yet. And that won't change until the government removes it from that black world and puts it just in sort of that regular classified world. And it says, let's get more scientists involved and let's break down these barriers so we can innovate and expand. Brendan, rank the countries, rank them by proficiency in space. Would you say the United States is number one? Yeah, so on paper, we are number one. Technically, Russia's number two, and China's a distant third. But I walk through in the book how that dynamic is at the very least in flux, and that the United States is very much a declining power in space. So we're number one, but for how long? Russia looks like they're trying to marry because they're also a declining space power because of all the sanctions and whatnot that we've imposed since the Russian illegal invasion of Crimea in 2014. But the Russians, it looks like they're trying to marry their space program to the Chinese program to create a really dangerous threat to the United States. So the Chinese have all the money, and they're really developing a lot of new technology. However, they still have some gaps, and the Russians can help them fill that in. The Russians have really held back in sharing technology with the Chinese because they were always trying to keep us happy, but those days are done. And so now we have to worry about this fusion, this sort of Eurasian autocratic space power of Russia and China going into the stars to challenge us and maybe take more of space for themselves. That's the really scary thing. Next up, you should have watched Joe's with us in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Bill, thanks for calling. Go ahead.
Hey, George. Brandon. Like in this scenario where UAPs are advanced military technology, and considering Commander Fravor's account of the Tic Tac, where he was
spiraling down, and the Tic Tac started mirroring his movement. And the moment Commander Fravor cut across the circle to try to be where the Tic Tac was going to be, like the Tic Tac did the same thing. It went to where Commander Fravor was going to be. Yeah. And so it either had foreknowledge or inside knowledge. Like foreknowledge, like as if it had time travel capability. What do you think about that in the context of it being an advanced military?
Well, so as you know, I lean more toward the advanced military, and that's not to say that it's not some really alien or really crazy new thing. I can't rule it out. You can't rule it out. Yeah, you can't. And part of me kind of hopes it would be. But I was my background is academic training is always to be skeptical, and that's just my kind of disposition. And given what I know and what I've worked in before with the government, I kind of go, we are developing things that are really out of this world. And I think that probably those crafts that Fravor intercepted, if they were in fact covert U.S. military crafts, which would be hopeful, I'd rather it be us than the Chinese or the Russians. But if it is us, it is probable the reason it was in that restricted airspace is because whoever in our government sent them knew that we were going to be testing an aircraft carrier battle group. They were going to be doing prep before deployment to the Middle East. And they probably knew the flight plans, they probably knew the training, and they probably were going to try to anticipate and see how Fravor and our highly trained pilots reacted and how our radar operators on those destroyers were operating, and how they responded rather, and see how our systems reacted. And it was probably just one big real world exercise for whatever, maybe it was nav air testing these things, testing them on unknowingly or unwittingly on our best and brightest. We had no idea this was going on. And so, yes, in terms of how that kill switch object is able to anticipate Kramer's movement, it's possible that it's something extraordinary, or it's probable that this was probably a U.S. entity that already had awareness of what our standard reaction was going to be, or what the probable course of actions were going to be, because it was from the same team. It's just that, the left hand wasn't talking to the right.
The pilots may have been the only ones not in on what was going on.
Right, which would have been part of the psychological operation. Now, Fravor says absolutely not. I've seen him in interviews categorically deny this, and I realize he has very high clearances, but I'm here to tell you, and I worked on Capitol Hill, and I remember my boss was supposed to be able to regulate the black budget. I can tell you right now, the highest clearances in the world, there are things that they can hide, that the military can hide in that black budget that even the best and brightest don't know about. And so, you can never discount the fact that this very well may be, especially when you look at the UFO patents that I was talking about at the beginning of the show, it's identical. Still anti-gravity technology, propulsion. This is I think what we're dealing with.
Is it reverse engineered technology from a cracked UFO?
That's certainly what, forgetting his name, claimed he worked at Area 50, at S4, I'm forgetting, Lazar. That's certainly what Bob Lazar claimed. I don't know. That's certainly a possibility because I can't prove to you otherwise, and so we have to keep our minds open. But what I'm saying is what I think we're seeing mostly in the sky is something that we've built. Maybe it is reverse engineered. And when it comes to the Chinese, we have to remember the Chinese have been engaged in wholesale, out of this world, industrial espionage against the United States. That's how they've gotten where they are.
Brandon, we're going to take a short break and come back with
and you have no idea what time it is, how long,
Don't forget to watch our
how much you thought, what you could think, how much you could see, all the stuff that you want to do, just exactly what Sarah said, but then you can't control it, and then you calm down. Not that you're anxious at all, it's very relaxing, spa-like experience, very, very enjoyable.
I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Police are asking for help in locating a group of suspects who beat a man unconscious at a metro station on Wilshire Boulevard. That's in the Koreatown area. It happened on February 26th around 7:10 p.m. There is surveillance footage. Police are looking for 4 suspects. They believe this was a racially motivated attack. Caltrans has all the roads to the San Bernardino Mountains open to residents with ID. The National Guard is assisting in food distribution and helping people dig out. Snowplows will now work on side streets to help people
Roll out the Manny's.
4 American citizens
Thank
have
you
been
so much for
assaulted and
coming.
kidnapped in northeast Mexico. Their reports before were seeking medical procedures, and this may have been a case of mistaken identity. Department of Homeland Security is on it. Southline weather from KFI, mostly sunny skies, highs around 60. Right now it's 42 in Tustin, 47 on Balboa Island. Long Beach has 50, and it's 46 in West Hollywood. We read local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In South Valley, there is a full freeway closure. This is on the 405 north-south of Magnolia to East Boulevard. Southland, as always, shut down for road work until 5. And in Upland, this is on the 210 eastbound at campus. We have a contact car blocking the off-ramp right there. So trucks on the scene, watch for the ways as you approach. Downtown LA, we have good news. Earlier crash on the 10 westbound at the 110 has been cleared from lanes. Your drive's recovering in that area. KFI as the Sky Hopes get you there faster. I'm Brian Van. We have seniors how to prevent Medicare scam.
If you get a phone call, do not talk to the person.
Never give out your Medicare number.
They're going to get your number and put in a false claim.
Just hang up.
How do you detect Medicare fraud? Just like I check my credit card statement, I check my Medicare statement monthly.
If you get your statement and you see something that you know you did not have done, you report it. Call the Senior Medicare Patrol.
To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613-7080. This week on the Marketer's Report, Patricia Samuelito, Global Chief Marketing Officer, directs consumers for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust.
Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the owner and talent.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartRadio gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. His next says if you're tired of the censorship of conservative views, here's the latest. David Horowitz, the same author and conservative thinker, just posted a YouTube video talking about voting irregularities in the 2020 election.
What's new with everybody in neck of the woods? What's new? What's good?
In his new bestseller, Final Battle, David Horowitz is warning Americans that big tech and their social media platforms are damaging American institutions and threatening our freedom. But David Horowitz explains how companies like Facebook, Twitter, Google, and YouTube control information flows with the power to collectively censor newsfeeds. In Final Battle, Horowitz also warns that a group of secret players are working to change America, weakening the social fabric and working to undermine the possibility of bipartisan solutions to common problems. Mark Huckabee strongly recommends this book. Newsmax calls Final Battle the book of the year. It's Final Battle in bookstores. Check out the free offer and save $28. Call 1-800-NEWSMAX, 1-800-NEWSMAX, or go to FinalBattle611.com, FinalBattle611.com, and get your free copy today.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. At coasttocoastam.com.
To talk to George and Lori, call the 103rd line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is
Rabbi.
818-501-4109.
English really is the only thing that we're comfortable with. I know some Hebrew, biblical. I know some modern Hebrew. I know some Yiddish. I know some Latin, and then like the normal amount of Spanish, French, and that kind of stuff.
To reach George via Skype, use site name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Nori. We'll be back with final call.
Oh no, I've been going for more than a year. I'm in year 2. I'm almost starting year 3. I've been going more than 656 straight days. I have more content than anyone in global history, and content is king. Just as Bill Gates coined the phrase during the 1990s. Data is the #1 resource on Earth, more than water, more than air, more than anything. And I'm going to perhaps be the richest person in global history someday because of the amount of content that I have.
The word whole life, all one word with the W, whole life, text it to 42828.
And also you have a new name.
More than 666 straight days on not just one stream, not just 2, not just 3, not just 4, but at least 5 all the time from 5 different angles. That's just on YouTube. I also have Instagram, and now I've started up Twitter as well. So it's by far more content than any one person's ever put on the internet globally.
Thank you.
All right, here's something for you. It's going to become a Coast Insider.
Already have it, baby. Already have it. The longest known was about a year. That's how Twitch started. So the guy who actually started Twitch, he started it just in TV, and so Justin.tv, and that guy sold his company to eventually everything Twitch, which was eventually sold to Amazon for $995 million in like 2014. But essentially this was done for 1 year, but it was not live streamed. And also in the same way where you have 5 different streams where you can watch it whenever you want and it's archived. It's really something on which AI can build a lot of models on, so there's a lot of data, and I really think people in the future will study it from a historical perspective. We've seen everything from a pandemic to the death of a queen to the birth of AI, all on camera. It's really interesting.
Here's something for you to increase your energy and stamina while enhancing your mental clarity, focus, and memory. Start your day with Elevate to improve your liver and alleviate stress.
Great question. I get everything delivered so that I'm able to concentrate on the streams. However, I do go out, I go on walks, and I'll live stream that. And previously, I would live stream throughout the greater Southern California area. So as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, Los Angeles, Hollywood, Beverly Hills, Santa Monica. So I have a lot of data actually, not just that's the live stream, but also on archived SD cards. So I have probably, in addition to data ever uploaded to the internet of any person in video format, I also have huge archives of video of me traveling. So I would video literally my day for like 24 hours on SD cards. And it got to the point where I was buying so many SD cards that eventually I just had to move to uploading it because I couldn't upload the video fast enough. I just had to go to straight up live streaming.
First time I did this show, I didn't know what to do. You're so good, clear-headed, I felt focused. You're like a drive, and I was just excited. I was like, is this for real?
Eli, great. We're going to take care of you big time. Big time. Everybody in here, you become my friend, but honestly, you have to understand, any one of these days, somebody can walk in one of these rooms and see, man, this motherfucker has more content than anybody on global history. Wow, this is just like a real-life streaming show. This is a Big Brother thing. They tell a friend that they retweet something and everybody fucking knows about it. Everybody starts watching because then it becomes the biggest thing in global history. Put themselves out there. You know how many people would be interested to watch them in 24 hours whenever they're bored? They can just always tune into this person and connect with them, watch them laugh, watch them cry, watch them eat, watch them do everything with them. We'll grow up together as a civilization, as a society. It'll be one of the big events in global history, I think. And it could happen any day. Any day somebody could walk into one of these stages, see what I'm doing, hear what I'm doing, be inspired by it, and make everyone aware of it.
Directly to your goal. Think about that. Gold and silver, the world's oldest, most proven form of currency, and it's there for you when inflation soars, when assets go sideways, when the lights simply go out. To get started,
yeah, all the time. And people actually they'll pin stuff to me. They're I won't name who it was. They're in this room right now. They pinned it to the top of me smelling my balls from like a summer ago. I mean, it's like archived footage, but they're like, oh yeah, did you know that this video was of you on the internet? I go, oh yeah, I forgot about that one because it's your entire life. Of course you're gonna do things like that. Word, man. Exactly. That's how you know. That's like your scale. You gotta get that smell in.
Are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Ragged's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels at the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com.
Nah, dude, I can tell you, avoid licking ball sweat as much as I can.
One of the most stunning and amenity-rich communities in Texas. It's on Plantation. New home sites for just $69.99. Live every day like you're on vacation. They have golf courses, pools, country clubs, sports clubs, a marina, and so much more for under $200 a month. Schedule your virtual viewing online. FortWorthLandSale.com. That's FortWorthLandSale.com. So give us a call. 844-LAND-123.
Anybody have any requests?
We're back with our final segment with Brandon Whiteford as we're talking about all things space. What a year this is, it's just March, huh? Yes, yes, absolutely. It's just beginning, it seems like. Yeah, let's go to the phone. Thomas in La Jolla, California. Welcome to the program. Hey, Tom.
Thank you, George and Brandon. Thank you. I intend to purchase this up money in faith. A comment and then a question. And a comment is on November 8th, 2010. There was a underwater missile launch off of the coast of Metropolitan Los Angeles.
Yes.
This underwater missile launch was seen by picture by people on the shore. The contrail was observed from San Diego to Santa Barbara. The Pentagon issued a denial immediately. They said it was not a missile. And I live in San Diego, which is a Navy town, and all the naval facilities here, Naval Naval Ocean Systems Center, Naval Electronic Laboratory, said it was not a missile. And Vandenberg said, again, it was not a missile. Yep. So that brings me to a question. November 8th, 2010. Was this underwater missile launch a foreign submarine that somehow evaded the underwater sensors that the Navy had off of the California coast?
So yes, I remember that incident well, and actually, it made it as far as in terms of the coverage, as I believe it was Sean Hannity, 9 p.m. Eastern, Fox News, they were covering this, and then it all went away within 24 hours. Never brought up again. You're right. It was it's kind of like what happened in northern Alaska and Lake Huron, how that just sort of just vanished, and there was a cover story, and we just supposed to forget about it. You are 100% correct. I believe it was a foreign submarine. I believe specifically it was a Chinese submersible. I think they were sending a message. If you remember at the time, there was also around that same time period, Barack Obama flew to Alaska to meet with the Chinese leadership. And Obama, he went on this tour of some island that was apparently supposedly affected by global warming. This was before the meeting was to begin. It was actually a couple days early. And it turned out Secret Service freaked out because there was a Chinese submarine that had appeared right off the coast of this island off of Alaska. And that was around the same time. It was a similar incident. Now, obviously, it didn't fire missiles, but I am convinced that
I've been convinced since the incident occurred that was, in fact, a Chinese submarine that was launching a missile. They were sending a message. I think they were testing to see what our responses would be, which is why, again, I don't discount that those Tic Tac things that Commander Fravor may have been encountering off of Catalina Island might not have been one of ours. That might have actually been a sophisticated Chinese exotic technology. And I want to reinforce what I was saying right before the break, which is that any kind of sophisticated technology that we develop and store on computer servers, we assume on some level they're protected, but as this heightened rain incident showed, even with computer servers in the Pentagon that are not connected to the internet, the Chinese are able to still burrow in, and they saw F-35 designs and P-35 in there, and sorry, P-2005 in there. And so now what I'm thinking is, if there is exotic technology that we have had for a while, but also the Chinese now have, it is probable the Chinese got that from stealing it from our defense servers that, that have these black project stays on them, and they've been kind of building it out and scaling it up in China to rival us. And so, yes, I think that 2010 incident was absolutely a Chinese submarine.
Where did that missile go?
We don't know. All we have is the contrail afterwards. And in terms, there's very little known, and that's because the government covered it up very thoroughly immediately. Remember, this is 2010, so social media was still getting underway.
Yeah.
We didn't have what we have today. Had that incident happened today, I think we probably would have had a much clearer idea. Unfortunately, that was something that the government was able to cover up. Why are they covering it up? Well, it's because they don't want to look bad. This was right within our coastline. And I think that we can, as China grows in military power, and as they move, and they are moving heavily into Latin America, as they move into our side of the world, we can anticipate more flagrant acts like that becoming the norm, because the Chinese say, hey, you do it with us in Taiwan Strait all the time. Eventually, they're going to want to start doing it to us as reciprocity. And so this is a very, very precarious moment, because the balance of power, I fear, is shifting in China's favor.
We've got our subs all over the place, too. We just got testing and launching missiles in place.
And the problem is our submarine force is the smallest it's been in years, and our industrial capability to build more submarines is in the worst state of readiness that it's been in since the interwar years. We're not building enough new subs.
The late Admiral Rickover is turning over in his grave.
Hands down, absolutely. He's quite incensed.
Darren and Ethan, Ohio, welcome to the program. Hi, Darren. Go ahead.
Hey, Jordan. Hey, Brandon. Looking at all this, how do we know that in the Reagan era, during the Star Wars program, that there wasn't stuff that was put up in favor in combat? Just what you're talking about. And I kind of know something about it. So. You're right. That has always been a theory. I have spoken to people who were involved with that program, who are retired now. We do the lecture circuit together, and they're quite disappointed because they say that they could have fielded the technology pretty easily, but they're saying it's sort of the same reason for why the Space Force has not quite taken off. There was bureaucratic inertia within the government that was, at the time, they hated Reagan. They thought he was destabilizing everything. And so there was a push against actually deploying these systems. And furthermore, the technology, it was there, but it wasn't quite as where it is today. So my understanding is there were many people that were involved with that they were ready to do it, they could have done it, but they were prevented from doing it, not by Reagan, but by people with permanent bureaucrats who were worried that it would destabilize deterrence, that mutual assured destruction would be upended, which of course was the point. Reagan made it clear he wanted mutual assured survival, not mutual assured destruction. But the bureaucracy couldn't get around that. And so I have talked to people that I trust and believe. I don't think that we did do that, that's sort of one of those I wish we did. It would certainly make life a lot easier and make me rest easier. But unfortunately, we've wasted the last 30, 40 years. And now we're going to pay for it because we've pushed Russia around now. And they're going to do something crazy. and certainly the Chinese are going to back their play. And I also, my second book that just came out recently called The Shadow War, Iran Plus the Supremacy, it's all about how actually World War III might be happening in the Middle East because Iran's about to go nuclear, and that's going to be a whole other can of worms. And so I actually think that Iran, Russia, and China working together, and they are, they wouldn't be the threat they are today had we actually deployed these systems that Reagan wanted to, but the bureaucracy would not let us do it. And so now here we are, far behind catch up, and there might not be enough time now to do it.
West of the Rockies, Tom's with us, Riverside, California. Thanks, Tom. Go ahead.
Oh, George,
Not yet.
I think it's too late, really, right now to catch up. So I think we got to go to war with what we got, like you say, and you got to fight the war with what you got.
We do that, though. We've destroyed the planet.
Well, we certainly are fighting the war. I mean, if you look at what Ukraine's going on, so one of the things I track are supply lines. In fact, I live in Southwest Florida. One of my neighbors here is actually a gun runner. He's retired Navy. He's running guns in the Revolve right now into Poland for a mercenary or for a weapons group that's transshipping NATO weapons to Poland, and then they move it into Ukraine. And what he told me the last time I saw was around Christmas, and he said back then, he said that supply chains are getting very brittle in Ukraine. They're getting very strained, very brittle. And so we are at war. Make no mistake, we don't call it a war, but the Russians certainly view it as a direct fight now with NATO. And to be fair, NATO is at war with Russia. We've poured most of our heavy weapons stockpiles into this conflict, so now we've drained ourselves. The Chinese know that, and they know that our industrial capacity is crap. It's going to take us a long time to revitalize and replenish, especially as the tempo of the war in Ukraine keeps going, it keeps increasing. And so that's why I think now the Iranians, the Chinese, maybe even the North Koreans are looking around. They know that we've drained ourselves. They know we're going to war with what we've got. And so they're going to try to push us now and stress us, knowing that we can't do much in retaliation because our logistics are drained. And that's the real issue here. And so, we talked about earlier this new sort of, sophisticated technology you're developing. I want to reiterate,
you're fucking hilarious.
I don't think we scaled it up, which means that it's not really going to be much use if a true world war breaks out. That's the scary thing, because then what do we have to fight with? Well, we've drained ourselves in Ukraine of a lot of conventional systems. The only thing we can do now is escalate with nukes. And I have a colleague who's talking about if NATO Ukraine, that it's not going to be the Russians popping off nukes, it's going to be a party coming from the NATO side. I don't know if that's going to happen, but certainly the more that we drain our conventional systems and we don't have the ability to replace them quickly, we're going to get more desperate. And that's the scary thing.
Were there any nations that told us to get out of Vietnam when we were in there?
Well, if you remember, the British did not support us. They were one of our biggest allies, saying, no, don't do this. The thing about Vietnam is, it was a useless war, but we probably could have won it if we fought it differently. Lyndon Johnson really tied the military's hands, and then you had Westmoreland come up with this cockamamie war of attrition. We really should have done a conventional invasion of North Vietnam if we were going to fight, if we shouldn't have fought it at all.
Right, we shouldn't have. Right. I mean, Ho Chi Minh came to us first for help.
Right. That's right. And just like you mentioned about, Putin joining NATO in 2000, Ho Chi Minh did come to us a couple times and wanted to be our friends, and we turned him away because of French. We probably should have done a deal with him because, he hated the Chinese, and he was weary of the Russians more than we were. Them to fight us. If we weren't fighting, I don't think it's an issue. I think we probably should have neutralized Vietnam as a communist, member. And remember, our war in Vietnam stabilized all of Indochina. You had to go mostly at Tony Field because of us. What we were doing, the longer the war went on, the lines, all of it, yeah. And we could have really avoided this. A lot of the heartache, and I think that's also the lesson, I think, of Ukraine, is that, there's a lot of heartache going on in Ukraine, and we're trying to help them. I think we are trying to do the right thing, but the longer we fight and the more involved we become, the less of Ukraine there will be to save, because the Russians will not let you. There's a one caller who has my name, Brandon, that we were talking to earlier. He's right when he said that the Russians have said Ukraine Ukraine shouldn't be a country. And so the Russians are going to, whether they win or not is irrelevant. They're going to fight until they destroy Ukraine as a state. That's always been their objective in this war, and we're letting them do that. And what we should be doing is having statesmen come in and figure out a way to stop the conflict so that we don't replicate the failures of Vietnam. Didn't Castro come to us for help first? He did. Now, I don't know how sincere that was on his part. I mean, he hated, but yes, he did come to us at one point. He actually went to Yale and did a speech at Yale, and in the 50s, and was trying to win people over. And the teacher, the one he ousted, was a crook. He was, of course, he was our crook. He was in bed with the mob. Yeah, he was. One thing that Americans, I think, need to realize is that, in foreign policy, and I've learned this from working in it, there are really no heroes. That's sort of a myth. Unfortunately, there are no real good guys. We back bad people. And to fight against other bad people, sometimes worse people, but they're still bad people. And I think it's Saudi Arabia. They're imperfect, but we need them. To fight the Islamists and to contain Iran. I wish we didn't need to do that, and maybe one day we can get beyond that. But right now, it's just, to me, you have to make a deal with the devil at some point, and I'd rather the devil fight, our enemies rather than constantly being used to fight us. Brandon, we've got your website linked up at postthecoastam.com. Good luck. Stay in touch with us. I'd like to use you as a reference point. Please do. I guess we should do this more often. I always enjoy it. Okay, yeah. It's not about a year and a half by this time. Right. All right, you take care of yourself. Up next, Lloyd Auerbach joins us. We're going to talk about the afterlife on social media. Daily show updates right here in Box for free with the Coast Zone newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Yo, dog. Yeah, dog. Yo, dog. That's nice. Dude, did you know him? His name was Yo.
How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need.
We didn't evolve from monkeys and apes. We evolved from a common ancestor.
Home improvements, whatever your situation may be. HMS Capital, they have the best solution to help.
A common ancestor. So monkeys and apes have a common ancestor to humans.
Clearly, I'm a fan. Simply the best for what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com.
We don't. No, people don't. No one in the right mind of scientific community believes that humans evolved from apes. But what the consensus is that humans evolved from a common ancestor with apes and monkeys.
Is it that complicated?
No, it's not. It makes no sense at all. They obviously.
Oh man, I'm miles ahead of you on that one. I think that we're a zoo, and that basically we're seeded on this planet as a civilization. So I'm all about that.
But you haven't seen it.
Don't need to. Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen sink or a mainline.
Yeah, basically they're perhaps our entire intelligence out there, other alien species and such that watch us on Earth like we watch animals in a zoo and study us.
Before you call, just go to thesmellgoodplumber.com.
Wow, you're like upfront and everything. I just told a guy named Bubba who wouldn't tell me anything.
No brothers here, ma'am. Just professional plumbers who show up on time, smell good, and unclogged drains for $99. Call us. 1-800-446-MIKE. Contact your license. If you didn't like that opinion, keep listening. We've got a few more.
No one says that though. If anybody tells you that, they don't know anything about anything that the scientific community says. that we evolved from a common ancestor is the statement, and that is the belief, but no one believes that we evolved from apes or monkeys.
Down on February 24th after being pounded by snow. More than 90 feet of snow fell. That's a record for them. Authorities are investigating a woman drowning off the coast of Ventura. The 31-year-old woman drowned while swimming off Pierpont Beach on Sunday. The Ventura County Sheriff's Department says the woman was swimming with a group of friends. Police cause of death is an accidental drowning. Former LA News doctor Bruce Hensel has been sentenced to 2 years probation for asking a 9-year-old for nude photos. He pleaded no contest to the charges. He now has to register as a sex offender. The Oscars are on Sunday, and they're already street closures. All lanes of Hollywood Boulevard are closed from Orange Drive to Highland until 6 a.m. on the 15th. A man has been charged with trying to stab a flight attendant on a United flight from LA.
No, it makes a lot of sense. I guess they have selective knowledge at certain times. So perhaps you won't always have that knowledge, but it would be beneficial to have that knowledge at certain times, and that's why.
The 30-year-old Massachusetts man was tackled by other passengers. No one on the flight was hurt, and the suspect was indeed taken into custody when the plane landed in Boston. Gas prices are getting close to $5 a gallon in SoCal. AAA says the average price for a gallon of regular gas in LA County is now $4.94. And get ready for more rain. The National Weather Service says it's a 1,000-mile wide atmospheric local. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Bree Tennis.
Police Fountain Tower, there is a full freeway closure. It's on the 4 hour south of Magnolia.
Then it's a common ape ancestor. It's definitely, though, not the current ape.
South Transit East Westland just after Roseworth until 6. And in Ontario, this is on the dead eastbound at 4th Street. Cleanup crews from an earlier crash, taking up the left lane watch for delays. Hey, if I have a sky, I'll get you there faster. I'm Brian Van. Hey, it's about a meal today to replace your old leaky windows with new, affordable, custom-made windows. Do it once, do it right with American Vision windows. With all the rain and all this crazy snow, now is the time to upgrade your windows. We replaced our worst windows with American Vision windows. We're thrilled with the results of the fantastic job. They use some matrix technology to prevent dust, mold, moisture, bacteria, and excessive sound from getting in your house. You know the owners don't Japanese, they started American Vision windows because they had a horrible experience replacing their own windows decades ago. So get the value you deserve until 2024. 0% interest, 0 payments for 12 months plus free installation. CSLB number 778-326. Trust the window companies that I trust. My family and friends trust American Vision windows. Call today, get a free estimate, 888-226-9908. That's 888-226-9908. Or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com. On IQ's Daily Game Podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. He shares a special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to IQ's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get
Sean, look at the nest. Look at the nest and tell me that isn't what you learned in school.
Now, you go to a real estate agent, 6%. And you're told to clean.
Sean, look in the nest and tell me that isn't what you learned in school. That is what evolution is.
And if you don't live there, you don't need any of that. How about getting a fair price for your home without any of that hassle? Direct buyers. I love the way they do business. Now, there are a lot of people there in this business. I'm going to suggest you call the directbuyers.com. They'll never lowball you. They'll give you an honest, no-obligation offer, even a $15,000 tax advance before closing. Go to directbuyers.com, call 844-242-SELL, 844-directbuyers.com.
Pulling a spring getaway, this month gets 40% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. And explore the world with bite-sized lessons in 25 languages. From Spanish and German to French and Korean, and even Portuguese and Turkish. Rosetta Stone prepares you for real-life conversations and will have you practice from your very first lesson. So visit RosettaStone.com today for 40% off and get ready
Period. And that's all that matters. Their color, their ethnicity doesn't matter. They committed the crime. And gangs are in the business of crime. Johnny and they don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the IR radio app. KFI, AM 640. KFI, AM 640. You're listening to Coast AM with George Laurie.
Afterlife. Lloyd Irebeck back with us, one of three writers of this novel. That's kind of scary, to tell you the truth, but he'll talk about that and some other things next on Coast to Coast Radio. Tax time can be stressful, but the stress can magnify if an identity thief steals your info, files a bogus return, pockets your refund. The IRS recommends electronic filing and using their PIN tool for extra security, and other safety tips include looking out for phishing scams, checking your financial accounts regularly for unusual activity,
I just
and setting up a two-factor authentication.
to the
So important to understand how cybercrime and
talking about the
identity
common
theft affect our lives.
aspect of theory.
Your personal
But it's
information
something,
gets
I think
exposed
that like
so
humans are
often,
basically all the answers, but it says the last common ancestor of humans and chimpanzees lived
protecting
between
your
8 and 6
identity
million
can
years
be
ago.
easier,
We
though,
do
with
not yet
LifeLock
have its
Resort.
remains. Like,
LifeLock
where the
Connect
fuck
and
are
alert
they?
users will send
Like,
some
shouldn't we have
identity
like a
theft
bunch
that
of their
you might
bodies
not spot
somewhere?
on your own. Loans taken out in your name. If you do become a victim of identity theft, the dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will help work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all
Exactly, man.
transactions
You
and
made
all
it an
businesses,
excellent
so
point.
it's
You
easy
can
to
find
help
shit
protect
from
yourself with
millions of
LifeLock.
fucking years ago,
Identity
like
theft
tens of millions of
protection
years
starts
ago.
here right
Can't you
now.
find like
Join
your
now,
shared
save up to
ancestor was a
25% off
chimp?
your first year with promo code. Call 1-800-LifeLock or head on over to LifeLock.com and use promo code George.
That's how the Smithsonian Institution started. That's absolutely correct. It is in the Bible as well. What happened to them? Essentially, the theory is that once these bodies, decomposed onto the skeleton started being discovered in the 1800s, the Smithsonian Institution took them all, but there were huge burial mounds of giants throughout the world, and the huge explored in the Western Hemisphere. It's by the Smithsonian Institute. In the Eastern Hemisphere, it's by the essentially the Royal Museum, and we can't get them. I mean, they basically stole all of the Egyptian stuff, and they stole like all the really important things going back to antiquity, but especially the skeletons of the giants. I mean, why don't we just trust that? Hey, there's a 10-foot fucking person. Why don't we just trust?
Completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind the scenes footage. All you cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. So don't delay, call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020.
Yeah, but they don't like talk about it on the news.
1-800-506-2020.
And welcome back to Coast. George Laurie with you. I've got a great couple hours here for you. Lloyd Auerbach back with us, world-recognized paranormal expert, parapsychologist. Lloyd holds a master's degree in parapsychology. He has 43 years of investigating the paranormal experience in more than 40 years teaching courses on the subject. He's the director of the Office of Paranormal Investigation, president of the Forever Family Foundation, and adjunct professor of Atlantic University, and is on the board of directors of the Ryan Research Center, where he teaches online parapsychology courses through the Educational Center. Currently, you can see him also in episodes of The Unexplained or Surviving Death on Netflix. His most recent book that he wrote with Rich Hussett and Arnold Rudnick is called Afterlife. Lloyd, welcome back. I can't believe it's been 4 years. It has? Has it been that long, George? Yeah. January of 2019 you were last time. Wow, before the pandemic. That's amazing. How have you been? Been good. Been very busy. You look like you have. Not. Well, there's a lot of people who wanted online classes, and it's been really great for the Ryan Center to be able to offer the classes we have. Boy, how did you get involved in it? In parapsychology in general? Yeah. Well, it's an interest that I had since I was a little kid. My dad worked for NBC, so I had a TV set in my room when I was about 2 years old. And I'm just sick to watching. I watched shows like Hopper and One Step Beyond, both of which I was probably about 12 or 13. Thanks to the TV show Dark Shadows, I was going to the library picking up books on psychic and occult things, and lo and behold, there's science books on parapsychology right there. So that really put me on the track. And a great track indeed. You're one of the best ones, right? Ryan Institute still doing some work? Yeah, the Ryan Center is doing a bit of work. They're doing a little bit. They're doing bioenergy research, looking at how healers and martial artists might give off biophotons at an increasing amount of energy during the time that they're actually doing things. And then, of course, we're doing a lot more in the Educational Center and other projects right now. And there's work here with a book called Afterlife. A little bit about this. So Afterlife is the second in a series of novels. They're paranormal mystery novels. Arnold Rudnick
Are you saying Rabbi, or is there somebody named Rabbi?
Met them, I said Arnold first. We actually came up with a TV series concept, which frankly, our timing was not great. We were right before the X-Files, and people didn't want a paranormal show, and then the X-Files came along, and then they didn't want a paranormal show, another paranormal show. So eventually, we decided to resurrect the characters, and Rich is the main writer on the novel, and we based one of the main characters on me. Jennifer Day is loosely based on me. She's a parapsychologist, anthropologist, college professor, and investigator, and also a magician. So those are all things that I do. And then the cases that are underlying the second book, not so much the first book, but the second book, are actually based on a couple of my actual cases. It's been a really great ride, and I'm making sure that Jennifer's commentary is all legit parapsychology. Our other character, Nate Rainey, is a cop with a near-death experience in the first book, but he's a skeptic. Doesn't even buy it, even though his near-death experience helps him solve his own shooting. So it's gotten to be a lot of fun, and we're in the process of putting a third book together. Do you find that the world of parapsychology seems to be growing even more than the 40 years ago that you got into this? Well, it is growing in the general public. You have a whole ghostly community that has arisen because of its popularity in TV shows. People have come out of the woodwork with their interest in it. They can talk about it now, which is different than before. Even though many of the investigators who are out there really following TV show protocol, not science, it's been very interesting in that way. As far as the field of parapsychology, it's grown a little bit because we've gotten against the Parapsychological Association. Unfortunately, the funding has shrunk in the last 40 years, and that's very difficult for the field. Who pulled out? There are a couple foundations that were putting out money at that point. In the early 80s, it was the McDonald Foundation, the McDonald Organization. And then the Pepsi Foundation was giving funds out too, and that seems to have dried up. Right now, it's the DL Foundation is the main giver of grants, of bigger grants that are out there. Was this the Pepsi Foundation out of Michigan? Yeah, it was.
I'm going to pull the Andy Dufresne Shawshank Redemption move on them. I'm going to ask them if I can start doing their taxes, get real close to them, get their friends and stuff.
covers his interest in psychic phenomena. But unfortunately, the foundation has gone into a different direction.
Exactly. But they might, if you do a good job, they might not let you go. They might want you for the next year.
What is parapsychology mean?
Well, the term is about which covers extrasensory, or I like to call it non-sensory perception, because it really doesn't involve the senses at all. It's not a sixth sense. So yes, affects the world around us. We call that psychokinesis. And of course, one area that I'm mostly interested in is survival consciousness beyond the depth of the body. Those are the areas that are covered. The field to me means that it really is a field that studies things that happen with consciousness and things that make us more human or increase our human potential in many respects. There's a lot of things people can do that we're told we're not supposed to do or we can't do. We're told quite often that it's impossible for an athlete to do X, Y, and Z until somebody breaks that record. And then they have an example. Well, this is the same kind of thing. These are all abilities or perceptional processes that we have as human beings, but too much of mainstream science, partly because the organized skeptics organizations, are afraid to touch it, at least in the United States.
Is science doing anything like this?
In different approaches, there is a movement in many fields of science to try to figure out what consciousness is. Some of those consciousness researchers working everywhere from neuroscience to biology to philosophy to physics. Some of those folks are looking at our research in our field. Many of them, again, because it's academically in the United States, it's taboo to even look at anything to do with parapsychology. So they're coming around, but it's taking a while.
Well, there seems to be an explosion of paranormal research groups and programs like that. Has it grown?
The number of investigative groups is definitely been growing, again, because of the TV shows. There are some that are very serious, which is really great. And the support organizations like the Society for Psychical Research, which is the oldest organization in the world that really takes a scientific approach, has been growing. It's still not phenomenal, but it's been growing. What we see is that we have a lot of people who what they're doing. They are following methods they see on TV, which is created by producers more than they are by people.
And they need a dramatic ending to the program.
Yeah, they need drama in the program in general. Some of the first seasons of Ghost Hunters and Paranormal Stage was more about the investigators than it was about the actual process of investigation or anything like that. And the fact that they actually had it start doing things in the dark because they had nighttime camera is truly an invention of television more than anything else.
And in most cases, nothing happens for a long time. But when I see the convention, it was a 30-minute or so.
Well, you kind of have to do that because we have certainly had to wait to do a stakeout to see if anything's going to happen. But most of the time, when you do an investigation from a more scientific approach, and not every investigation really is a scientific method investigation, sometimes applying the science we learn in parapsychology. There are things that we do with the witnesses, who are often ignored in these shows, focusing on them because they are the ones who are having the experience. So we're in some respects studying their experiences more than the phenomena. And in doing that, what I've specifically found, and many psychology have found, is the phenomena does kind of follow by working with people who are first reporting it.
And in the ghost investigation, what are they looking for? What are the investigators really trying to find?
Well, we versus them, I'll tell you that. We're trying to there's two things that's going on. We have, most of the folks in our field have an ethical, I guess you can say, edict, help or explanation, and that's what we're trying to do. The first thing we're trying to do is find, for each event that is eliminate all of that, so we have a core of what's real, what might really be psychic. And we're trying to see if what people are experiencing, what is coming up in these cases, matches the patterns, the fits the patterns, or adds the evidence that we actually have from previous cases going back over 140 years. The people that are following groups, the folks who follow those shows, are more about getting either an experience that kind of makes them thrill seekers, doesn't matter if you say, these devices don't detect ghosts. If somebody on TV says this device detects a ghost, that's what they accept. That's what it is. Yeah. I have a friend of mine who sold the house, but he used to own 4 Ackerman places. And it looks like the place is haunted. And they've had receptions there, they've had seances, they've had all kinds of things with investigators. And then he sold it to well, David, yeah, I've got his book also, Atheist in Heaven, about what he believes is communication with some force estimate. Really interesting situation. Where does your work go next? Well, I have been both an investigator and an educator for a very, very long time, and I like to think that I'm helping to produce the next generation of good field investigators. We have a couple of certificate programs we're doing at the Rhine Center. I may not be doing as many investigations. The pandemic kind of shut things down, although I did have a case that we handled virtually, myself and a few of my colleagues, during the initial stage of the pandemic. We really don't get a lot of cases anymore. Most of the ghost hunting groups do a much better job with social media and advertising, even though their claims are kind of way out there, but because they are kind of making big claims, they get a lot of human cases. We end up getting sometimes the second level where the people have had the local ghost hunting groups come in, and now they're freaked out because the ghost hunters freaked out and didn't help them. We're coming in to do the opposite, to kind of figure out what's going on and help them as much as possible. I'd like to see myself and my students do a lot more, my former students do a lot more investigations to pull them away from the big claiming, posers in many respects. Hate to use that term. Yeah, but it is true, yeah. And I'd like to see more of them get interested. It's just really a shame that the vast majority of people who call themselves ghost hunters or paranormal investigators are more about either putting out content on the web. A lot of them used to say that they were making TV pilots, and I think some of them still are doing that, although now they're going onto YouTube. They want to be famous, like the TV ghost hunters. Sure. And that's not what we care about. Generally, when people go on a ghost hunt, what are they looking for? What do they want to find? Well, the folks who are going out on ghost hunts typically are going to public locations where they, again, are hoping to have an experience or get some so-called evidence, which could be anything from an electronic voice phenomena type thing that they think they're getting to unusual readings on various devices, some of which are actually legit scientific devices, although they're not always being used properly. And then they're also trying to get other communications through things like the so-called ghost boxes, spirit boxes, and some of these other devices. They're trying to get pictures of orbs. And all of that is, the evidence under their belt, although it's not good evidence. It's part of the dead, as opposed to something else. Well, we have 2 different kinds of categories of phenomena that sometimes get called ghosts. One are the true spirits or ghosts, what we use the term as apparition, which seems to be indication that people's consciousness can survive the death of the body. In some instances, they seem to stick around here besides moving on to wherever it is to go next. And there's some very good cases, certainly cases I've had are very, very good that don't have another explanation, at least as far as we've been able to figure out. And that indicates that consciousness does survive death. It's one of many types of evidence that we have for that phenomenon that survival exists. Hauntings are the imprints. We leave impressions behind. We leave emotions behind. It seems like the environment records our activity, our emotions, and that's the majority of the kinds of things that people report when they say their houses are haunted. So they're picking up something themselves. Everybody's a little psychic. So some people are picking up things that happened in their homes, or people that were in their homes, including possibly even impressions of their own activities in the past, and that often gets mistaken as spirits and ghosts. That's much more common. What about things like hell and those kinds of things? Do they exist? Well, heaven and hell are religious concepts, or depending on the part of the world or culture, it might be a mythological concept, and there's variations of what those things are. We, in the field of parapsychology, we don't use those terms. There doesn't seem to be really good evidence from the perspective of the people who seem to be communicating with spirits on the other side, whatever you want to call that other side. It's not how it's planned.
It's not up there. Food I have put in the chat. And raised the pleasure woman from
with spirits. She was told that the hell that they run into is they're confronted with their kind of a life review and all.
Oh no, I didn't. I'm gonna drop that. I'm so sorry.
And for some people that might be helpful. If you remembered everything you ever did, especially the bad things you did. But there's not like a point that seems to come through, and we don't really have any good evidence in the cases that have come up and the experiences people have had, unless you put a religious spin on them, and then it depends on the religion that we're talking about. Because the same experience could be interpreted completely differently by people from coming from different religious traditions.
I noticed that our friend Lee Spiegel wrote a little snippet for the back of your book.
69 places with the pleasure woman, and it names all kinds of spots.
His NBC show in New York.
Yeah, that's right. He's a good guy, or a good paranormal person too.
Yeah, I think he's one of the most knowledgeable people on the UFO phenomenon, in fact.
Guaranteed the women don't know all these spots. They may know where they are in their body, but they didn't know they had a name.
Released this novel called Afterlife.
Mm-hmm.
Where do people get it?
That's available on Amazon.com. In Kindle, it's actually an Audible book now as well. So you can get it in paperback, Kindle, and Audible. And we may be releasing a special edition hardcover as well. But I think most people are going to do the Kindle or the paperback. It's also available, it's distributed on Barnes & Noble site and other websites of other online booksellers. And then we also have a website about our characters and even some of the material that I've added to the book. Each of the two novels has an afterword by me, which is on the real stuff. In fact, the second book has a discussion of the actual case that is the basis of the main case in Afterlife. And our website is www.rainyandday.com. It's RANEYANDDAYE.com. Those are our two main characters. It's also a Facebook page.
We'll make sure we link that up for you at coasttocoastam.com. Lloyd, we're going to take a short break. We'll come back and talk more about the afterlife in just a moment.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app, is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
I'm Greek headed to KFI 24-hour newsroom. Police are asking for help in locating a group of suspects who beat a man unconscious at a metro station on Wilshire Boulevard. That's in the Koreatown area. It happened on February 26th around 7:10 p.m. There is surveillance footage. Police are looking for 4 suspects. They believe this was a racially motivated attack. Caltrans has all the roads to the San Bernardino Mountains open to residents with ID. The National Guard is assisting in food distribution and helping people get out. Snowplows will now work on side streets to help people get out. 4 American citizens have been assaulted and kidnapped in northeast Mexico. They were close before receiving medical procedures, and this may have been a case of mistaken identity. The Department of Homeland Security is on it. Southland weather from KFI, mostly sunny skies, high around 60. Right now it's 42 in Tucson. 47 on Balboa Island, Long Beach has 50, and at 46 in West Hollywood. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Kennedy.
In town this hour, Thursday, full freeway closure. This is all the 405 northbound to Magnolia before always going to be shut down for road work until 5. Long Beach, we have kitchens, earlier track on the 7th and north side of that from Lanes, you guys at the full speed in that area. In Steno, there is a work zone, 101 north south with Asphalt Super Cedar Boulevard. South there, there's a T-Rut lane shut down for road work until 6. KFI and the Sky Hope get you there faster. I'm Brian Van. Looking to sell your valuable coins, high-end jewelry, collectibles, and fine art? Meet Cindy. She's been around the block when it comes to buying and selling jewelry.
I buy jewelry to resell. I've been going to tangible for about 6-7 years.
Tangible 2 days more.
Here's a great example of the tangible difference. I bought a gold and sapphire bracelet. I shopped it around. They offered me 50, they offered me 100. I bought it for tangible and gave me $475 for it.
More cash, more respect.
Tangible speaking as well as would be the person coming in with, $10,000 worth of gold.
Tangible investment owner Bill DeGenova has become America's top dealer in coins, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. Bill guarantees you'll get more.
Everything I've heard about them on the radio is true.
Call now for a no obligation free professional appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got millions. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spell BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. I mean, the hypocrisy is stunning, breathtaking on this. And even the most rabid anti-abortion group of people argue with a 10-year-old girl's sports insurance for the still handle 16-year-old. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Go outside, go out, but go on another. Go outside, like time to hide, my destiny, leave each other. Life is the season, after winter comes the spring. Go out, just smile away, see what tomorrow brings. Somewhere out there, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Nori. Next hour, we'll pick up with phone calls with Lloyd Auerbach as we talk about the paranormal world, so make sure you're part of the program. Of course, paranormalbase.com keeps cruising along, 914 people shy of 156,000 signed-up members, and it's a great way to meet people who get it. ParanormalBase.com. Of course, build up your
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay brings 4 decades of experience from natural products to the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and healing the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to do. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease,
autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and Adaptogene together, supporting the body to be protected and be.
Dr. Moy, how will I feel after taking Adaptogene and ImmuStem?
ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put Adaptogene along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Moy protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better. The stem cell wellness kit with Adaptogene and ImmuStem and your free gift relax valve is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George your stem cell wellness kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
I want to introduce you to the new sponsor of Profilo. If you want to improve your shooting, you need a Mantis X. The Mantis X can improve your shooting dramatically and is a must-have for every responsible gun owner. The Mantis X is a high-tech but easy-to-use system used extensively by the military that improves your shooting quickly and gives you confidence in your ability to protect what you are. Here's how it works. You attach the Mantis X to your firearm, connect it with an app on your smartphone or tablet via Bluetooth. It gives you instant feedback on what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong, and how to correct that technique. The Mantis X is a firearms instructor in your pocket. 94% of the shooters improve within 20 minutes using Mantis X. The best part of that is you can use it at home. The best shooters in the world what they call dry fire practice at home. And Mantis X is the best way to train at home. No driving range, no spending money on range fees and ammo. You just save a ton of money and improve your shooting. Start improving today and get yours at MantisX.com. It's all free. MANTIS, then X.com. That's MantisX.com.
I have two dogs, Sam and Bailey. Both are golden retrievers. For Sam, he was a mess. Always itching his paws, was soaking wet all day from just constant licking. He had bald spots on his back. I just don't like putting socks and steroids into your dog all the time. I-N-O-P-I-C-E. Dynamite is the trick. And probably 2 weeks after he started Dynamite, I started seeing great improvements, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent. It's amazing stuff. So Bailey has been 12 weeks old. He's been a Dynamite dog, and he won't eat the food without Dynamite. When I get out the Dynamite, my dog actually salivates like I'm giving them the treat. So you're over it. Dynamite is the best thing you can use for your dog. Having your dog will be VICE.com.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Noy with you. Lloyd All back with us. We'll take calls with full power on Coast to Coast. Websites are all linked up at coasttocoastfam.com.
Well, we're hoping that Hollywood pays attention to our series once we get our third book out. Certainly.
What was that paranormal event in your life that convinced you this something happened?
Well, I've had a lot of experience with convince you that ESP was real, and even a few with psychosis. But the thing that convinced me that ghosts were real, that apparitions were people survived them, was the case that I had started out in 1984, and then in 1985. It was a case in Livermore, California, with a family of 3, plus a grandmother who was included, who had moved into a house after it had been empty for a year and a half after the previous owner passed away in a hospital. So only one living owner, one living relative who was in his 90s, and elsewhere whose family did not meet, blocked by any tree. And when they moved in, unbeknownst to each of them, the others, all 4 of them were individually seeing this woman walking through the living room or front down the stairs and waving at them and then disappearing. After a year and a half of living there, the mother, Pat, called me because her son had admitted that he was having conversations with a ghost on a daily basis.
and told the mother that he had seen the ghost, as well as his father and his grandmother had seen the ghost. None of them had talked to each other about this. That he had waved back at her the first week, and she stuck around and communicated with him, apparently helped him with his homework, and gave him a lot of information about the house and the antique they bought. They bought the house and people that we were taken around the house by the boy and the mother. That what we were told, Chris said, and he points to standing next to him is the ghost. He said, Lois is standing here. And we were introduced to her, not that any of us could see her or experience her. We ended up hearing stories about the history of the town of Livermore, because the woman had been born in that house in the early 20th century. And I discounted all those history stories, by the way, because he could have learned those through the local history, through his library, easily. Right. So we did hear stories about, and we sat down and got more stories about the one family, and a hint as to how to contact the one living relative, which I did after we left the house a few days later, and had all of those stories confirmed by this older cousin that she had. Then during the sit-down, we were also able to ask those questions about how it is that you can see her that nobody else can. Whether or not, why she should clothes. She would often change her clothes according to the boy, even change her age from time to time. We found out that she thought she didn't have an actual form, that it was just all in her own perception and mind of what she looked like, and that's what we picked up on. And there were a number of other things that, honestly, this kid would have had a hard time finding any of these concepts in any books in his library, because they were hard to find anywhere unless you had access to really old books in parapsychology and psychical research. So between the factual stuff about the family that was proven out by the relative, plus this additional information, I can come up with no other explanation for this.
Lloyd, why do ghosts haunt places?
Well, first, let me say that living people haunt places.
Explain that.
Well, there's probably the best use of the term haunt. Haunt refers to a location. That's where that word comes from. And if you watch some old movies from the 30s and 40s, especially the film noir and the detective movies, they're always talking about finding the crook or the suspect's old haunt. If you're a fan of the TV show Cheers, Norm and Cliff regularly haunt frauds when they're alive. So we have a lot of cases where, in general, the ghosts, the apparitions, when they reappear, they're either going to where their family was, which may be where they used to live, or they go to places that they had a fond memory or affiliation with when they were alive, such as bars and restaurants. That's one good reason why bars and restaurants are haunted, because if the people liked those places, they were regularly there when they were alive. And a lot of times, there are reasons why they haven't left for wherever it is they go, and we're using psychic mediums and witnesses communicating with these apparent ghosts. We're hearing a range of reasons why different ghosts might not have moved on, and it really runs the gamut from being in denial that they don't want to admit that they're dead, to not knowing what's next, being afraid of what's next, not wanting to leave their family, not wanting to leave their home because they're still not letting go of that. In other words, there's human reasons why they're still sticking around.
Guys who try to assist them and bring them along?
We don't hear from these ghosts that has happened at all. Examples of that are deathbed visions or deathbed apparitions that people have. So when they are terminal and they are in the process of dying, we hear all these stories. These stories go back to the late 1800s. In fact, there was a book in the early 1900s called Deathbed Visions about this. People in the dying process claim to be seeing a deceased relative or friend or someone who's come to help them move on to the next stop, whatever the next is next. And what's interesting is sometimes these people who are seeing these deathbed apparitions were in a coma and they wake up, or they had Alzheimer's and suddenly they're perfectly cogent, able to think, or they're sedated and you have to come out of sedation, or some other form of dementia. So it seems this aspect of hyper-lucidity, that's what it's called in medical science, happens in certain circumstances. And along with that, we find that often people are seeing someone who's
coming to help them move along, and then they go back into their original state and they pass away.
What's your takeaway on the MVP near-death? There are, we have in our field a list of, I guess, almost like a checklist. So what makes a near-death experience something psychic or paranormal fits into our field? And something that you don't have to tick off all the boxes. But one of the big pieces is that many people who have what we consider a good NDE, they may have an out-of-body experience. They may rise above their body and look at what's happening, whether it's paramedics working on them, they're trapped somewhere, they're on the operating table, they may then move around and be able to remember what they saw elsewhere. In most parts of the world, we get stories about people traveling through a tunnel to a light, and then either meeting someone, hearing a voice. If someone they meet might be a relative, might be a religious figure, might just be a light that talks to them. They often talk about having the experience of knowledge, of really knowing everything, kind of the secrets of the universe. When they come back, they know that they knew that, they can't remember any of it. They also feel at peace, and they're either given that choice to come back, or they chose to come back, or they're told it's not their time yet. But there's a lot of pieces that fall in here, and in some of the extreme cases where there's little or no brain activity, these people are still having these experiences. And they can last quite a while. And more importantly, for some people, for a good percentage of what we consider a good NDE, we find that people have a big shift in certainly their philosophy, personal philosophy, especially towards death, which is not unexpected. But they have a shift in general to how they deal with other people. Many of them suddenly develop psychic abilities that they didn't have before. Some people have a change in personality. We've seen divorces, we've seen people completely flipping on their jobs and careers and shifting gears after having this experience. And that doesn't happen to everybody who goes into a situation where their heart is stopped or there's lower brain activity. It's only certain people that have that experience. And the new one, the Afterlife, well, they're novels.
So
There's a lot of truth inside.
yeah, I think that when you start with real phenomena, and of course when you're fictionalizing, you have to sometimes exaggerate things for story purposes. But when things ring true to people, that actually gets them more engaged. And that's one of the reasons why I've been working on these novels with Rick and Arnold, to give them that sense of reality as we see it. There were other writers. There was a writer by the name of Richard Matheson, who was an amazing science fiction and horror. He wrote a number of the original Twilight Zone episodes. He wrote the book Hell House, which became The Legend of Hell House. But he also wrote Somewhere in Time, and he wrote What Dreams May Come, both of which are certainly not horror stories. They ring true, and according to my colleague and friend Barry Capps, who knew Matheson very well, Matheson was incredibly knowledgeable about parapsychology. He has an amazing parapsychology library, and he used what he read, what he found in our field, as the basis of many of these stories. Now, that's a good way to really kind of kick off something that people are going to be able to relate to and feel that there's something real here.
Amazing work that they're doing, to be sure. What happens in terms of research that really fucks this thing?
Well, what needs to happen is we need more support. Obviously, financially, for people who are really trying to do more research on the subject of survival of wildlife death. The Further Family Foundation tries to at least disseminate the information to support people we can. The Windbridge Research Center, which is in Tucson, Arizona, has been doing amazing work with mediums and also looking at the techniques and tools of ghost hunting to see whether or not they have anything to them. And then there are a few other places like the Rhine Center that really would like to expand their research program and bring other people in. We'd love to see more people coming into the field of parapsychology. Now, there's a lot of elder statesmen in the field, younger people coming in, partly because in the United States there's really no academic programs in parapsychology. We have our program for the Rhine Center, but no academic programs anymore. And that's a problem to bring new blood in. And we need new ideas and new blood and people really interested in this subject. That's going to expand that out. We also know the American public and in general around the world are interested in this subject, and people have had experiences. All the polls show that a lot of people have had what they get into contact with someone who's deceased at some point in their life, or certainly more people even have psychic experiences, and we need others behind the field because we're always battling against academic prejudice.
Did I ever talk to you about my aunt, the late Katika Troy? She wrote a book called Breakthrough the Creativity. She was a psychologist and psychiatrist who devoted her practice to investigating ESP and telepathy.
Interesting. That sounds familiar.
She wrote it a long time ago, died in a very tragic electric shock.
Let's do that.
Radio fell on her tongue.
We find that, people who are outside the field sometimes will start looking at what we've done in this field, some of the peer-reviewed journals and the more scientific stuff that they're coming from that perspective, and they end up kind of on our side. But there's just way too many people who are afraid to even look at the actual research.
Do you try to teach growth something towards the right way?
Yes. Field investigation class. It's going to be introductory ghost hunting case, in the ghost hunting course, and actually starting on Wednesday. I'm teaching a 4-week class looking at the technology that like to use, but also technology that might be useful.
I thought, that one. Why is that?
Currently, I have a
That was too far downward.
Center, and students in South Africa, several in Europe, Canada, that have someone taking the investigation class who is in the Netherlands right now.
What do you think of the work of Raymond Moody?
I think Moody was, he's the one who really exploded the idea of using some respect initially. That's been taken up by Ken Ring and others. A lot of Moody's work, I think, is excellent. He brought in an old Greek technique called the psychomantium as a way of individuals actually having their own experience of communicating with deceased relatives, which has been studied now from a therapeutic perspective as a grief relief tool. There's been folks who have been taking a look at that. His work has been really interesting, and I think that one of the things that's important about Moody is his emphasis on humanity and the fact that this is really something that is human, and we need to know more about us as people, and this is an area we have to look at.
What kind of equipment do ghost hunters bring with them?
Well, the ghost hunters who are out there following TV shows bring all sorts of equipment with them, which starts with things that you would normally have used even back before any of the TV shows that we were using. So trying environmental sensors like electromagnetic field detectors, temperature sensors, the thermometers that we're using. We might have a static electricity detector.
What would you like me to play?
And similar types of devices that specifically look at the environment.
We only play this here,
and we are trying to do, and we still are trying to do, is seeing if somebody has a ghost experience or a haunting experience.
It's called lonely. It's called lonely by the baby.
What are the things in the environment
and we won't be lonely so long by the baby. As I type it in here,
area, that world of equipment has exploded with the TV shows, and there are a lot of people
I got you. Wayne, with little Wayne, right?
False claims or exaggerated claims, especially if they're labeled with the word ghost or spirit on them, which is unfortunate. And then there's also the issue of people seeing what they are using on TV. And again, environmental sensors seem to be the best starting point. There are those devices called ghost boxes or spirit boxes with supposed radio signals and stop at random times, and they try to make sense of that, which itself has a problem to it. Those kinds of things, people are using, the ghost hunters are using dowsing rods, which I find really amusing, since they won't use other things that lack spirituality in any other way. And it's really them that's moving, not anything else.
So is there anybody who's ever been hurt on a ghost hunt?
Yes. Not by a ghost.
Not by when they stumble or something?
Yeah, if you're working in the dark, this is one of the problems, one of the reasons we suggest, one of two main reasons we suggest not working in the dark. One of them is that if you're in the dark, you can't see anything, and therefore you're going to potentially IQ, suddenly your other senses are better. Well, that might develop over a lifetime. It doesn't happen easily. Want to get to take a short break and come back and take phone calls with you next. Find out more about your next guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com. On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tilden, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions.
That was Lonely with Lil Wayne by the Baby.
Now, really? I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a deeper. Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's Really Know Really right there. Really Know Really. Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need to the equity you've built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital, they have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply 255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. Los Angeles traffic is almost as legendary as our movie stars. The late night comics get a lot of mileage out of it, but there's nothing funny about a stray auto accident. And the congestion makes Los Angeles County the state's most dangerous place to drive. At Jacoby & Myers, we specialize in the serious injuries caused by these accidents. For over 50 years, we've won over $1 billion for our clients. If yours is a serious case, get serious help. Call Jacoby & Myers. Justice for you since 1972. Just say, hey, insert smart speaker in here. Click KFI AM 640. That's all you gotta do. We're living in a space age. KFI and KOSC HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. Tuesdays aren't so bad when they start with Jennifer Jones Lake. Here she is with your 48. 48 degrees when I got in the car this morning. That's the warmest it has been in, I don't even know. And normally, you sit in the car and you're waiting for the car to warm up a little bit. And you do that first little part of your drive and it's super, super cold because you can't turn the heater on. Morning, I was like, alright, I can wait till the heater warms up. Usually it's not the freeway that I can hit it. And everybody has that spot where you know, okay, this is where I can turn my heater on. Today, it's pretty good. 48. It's cracking me up. Yeah, 48 degrees feels balmy all of a sudden. Now, we do have more rain on the way in Southern California. I'll tell you when that's expected to hit. Also, stretches of major mountain roads have been reopened in San Bernardino County, but only for people who live in those mountain communities. Also, coming up at 5:05, we're going to talk with ABC's Isis Joshi. Clean up your own head. But the Biden administration is basically telling Norfolk Southern when it comes to the mess that it made with the train derailment in Ohio. And I don't normally do those Facebook experiments. But a friend of mine posted something on Facebook that I thought would be interesting. And I did it starting last Friday. And I thought, I'm just going to sit on this and see what
So if you want to get a heads up, you can go to my Facebook page, Jennifer Jones Lee. It's my latest post that's on there from last week. And I'll get into it in a second, but what's interesting is it's all about one word and the way that people responded with one word. It's fascinating, and I kind of hope you all do it just because it made me feel so good. It's kind of blowing me away. One of the dumbest Facebook experiments I've ever seen, and yet made kind of an impact in my life. I know, weird. We'll get into that in a second. So let's start with the news. Rainy weather is coming back to SoCal. The National Weather Service says the heaviest rainfall is expected to hit LA County by early Friday, then taper off by the evening and into Saturday morning. Gusty winds are also expected this week. Snow is expected late Thursday and Friday, but only at the really, really high elevation. So I'm talking like over 10,000 feet. Now, stretches of major mountain roads have been reopened in San Bernardino County, but only for people who live in those mountain communities. They will have to show ID before they're allowed up. Officials say county road clearing efforts have passed the 85% mark system-wide, so that's 5% from where it was yesterday. ABC's Matt Gutman is in Crestline, where he says crews have been working around the clock to clear the roads. Officials say crews have removed more than 2,000 Olympic swimming pools worth of snow in San Bernardino County alone. And that's enough snow to fill the Superdome 5 full times, and it has made it so difficult for even damage assessments to be conducted. I love this. 5 full times at the Super. I never thought we'd have snow measurements via the Superdome. All right. People who live in the mountain state getting into and out of their homes is still very difficult. 100% of the county roads in Mount Baldy, Wrightwood, Cedar Pines Park, and Crestline have been made passable. Only half of secondary roads in Crestline are clear. In Lake Arrowhead, 70% of primary roads and 50% of secondary roads are drivable. I'm actually really looking forward to this verdict because I just want justice for this little boy. Verdict's expected to be announced against a woman and her boyfriend accused of killing her 10-year-old son, Anthony Avalos, in Lancaster. It'll be read at 1:30 this afternoon. KFI's going to be all over it. The pair was charged with murder and torture, along with 2 counts of child abuse involving the boy's half-sibling. The pair face a max sentence of life in prison without parole if they are convicted for the 2018 murder. And a Republican representing parts of South OC in the gun control bill funding ghost guns used during felonies. I do support the Second Amendment.
Assemblywoman Diane. I don't know what's going on with my technical difficulties. Elon Musk got enough money for all this shit, but he doesn't have enough money to fix the fucking spaces.
Committing a crime.
The bill enhances felony sentences.
They are bystanders to a crime that's being committed.
Word. I mean, come on. You would think that they figure this one out after everyone has this issue. You listen to a space long enough, either your mic goes out or you can't hear anymore. It happens to a lot of people.
Public safety in South Orange County, Corbin Carson, AFI News.
Well, we come back to ABC's Isaac Jackson. Good morning.
Good morning, JJ. I was thinking I was trying to stop my quick questions out for you this morning. Nothing major going down. No time better to see this single 33 minor valley from before you go to this constant merge of the 60 towards UCR. I'm going to this on the southbound side out of the 15 and we have to be a drive from the area. Leading Main Street, we continue past the merge of the 395, continuing to the downtown toward about Claiborne. Just looking up beyond that for the southbound area beyond the 215 foot into the west. And then to the southern point, you downtown to 15 yourself on keyword KFI traffic, east on side of the 10. Same with the freeway, measuring to Ontario, coming from about 4th. That will be still going for you, continuing for our development overnight stop, that is reference stop in the area. What's on 91, there is a Corona, barely there's delay.
Right, the cover it works really easily and super easy to do.
And things pretty good for the LA County area.
Oh yeah, definitely, for every language. So basically all you have to do is say to give it the job description and it'll write a perfect cover letter for you, specifically with your name in it and the hiring manager, everything about it. You just go to chat.openai.com and you sign up for ChatGPT. It's a very common thing that people are using now to write their cover letters and resumes. You'll just give a little information and they'll take care of it.
got out and said that not only they had an investigation going on by the NTSB, but they kind of feel exactly occurred, and so they're going to hold them accountable. They could have been made whole again. Now, in terms of the community, more folks already do say that they're going to pay for two Palestinian residents to relocate during the cleanup. There's been some reports of that.
That's right. A lot of times people apply for jobs without cover letters because it's such a pain in the ass to write one. But with ChatGPT, it's literally done in 1 second. And all you have to do is give it the link of the job and the description, and it'll write the cover letter for you. And then you see yourself at the front of the candidates because you're one of the few people who has a cover letter in addition to a really great resume and all the other things, all the other reasons why they should hire you.
The Biden administration's, demands that it stay there and it clean up and that kind of thing. Did somebody step forward yesterday and say, we hear you, we understand that we will be here until this is completely cleaned up and we can move on?
Yeah, well, we all know that the local sort of CEO, Ali Shaw, said that he's going to come to the Capitol Hill on Thursday. So,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you just have it right in front of you.
Time and time again, even yesterday, the company that they are going to stay there. They are going to clean up. And they are going to make
100% free, and it's the best cover letter writer that you could ever have. I mean, you can't write better than you got it. I'll send it. I'll send you the link.
To help address the one of the things that they add about 200 more hot box detectors. They would essentially detect when the wheel bearings are getting too hot, which the NTSB says cause this derailment in these houses. There's about 1,000 of them on their runways. They only have 200 more in the areas that have about 16 or so miles between those detectors. They want to really shorten the miles between the detectors. They say that's going to help detect whatever a train is capable of derailing based on those fault bearings. So, again, one of the many measures that they're putting in place that they say that safety inspectors and federal inspectors, the NTSB will be there every step of the way to make sure that the traffic doesn't follow along.
All right, well, I guess that's it. It remains to be seen what happens and if they abide by their promises. Thanks for your time this morning.
Take care.
Thank you later. ABC's Isaac Jackson. Get back to some of these stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Governor Newsom says California is going to cut ties with Walgreens because of the company's decision to stop selling abortion medication in 20 Republican states. Attorneys general in those states sent a letter to Walgreens and CVS last month threatening legal action if the retailers sold abortion pills by mail in their states. A police case in LA has ended with a 3-car collision that's left 2 people in critical condition. The case overnight ended in a neighborhood near Western and the 10 freeway. 4 other people, including 3 teenagers, were also taken to the hospital. Officials say they were treated for injuries not considered life-threatening. Trial has started in Orange County to the man who allegedly carried out a daring escape from jail in Santa Ana.
During opening statements, the prosecution accused the man of being the mastermind behind the bold escape. The man and 2 others allegedly received phones and tools from an outside person to carry out the plan. Prosecutors say in 2016, the men escaped to the roof of the jail and climbed down using makeshift ropes. The defense yesterday said the man doesn't deny the breakout charges, but does dispute charges of carjacking and kidnapping. The man is currently serving a life sentence for sexually mutilating a man in 2019. At the Central Justice Center in Santa Ana, Chris Adler, KFI News.
We're going to talk more about this a little bit later in the show, but a man from Massachusetts has been arrested for allegedly trying to stab a flight attendant on a United flight from LA to Boston. People on the plane yesterday say the guy tried to open an emergency exit, then started shouting that there was going to be a bloodbath. Passenger Lisa Olson recorded the guy.
You're all going to wait if you want. You ready? I won't kill you.
Officials say Francisco Torres went after a flight attendant with a broken metal spoon and was tackled by other passengers. He told investigators he wanted to jump from the plane and he believed the flight crew was trying to kill him. More about this at 5:48 this morning with ABC's Aaron Kirsty. Metro's first group of unarmed security ambassadors has started working on the agency's trains and buses.
All 300 new employees will wear bright lime green polo shirts, and officials say they've been trained to handle de-escalation, homeless problems, and other operational issues. But to be clear, ambassadors are not security officers. They are not replacing existing security staff or law enforcement. Their role is more nuanced and customer-centric. Metro's CEO, Ari Nazarian, says they'll spend about $123 million over the next 5 years on the program at Union Station. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
We'll have more on this coming up at 5:35, but Mexico's president says the 4 Americans kidnapped in his country had crossed the border into Matamoros from Texas to buy medicine. Officials in the U.S. and Mexico are searching for the group taken last week. ABC's Matt Rivers says the area the group was traveling in is incredibly dangerous.
It is entirely possible that these people crossed the border at the wrong time because they are speed out to rival groups in that city all the time.
A Mexican citizen was killed during the shootout and the kidnapping. The U.S. State Department has rated the area a level 4 do not travel. That's the highest, most dangerous rating that the State Department can issue. When we come back, we're going to talk with ABC's Inez Taylor-Sutera. And when it comes to being steadfast and digging his heels in, Ukrainian President Zelensky has vowed not to retreat from an area in his country as Russian forces really are just encroaching on this area. And he says he's not going anywhere. I mean, it could be one of the worst fights we've seen in a while in that country. So that's coming up in just a second. Right now, let's take to Josh and what's up on the 14th.
Here's actually a busy one first thing this morning getting on the southbound side, coming away from before the merger Boston Highway, continuing through Acton as you make way toward Escondido Canyon. So see some package delays continuing through Allentown as you make way toward the San Victoria and Newhall areas, but really not too crazy bad for you there. Boston Highway itself as you're coming away from about 40th Street East, continuing toward the 14 merge, definitely slow going for you there. Down there, there's something slowing you down. Down shifting yourself on to where it is hit by traffic. It's moving south on past Oak Hill as you make way through the home pass. Going to be a busy one for you from as far back as looks like about Main Street, living in this area. Package delays do continue for you beyond the 138 to continue towards 24. Hey, if I'm the sky helps get there faster, I'm the calling it. Attention Southern California. TRILLIONAIRE is ready to install your solar now and complete your paperwork in time for NEN2. They have teams working around the clock 7 days a week and have processed over 35,000 applications and counting, more than any solar company in California. No one works harder than Semper does with this free decor and honor. Go solar American style. Declare your independence with TRILLIONAIRE, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done right. Imagine no money out of pocket, no payments until 2024. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Plus, Semper offers new furnace and AC systems with a lifetime warranty and new roofs with a 50-year warranty. Don't wait. Get your solar system installed by TRILLIONAIRE before net metering changes and rates go up even more. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit SemperSolaris.com. This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Shopping for new blinds? At Blindster, we offer over 50 different blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices, custom made for your windows, and shipping is free. Shop at home and order 10 free samples of any product before you buy. Blindster.com.
This is the most afternoon. Alfred Williams. Here's what's training on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
The Lakers continue their playoff push today against the Grizzlies, who have other things to worry about. As star point guard John Moran appeared to flash the gun at a nightclub on Instagram Live and is out indefinitely in light of multiple
You nailed it, T-Stack. That's what the helicopter is. I would think the helicopter is the flying part of tomorrow happening, but just make some slight adjustments on it. Number one, it's too loud to have in residential areas. Number two, they're very dangerous. And three, like there'll be gyroscope improvements or safety improvements. But I really think perhaps that you may see alterations to a helicopter-like vehicle that will be flying.
Learn more at MDUSA.com. Hey, it's Jennifer, doing us this March to Make March Matter for Children's Hospital Los Angeles. Make March Matter makes amazing things happen for sick kids. It's a month-long event that takes place right in your neighborhood. So every time you stop, dine, or attend an event at a participating partner, they'll donate funds to support Children's Hospital Los Angeles. It feels so good to give, and saving lives is everyone's business. For more information, visit MakeMarchMatter.org. That's MakeMarchMatter.org.
Contractor license 104771. Heroes and homeowners say 350 go. One of our team rejuvenation for rehousing breakdown by performing 6 clinical adjustments with just $149. Another one is more on-call unit drainage will save $1 with a 30-foot drainage man. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And that's
KARS card machine. 1-877-5 donate your card today.
Car prices at an all-time high. Our donors are now getting the highest for 2000. Donate at carsforkids.org. And your car gets picked up tomorrow.
1-877-5 donate your card today.
Now accepting donations for land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
This will support the vital part of child development, and may help mitigate the negative impact of drugs. Keep your kids connected to loved ones, friends, teachers, grandparents, and coaches. This Child Hopeful Moment is brought to you by childhope.org. Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed and worried for September. Child Hope and Heart. Access Child Hope free and secure mental health service at 833-107-4673 or live.childhope.org. So, you and I have talked about solar max technology for years now.
Yeah. Listen, I did a ton of research back in the day. SolarMax is going to build a custom solar system like they did for me with the most innovative technology. All of it's under one roof, right out here in Southern California, Riverside specifically. They're going to provide you with the highest quality solar panels, inverters, and battery systems in the industry, hands down.
And you know what? Now is the best time to get solar because they're going to get more electrical production in the spring.
Save big, call SolarMax, and get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month. The most powerful solar panels on the market.
Plus, you'll want to lock in your NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
That's right. Call SolarMax, start saving money by spring on their 12-panel system for $0 down, $59.99 a month.
Dial pound 250 from the cell and say that keyword SolarMax, pound 250, SolarMax, or go to solarmaxtech.com.
Okay, payment available on Food Credit, CSLB number 97204. Our iHeartRadio Podcast Awards are back. It's the biggest night of the year for podcast fans. Get ready to celebrate your favorite. Head to iHeart.com/podcast awards. Check out the nominees for Podcast of the Year. That's comedy, crime, news, sports, and more. Tuesday, March 14th. Join us for our 2023 iHeartRadio Podcast Awards.
At Progressive, we're making things even easier. We'll help you bundle your home and car insurance together so you can save on both. Learn more at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
We're starting to do nuclear testing again, and maybe add more missiles to the supply. You don't want any limits on the capability to show they can kill us all. But we both have limits. 8,000, 3,000, underneath enough to go around. Jonathan, I am taking reservations. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Robin, congratulations.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app on this Tuesday morning. Thanks so much for joining me. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee. Some of the stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. We have rainy weather coming back to SoCal early Friday. We could see some snow in the mountains by Thursday night. Yeah, snow in the mountains above 10,000 feet. Don't know exactly where the crush line areas and all that fall, but we'll think it's going to get much worse up there. He says with her fingers crossed. Governor Newsom says California's going to cut ties with Walgreens, the company's decision to stop selling abortion medication in 20 Republican states. 535, a tourist nightmare. Whether it was their fault for wandering into an area that they shouldn't have, or did they not know, which is entirely possible, but the FBI is asking for the public's help in identifying the people responsible for the kidnappings of 4 U.S. citizens in Matamoros, Mexico, just over from the border in Texas. So we'll get into that in just a second. But now let's say good morning to ABC Dinesh de la Cuchera. Ukrainian President Zelensky never surprises me with his resolve to stand by no matter what the fight might be coming from Russia.
Nothing after Ukrainians are going to go to now making headlines for saying they continue to press on in Bakhmut, so that is a city in eastern Ukraine where it's in the site of the various gunfighting between the Russians and the Ukrainians. It's right on the kind of border, still on the Ukrainian side, but the Russians kind of are right there. And it's a town that's not necessarily of strategic importance to either side, but it has become symbolic. If it falls to the Russians, it'll be the first Ukrainian town in 8 months to fall to the Russians. So the Russians are really hopeful that they'll be able to take it, to be able to count that as a win. And on the flip side, the Ukrainians are determined not to hand that town over to the Russians, not to give them that win, and to say that they can resist the Russians. But we're seeing, thousands dying there on the battlefield on both sides. So there is some speculation that Zelensky decides to pull out from military leaders. Some reporting that some generals decided that it might be better for the Ukrainians to withdraw from that community and regroup and take the Russians on from different fronts. But Zelensky saying that he's spoken with his generals and that so he will not be backing down. The Ukrainians will not be retreating from that.
And even if that is the ultimate goal, there's no way that Zelensky, as the leader, if even sees the message to his fighters, has to be that we're in it to win.
That's right, yeah. And so, that's why you're seeing them, go down, saying they're going to do this to the end, and they're not going to withdraw from that. So he is coming under a little bit of pressure. So there are local reporting in the News Independent that some Ukrainian soldiers are frustrated because of the situation that's maybe so difficult, and because of such a strategic importance. So there are some that say, well, it wouldn't really cost the Ukrainians anything to just leave that town and regroup. But Zelensky and his generals clearly determined to hold on to it. I will say the Russians also, not in great shape there. The Russians have made incremental advances, but they're really suffering even more losses than the Ukrainians. And the reports of some fighting was struggled. It appears that there was and weapons and supplies. That's certainly for the Russians, it's a tough situation as well.
Which has been the story, though, the narrative that's been coming out of this war is that the Russians, yeah, they may have the manpower when it comes to the actual physical body, but when it comes to the resources, that seems to be where they fall short quite often.
Their weapon supply, ammunition supply is dwindling, and that's part of the reason why we've seen them turn towards other countries, some other international allies. So we talked about Iran before, Iran emerging as one of Russia's top military backers. They've been sending them drones. And then recently we've focused to China, and here's that China could soon provide Russia with military assistance. That happened this year, but the Chinese prime minister overnight defending China's position when it comes to the war in Ukraine and defending China's trade relationship with Russia.
All right, and thank you as always. You are awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, see you later. This is Susan Nesby with Kara. He's so good at explaining the foreign affairs, no matter if it's political or if it's wartime or whatever. It's smart. Like one smart kid. All right. I did something on Facebook that I don't normally do, but it was a girl friend of mine from high school. A friend that I honestly haven't really kept in touch with other than on social media. But I was like her. She's a year older than me, and we were buddies back in the day, and, get older and you just lose touch. So she posted this thing. I'm going to read to you part of it. Oh yeah, this is the copy and paste kind. I know a lot of people have been doing it. I still often tell you stories about that stuff that's happening on social media and how social media is unhealthy and, whatever the case may be. It promotes, and it is true, and that's fulfilling in many ways. And oftentimes, it can be depressive because you feel like, somebody else's life is better than mine, and then somebody's skinnier than me, or prettier than me, or more successful than me, whatever. This is reading the same breath. Most of you can know me pretty well. I no longer accept very many Facebook friends because I feel it's not for me. That's not me. Facebook friend or something. I will. Almost every Facebook friend I have known on some level, you are not just a number. But if you are still on my Facebook, it's because we have some connection. And I would love to see if we could still chat more than just like. Let me see, that's a experience called Meeting Between Bread. The idea is to see who acts
who read a post without a photo. Now, we are so consumed with technology, oftentimes we forget the most important thing, which is return. So what you do on this post is you write one word that reminds you of that person. Cool. It could be, I'm just looking at some that I have with regular credit. It starts out with clogging. Hopefully it's that kind of clogging. It's kind of like the poison, but Apple is usually just it. Anyway, that's my old clogging instructor, Patty. A woman named Amy says Nova in Shasta High School. David Stern says KFI. Oh, listen from Montreal, Quebec. Esther, morning wake-up call. Tony, wake-up call. Dorothy, listener. Luke, Home Depot. I live. Amy, Calfrey. That's my elementary school. North Calfrey School. Look at that. Somebody from my elementary school. Philip, it says, ding dong. I listen to Tommy a lot. Nicole Frizella. The Redwood. There's a restaurant I used to go to in Glendora all the time. You say that. Greg Gorey. Greg Gorey from Alt commented on it. And he said, yay. There's a big story behind that. Katie Houston. Boston. Oh, I gotta get my hair done. The point that I'm saying is, what is good for me was reminds me of the awesome connection that I have made throughout my life. Whether it be elementary school, all the way to now. And maybe I haven't even met you. You know, there are some people who are commenting with KFI and listeners and that kind of thing. Of course, we don't know each other. But what I do know is that you took the time to read that post and you cared, and you wanted to comment, and you wanted to make a connection with me. But I just felt it was important to share this morning because it was so, I just found it so heartening that good things can still happen on social media. All right, when we come back, we're going to talk with BBC Jim Ryan all about their 4 Americans that have been kidnapped in Mexico. This SoCal weather from KFI, partly cloudy today, but the showers has gone out of the forecast. We've got more rain on the way by Friday. Let's get to your drive on the 215. So there's a slow going for you driving northbound in Rainy Valley right now. As you come away from almost as far back as Cactus, Dr. Emergency 60, toward UCR and the Riverside Interchange, westbound side of the 91 Riverside to Corona, getting, starting to fill in for you. As you're coming away from the far back is Van Buren, and those ways you stick around the other 15 and the 71 Full to the 241 Full Road. As you come out of the high desert on the southbound side of 15, leaving this area, to be a rough one for you from the emergency 395, passing through the zone pass, which is the Florida Kenwood. And starting to see some delays for the 5 northbound out of Milwaukee, Bay Springs. So before the 605, time to delays for you continue to Boyle Heights, Court down, and only the 101. KFI and the track, I'll get those answers. I'm Nick Collier, International Awesomeness Day is this week, for what we call every day in the marketplace. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Morongo. Number 5. When and dine, you can get up to $100 in dining credit for the marketplace when playing slots with Silverboard cards. Number 4. When done, gift giveaway. You got one to happy fit, you earn 500 points on the reward card. The 13th to 14th. 3. Basket Jack with Neon Color, ride 2 times. Get your ticket down. Number 2. Lucky You. A win with the new, get $20 in free play and a t-shirt for $99. Select day 2 to 23rd. Call 888 Morongo now. And the number 1 reason. It's Madness at Side by Sports Bar. Our entire 30-foot wall with big screens is going bananas with college t-ball all month. Morongo Casino Resort and Bar. Morongo. Good time. For everybody. Hey, y'all, it's Steve Judge. It's 2023. Time for some changes at home. But when it comes to finding just the right appliances, including hard-to-find appliances, you're going to need my secret weapon, WDE Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in stock and hard-to-find appliances than WDC. So to get that kitchen and bath done right, you're going to need more than just an appliance store. You need the experts I have trusted for years, WDC. Find the one nearest you. WDCappliances.com, WDCappliances.com. Seriously, my dealership just took the kind of place
for transmission repair. Made up of over 800 pieces, the transmission is the most complex part of your car. So bring it to the transmission experts at AMCO. AMCO, always the right fix. AAMCO. Special financing available. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. Find everything you love listening to on Audible. Here's celebrity memoirs, mystery, true crime, sci-fi, and more. Audible is the home of storytelling, audiobooks, podcasts, and original. Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com. Starting May 7th, 2025, you'll need a federally accepted form of identification, like a real ID, to fly within the United States and visit friends and extended family members on military bases. So why wait to give yourself these real benefits? Get your real ID by starting the application online. Upload the correct documents and make your appointment at the DMV to finish the process. By applying for a real ID now, it's one less thing to worry about later. Visit realid.dmv.ca.gov today. Live from the Hayes bedroom, it's another eventful night for us. The curious Ron Steve has been struggling with his feedback. His wife Michelle is trying to engage the ratings. Michelle throws an elbow. He's waiting for the show. You should get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspired with sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no hose. Learn more at inspiredsleep.com.
Inspired is not for everyone. Talking about the sleep is right for you and will be important essential information at inspiredsleep.com.
You only have to wait till 14th to lock in the best rates on solar. Look today at sunlock.com. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. The news, why it matters.
And 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is your wake-up call for a Tuesday. Thanks for joining me. I'm Jennifer Jones. These are the stories we're watching in the 24-hour newsroom. Stretches of major mountain roads have been reopened in San Bernardino County, but only if you live in those mountain communities. You're going to have to show ID before you're allowed up there. So I started thinking about this. If you're like me, and maybe you don't have your address updated on your ID, you better take something with you. I mean, it doesn't say that in the story, but I bet if you've got at least a, I don't know, SoCal Gasco or, Edison or whatever, maybe that will work for you. But anyway, I guess they've got 85% only maintained roads open right now. 85%, sorry, and 70% of primary roads and 50% of secondary roads are drivable. Also today at 1:30, we're going to be waiting for the verdict to be announced against the woman and her boyfriend accused of killing her 10-year-old son, Anthony Avalos, in Lancaster. Again, 1:30 this afternoon is when that's going to happen, and you're going to hear it right here on KFI. We are going to be all over it. All right, let's take a morning. Hi, ABC is Jim Ryan. Let's talk about these 4 U.S. citizens who were kidnapped in Mexico. Take us back to the beginning. What were they there for in the first place? I hear that it's some sort of medical reason.
Yeah, the one thing is Latavian McGee. She lives in Lake City, South Carolina again. She's 35 years old and was looking for a so-called butt lift. I think we were talking about this a couple of weeks ago, this medical procedure. Right. Yeah, it costs about half as much in Mexico for that cosmetic surgery as in the United States. So he gathered up 3 friends, including a cousin of hers. They all loaded into a minivan that was rented. Drove from Sherman down through the south into the Texas down to Brownsville and then over the bridge.
How you living, baby? I love the fact that this is a milk space. I feel like milk appreciation is definitely underappreciated, and it needs to be.
They were stopped. There was a team of gunmen apparently who jumped out. They opened fire on the minivan and then took the 4 of them hostage. The anniversary of her silent thing. They marched self-awareness. Once they were the crossfire, where they caught up in the crossfire to rival gang members, or
you're getting out the word. Shout out to Dave for getting out the word. March is milk appreciation month. I love it.
Nobody knows at this point, but there are one of the theories going around.
Okay, this area where they were kidnapped, level 4 do not travel area. And I'm not even necessarily blaming them at this point. Maybe they didn't know when they were going through this area that it was a place that you weren't supposed to travel. However, A level 4 do not travel area typically means what? What kind of things or would you be in that area?
Well, the State Department would say specifically like the threat of kidnapping, like the threat of getting caught in the crossfire of violence between other groups. There are all sorts of issues that can come up in the State Department, right? To warn American citizens about all of them. It doesn't just apply on a market to other border communities like that one on the other side of the border, where the cartel shootouts are happening with a lot of frequency. So yeah, you've got a more interesting that on the same day that Latavius Green and her and the three others were kidnapped, that this advisory had come out of the State Department.
So is there the possibility that they didn't know? I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt because I will tell you when I went in for my weight loss surgery, I'm sorry, the lady who does my lashes said, "Oh, God, please don't tell me you're going to TJ for it." And I went, "Wait, what?" And she said, "Oh, yeah." She said, "You don't know how many of my clients will go to Tijuana to get, breast implants or to get some sort of augmentation or, facelift or something like that because it is so much cheaper." I've heard of people maybe going down there for prescriptions that they wanted that were maybe, something they couldn't get here or whatever like that. But I didn't realize what a kind of normal thing it was for people to go to Mexico to get these medical procedures, these cosmetic procedures.
Well, it has a name. It's called medical tourism. There's control and prevention calls it that. Medical tourists in the U.S. They're traveling to Mexico, Canada, Central South America, Europe, the Caribbean to find either medication or medical procedures. I have a very good friend right now whose wife is sick, and he originally was from Mexico, and they've gone down
For the milk that could have been. Let's all take a
area
moment of silence for a milk that could have been.
experimental drugs. And not only are they more
I'm my own
expensive,
favorite porn star, baby, but just pick your favorite milk porn star. That's my favorite one. I could take any of them, baby.
People do this. About a million people every year make those kinds of trips.
All right.
Excellent, baby. I stream my life all day, every day. I have more content online than any person in global history.
But I guess it's just a wait-and-see kind of situation.
Well, it really is. The FBI has posted a $50,000 reward. There's not much more the U.S. to do except to work with
Los Angeles
authorities, and that's what's being done right now in Tamaulipas State and with the government of Mexico City.
All right, Jim. Thanks as always. Talk to you soon.
See you.
Yeah. LA County DA George Gascon has lost a retaliation lawsuit filed by a county prosecutor.
Oh yeah, we'll line up milk.
$1.5 million yesterday.
And you know what? If we do it soon enough, we can do it during Milk Appreciation Month. March is Milk Appreciation Month.
She was denied jobs and raises and was demoted.
I'm a rabbi. I'm a software engineer. I am. I'm Jewish. I'm a rabbi. I am a certified project management professional. I'm a software engineer. And I hold the Guinness World Record for most amount of hours streamed online. So, for the last year, I gave up a six-figure income with a Fortune 500 company to stream my life online. I've done it now for 666 straight days, and I'm not looking to stop. I have more content online than any person in global history. You know one thing, listen to Bill Gates in the 1990s, because content is king, and I am king of content. Data is the number one resource in the world, and I have more data online than any person.
During the video posted yesterday, Schwarzenegger called out anyone who has heard some conspiracies about Jewish people or any race or gender and thought, that makes no sense to me. A man in Las Vegas has found a way to make his bride's dream come true. A bride says her new husband was determined to have Adele change their wedding. So he improvised a little on their wedding day.
I think that a lot of those people probably blackmailed with pictures. I don't know what they did there. There are a lot of rumors that they did a lot of that. That flight log is quite interesting.
And then practically without skipping a beat, she kept singing and walked away. And singing, KFIA. It was just like I love that. We'll go with Joe. I think that's so awesome when
oh no, man, he's right now. When you have that kind of money, you're living your life in Israel, or you've got plastic surgery, and you're living your life in South America. Yeah, oh, definitely.
And I would love for you.
Absolutely. You know what kind of friends he has?
the Wiggle Waggle Walk this year. Now, if you're thinking to yourself,
what are the odds that the cameras went down? He had cameras on him 24 hours a day. He had cameras on him 24 hours a day, as do I. And the cameras went down. What are the odds that that's true? What are the odds that the cameras would go down at the exact moment that he supposedly killed himself?
Now, it's $50 a person, but what that gets you is the Wiggle Waggle Walk and Run t-shirt, bandana, bib, and you get a medal across the finish line. Now, what is fun about this is I can't tell you enough how much I love the Pasadena Humane Society, which is why we put together this team every year. I couldn't do it without producer Michelle. She's my right hand on this whole thing. But what we love about it is we get the chance to meet you. And like I said earlier, I don't often get that, I know you guys are listening out there, but it's weird. I'm in a little room. I can see Tyler on the video screen, and that's about it. So come out, support the animals. Every second or every penny goes to helping the animals and the programs at the Pasadena Humane Society. So all you have to do is go to kfiam640.com/wiggle. kfiam640.com/wiggle. And you can go there and join our team. And if you can't join the team, I'd love $5, $10 from you, anything. Everything helps and help support the animals and the people at Pasadena Humane Society do what they do best. So again, kfiam640.com.
You're exactly right, and it makes for a perfect little one too. He just needs a little bit of plastic surgery. He dyes his hair. No one would ever know the difference.
We'll get into that in a second. Really busy one for you is making northbound along the 509 no longer instead of a strange adjacent area, but before the 605 getting into commerce. It's going to be a slow drive for you to Slauson. So the northbound on the 5, it'll be busy again for you from before the 710 out of East LA. Commerce continues to Boyle Heights.
Frankly, he could do the exact same thing. He could get another island and do the exact same thing all over again.
And beyond the 110, that's looking so fun for you drive as well. With some side of the 10 State Demonic Freeway. Going to fill the same road down Alameda.
Absolutely. A very corrupt thing. I think it's a very corrupt thing. So yeah, that definitely cares. I think it's very corrupt. But I'm just saying it's possible that hey, if he's on the run or nobody's looking for him or whatever, he has his plastic surgery or whatever, and does the same thing with the next round of TRILLIONAIRE.
Hello, I'm Jonathan Coyan, founder of Rooter Hero Plumbing. You're hosting a party.
I'm not saying that's what he do. No. Mossad has enough. Mossad has enough deep fake people to do that.
I shudder when I tell this story because it happened to me. Can you imagine? I own Rooter Hero Plumbing and my toilet overflowed. Talk about being humbled. Well, the truth is, it can happen to anyone. And
but basically, that little island. Go ahead.
77. That's what I did, and the owner was here within the hour. Not because I'm the owner, but that's just what we do. I'm so confident that you'll be satisfied with our services that I put my cell phone number.
I work in Silicon Beach, so I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and I'm certified project manager professional. I've got certifications in big data. I'm not exactly sure what big data, but
This report is sponsored by Memorial Care. Whether it's Sunday afternoon or 3 a.m., wherever, they'll hit you at
yeah, I have 1,000 different TikTok accounts. I have more TikTok accounts than any person globally. I have more. Just type into YouTube, just type Rabbi Rothschild or ViralRabbi and filter by live. And just see, I got 6 different streams going right now. If you go to my profile, I have the link. You can just click on them, they're live. Rothschild, ROTHSCHILD, and then correct. You got it. And then filter by live, and you'll see I have more live streams going.
Style runs in the family. Athleticism runs in the family. Extraordinary runs in the family. The Mercedes-Benz range of SUVs. Learn more at MBUSA.com or test drive one at your local dealer.
Senior 100% Medicare scan. If you get a phone call,
one I have 1,000 followers, another I have 2,000 followers. You should see I have 6 different live streams going right now. No. That's just one of my accounts. I have 36 different YouTube accounts. So accounts that I have subscribers is 2,000. I have another one with 1.73 thousand. No. I have another account that has 2,000 subscribers. If you go to the my channel is just at Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. That one has over 1,000. World Peace. So I have dedicated my life to World Peace and to give it a platform, and also keep.
On IQ's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares his
Definitely.
brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance.
No, I'm absolutely in agreement. I'm anti-war. I'm an anti-war person, so I don't feel that we should have war anymore. We're mature enough as human beings in society. We shouldn't have war anymore. We should talk about the future and how we can move forward with future technology, future energy, free energy, and other really great solutions. There's anti-gravity out there. Lowenberg, she is basically going to be the face. No. She's the face of the environmentalist movement exactly for the next 50 years. She will likely be a UN Secretary General eventually and really lead climate change. It is. Definitely. But she is definitely the chosen candidate for that.
In the little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a six-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the qualify button. It only takes
Which one are you?
Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com.
Simple things parents and caregivers can do to help children cope with stress. It's important to talk to children in age-appropriate language and approach the discussion in a calm and sensitive way to help them cope. Your Tell Hopeful Moment is brought to you by tellhope.org. Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. Tell Hope can help. Access Tell Hope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4273 or live chat at tellhope.org.
Portions of the following program will be recorded. It doesn't matter what the EPA does. It doesn't matter what business does.
It's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
You just don't trust them. They're all liars. None of it is true. They're doing nothing.
I have more content than any single person in global history. No one has put out, no single person has put out more content. I not only have been streaming my life for 666 days on one stream, but 6 streams. You got it. For World Peace.
Tyler, what was the inspiration for this morning's music?
I don't make money off it as of yet. As of right now, I just am living off savings to do it. But eventually, I think there's enough data on it, of course, and the data is so valuable that I will eventually apply the money.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is your wake-up calls. Rainy weather coming on Dr. SoCal. Not the weather service.
Definitely. All of the above. And then we talk about a lot having to do with future technology. So, like, what about future technology? Like, for instance, anti-gravity, antimatter, if you're familiar with what those are. And basically, okay, so, there is, so I tweet about this stuff if you want to read it as well. Some really interesting things. So, like, 4D printing. Here's one. What's 4D printing? 4D printing is an emerging technology that allows objects to change their shape over time. 4D printing was first formed by stylistic in 2015. 4D printing is an equipment featuring technology. 4D printing objects can change their shape in response to external stimuli, such as temperature, humidity, or light. 4D printing involves using smart materials that can react to different environmental conditions. So what I do is I find really advanced subject, and then I ask ChatGPT about it, and then I tweet about it. So, for instance, other things that storing fuel cells, smart grid, solid-state batteries, ocean thermal conversion, molten salt reactor, lithium sulfur batteries. You can just literally use them like And it's not just like 280 characters, it's 4,000 characters. It's on the Twitter list.
When the flight attendant confronted a passenger about this, court records said Francisco Torres, 33 years old, of Leominster, Massachusetts, said that the flight attendant, well, is there a camera that caught me doing this? He then goes into the bathroom, breaks a spoon in half.
Definitely. No, it's not about money at all. It's about world peace. It's definitely about world peace. But I eventually will be the richest person in global history because I have more content than any person in global history.
So it was almost like you went after him for tattling on him. I mean, it was bizarre. And so this passenger, what was his beef? He thought that the flight crew was trying to kill him or something?
Well, that's what he told investigators on the ground. Look, we don't know what his real motive is here, and it doesn't sound like he's a particularly sound mind. But he told authorities on the ground once he was arrested after being tackled by other passengers that held the plane down that he thought the flight attendant was going to kill him, and he wanted to kill the flight attendant first. So he also said he understood the consequences of opening the door mid-flight, which he really can't do. So he just didn't really sound like he was, particularly of sound mind, but the investigators did not ascribe any kind of a motive to his actions.
I had to turn my mic off when you said he was of sound mind. I laughed out loud. But the fact of the matter is, because of the fact that clearly he wasn't of sound mind, however, he admits that he knew right from wrong. That's kind of going to screw him if he goes for some sort of a mental defense.
Oh, I mean, we're not even there yet. He faces, the notice, and he faces that could get him like a ticket if he of interfering with the flight crew with a dangerous weapon.
Thank you so much, DJ. I really appreciate it. If you check and see some of the things about what I've tweeted, antimatter is one of them, but human sexuality is another one. That's very important. I put 69 ways to pleasure a woman on there. We asked it about cunnilingus. I mean, really interesting things. I mean, absolutely. Here, I asked AI about how to eat pussy. Licking the tongue is number 1. 2 is tongue twirling. 3 is licking the alphabet. 4 is tracing slow circles around the clitoris with the tip of the tongue.
Reaction now. It's almost like, I mean, we all see something, say something, but you hear more and more.
That's right. But I mean, these are important questions that I ask AI, and I feel we should be asking in society.
This sort of trained response that just comes out of us all naturally.
Well, thank goodness, right? That people are willing to engage like that. But flight attendants, I think, have had enough. Their union put out a statement indicating they'd like Congress to pass a law to ban anybody from flying if they're involved in shenanigans during for a flight attendant. I think flight attendants kind of took it off the skin during the pandemic if they were involved in unpopular rules and the law. They just sort of had enough of
Red pen. Earth.
All right.
Into the earth. Into the earth. Work into the fucking ground.
See you later, Aaron. What did you do to Kirsty? If you didn't know, he was live from New York. That's always kind of a fun thing. I like to play. Where's Aaron this morning? If you've ever noticed, sometimes Aaron is going down to the subway station. Sometimes Aaron is at home. Sometimes Aaron's dog is in the background. Sometimes Aaron is on the street in New York. That's the life of a reporter. Kind of never know. They always have to, talk to their affiliates like us. But that doesn't mean that they're in a newsroom like you see on TV. I don't know. You guys are working. Not that the TV reporters. No, but video reporting is unlike anything I've ever seen before. You are just constantly like, hey, I'm going to be in court right now, and all of a sudden I'm at a brush fire. That's it. You just never know. TV's Dr. Bruce Hensel has pleaded no contest in LA to a felony charge for allegedly asking the 9-year-old daughter of an acquaintance to send him sexually suggestive photos. He was immediately sentenced to 2 years probation and an order
I did not send it.
Sex offender, and so apologized in court yesterday. This next
I want to know.
Makes me sad. It makes me think, what the hell is wrong with us? And when I say us, I mean all of us and our fascination with the decline of somebody who is sick. There's got to be money in it, or this wouldn't be happening. Bruce Willis's wife has asked paparazzi to stay away from her husband, who was recently diagnosed with dementia. Emma Hemming Willis says photographers tried to talk to Willis over the weekend while he went to meet friends in Santa Monica.
I know this is a job, but maybe just take a space for the video of people frequently yelling at my husband and asking him how he's doing or whatever, the easy and the easy tired. Thanks, Liz. Okay?
Now, she also asked people to allow Willis's family and friends to help the actor from point A to point B safely. She says people looking after someone with dementia know how difficult and stressful it can be to get someone out into the world, even if it's just to go get some coffee. Now, symptoms of Willis's dementia include personality changes, speech difficulty, and motor impairment. So he's dealing with two different things. He's dealing with aphasia, which is the communicative part of this, with an aggressive form of dementia. What makes me just so sad is the fact that Emma Hemming Willis had to put this out. That the paparazzi know they know that they can get paid shot of Bruce Willis looking, I don't know, bewildered, or which we all would look when somebody hollers at you. You look over your shoulder like, hey, what? We have a weird look on our face, right? And then somebody can write a story around it and say, oh, look, Bruce Willis, man, he's really declining. No, it could be nothing more than he looked over his shoulder because somebody, like you said, yippee-ki-yayed at him. I was going to do yippee-ki-yayed at me, I guarantee I look over my shoulder. What? But, I don't know. What is wrong with society? When do we get to that point where watching someone go downhill isn't entertainment? A marine mammal rescue in Laguna Beach has started a $14 million water reclamation project to save 15,000 gallons of water per day. Pacific Marine Mammal Center's Dr. Alyssa Deming says the project will also expand patient capacity from 125 to almost 200 injured sea lions and seals at a time.
We're trying to take the messages they're bringing from the ocean to understand what's going on out in their environment in ways that we can mitigate and help. So by increasing the space, it increases our patient care, but it also increases our ability to do research.
Deming says the expansion that is, will also make room for more veterinarian externs, graduate students, and other educational opportunities. He says the project will also include a new treatment room for surgeries, endoscopies, and ultrasounds when complete next year. And more than 2 months after his death, C-22 has been buried at his undisclosed location in the Santa Monica Mountains, according to a wildlife official, Beth Mack, who we had on our show from the National Wildlife Federation last week. He says C-22 was laid to rest in a private ceremony arranged in conjunction with local tribal leaders, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Natural History Museum of LA County, and the National Park Service. But he says the actual burial location will not be revealed, just to make sure that the site is preserved and protected. This is KFI and KOSC-HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. Your SoCal weather from KFI. We're going to have a partly cloudy day ahead, but I don't see any showers in the forecast. Still pretty chilly. Highs will be in the 50s and very low 60s today. Stay that way for tomorrow, but by Wednesday, highs could be in the mid to upper 60s. Stay that way. It looks like just into Friday. Then we've got more rain on the way Friday. Snow above 10,000 feet, but that's a taper off by Saturday. Hold on, kids. We're on a weather roller coaster. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee. This has been your wake-up call. Expect that drive on the 110. Got a traffic around in on Suffolk. I'm going to talk about on Adam Burton. That will be a four-lane drive here heading northbound on the 110 from Suffolk to Manchester. Unrelated to what the fuck is this? Come off the 60 with a little rain. That'll be busy for you through downtown. That's Richmond early. It's heavy again for you out of downtown. Turn west Santa Monica, get away from Vermont. Traffic got a little bit of a slowdown for you. And I'm fine. For now, the orange touch is 572 split 5 southbound. It'll be busy for you to make way towards 17th Street. And you west Riverside, Corona. No big
Dr. Delay's definitely filling in for you here. The Riverside portion of the Tyler is the head coach of Kinley. The opposite Kinley, that'll be really still going to drive here. People on full road. Northbound 15 coming out of Lake Elsinore to this Metro Valley area of Corona. So going for your overall from Lake Elsinore toward at least those water, if not all the way toward the Halgo. So you're behind the sky, you'll get there faster. I'm telling you. If I were looking to sell your house, finally, after it's gone up and down over the last few years, and now is the time, let me suggest going to directbuyers.com. Because, well, let me tell you what you're not going to get with directbuyers.com. If you're not going to do a commission, you're not going to have a real estate broker, like ordering it. Yeah, we're going to say clue number 10. Walking through your house, you can't be there. 14. And the place has we're going to go with it. 6. And, dropping out. I mean, yeah, we'll go with 2. We'll go with 2. Directbuyers.com eliminates all of that. Really? Yeah. No commission, nobody walking through your house, no cleaning, no repairing, you're basically selling it the way it is. That's directbuyers.com. We're going to go with 50. Even a $15,000 cash advance before closing to help with your move, they'll never lowball you. Go to directbuyers.com. Let's go with 242. Directbuyers.com. Where you get fucking pile drive this yeah, how did this bitch die? Oh no. You said sold it no more. Not you. Help protect yourself. If you become a motherfucker, you'll walk into it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can take up to 25% off the first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. Diet, heat transmission fluid. Seriously? Just the drink. We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for car repair. So don't risk it. Take your car to the experts at AMCO. AA MCO. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. American Vision Windows. SoCal's choice for energy-efficient windows and doors. AmericanVisionWindows.com. Exploring more stimulating talk. And Newsom came back. You're going to get smoked by Trump. I love that. That's when politics gets fun. And now, Handle on the news. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Bill Handle. Good morning. Bill Handle here. It is a cold Tuesday morning, March 7th. I think next week's going to get a little bit. But we're expecting rain over the weekend. More snow coming in Northern California. The mess going on in San Bernardino and the mountain areas, it starts the national news every single night. I mean, World War III could be declared, and this story is bigger. And it's, oh, the poor people. Oh, I love living in the mountains. Beautiful. Okay. Good for you. It's tough. It's tough. The national interest in the story is rooted in a lot of hate for California, as well as the ignorance of assuming that all of California is like the East. Yes. And so it's like, oh, look at those hippies all snowed in now. How do you like it? And we get stories of the story of the country, and almost always they miss us. I mean, we just don't get those storms. They go in the Pacific Northwest, and then boom, they go across the country. This entire I don't know, the last year, every night there's a storm going across the country. Anyway, quick hello to one and all. Jennifer, good morning. Hello. Yeah, Wayne, good morning. Good morning, sir. Jennifer. I just said hello to you. Sorry, I meant Michelle as I looked at Jennifer. Good morning, Michelle. And Tyler, good morning. Good morning, Bill. All right, yesterday, having left the show, I went over to, I took stuff to do, when I went to Costco, and then did a Costco left. And, okay, fair enough. So, it was, the Costco up here in Burbank. It was, man, there was not any parking space, not one in that lot, and it's not a lot that small. So it's one of those things where you start just driving around and just catching that perfect time when someone's pulling out in front of you, and then boom, you got it. And yeah, it must have taken me 15 minutes. So then I get into the Costco. And it's around lunchtime, so of course I hang out in Costco and I have lunch there, not going to the food court, but eating the samples. Quite often I do that and I save a ton of money, and it's a nice, it's a varied menu for lunch. There's no place. You get a lot of different kinds of food. Small little bits of it, but if you do it long enough, it works. So I'm in there about 45 minutes. And I got my stuff. I bought what I had to buy. I didn't buy a meatball. And then I go out in the parking lot. Every other parking space is empty. Everyone. Whoa. I've never seen it that empty. I know that's 45 minutes. And Costco wasn't that crowded. So I got hit with a Costco god yesterday.
Were you there like right when it opened?
No, I got there about 11:30.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, 11:16, 11:30.
You know, if you go around and get those samples, it's kind of like when you go to a step tasting and they bring you out all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
It's the Costco step tasting. So
Yeah.
you want granola and a pot sticker.
And every once in a while, those sample suppliers or those people that do the sample speaking rarely, but every once in a while you get some.
Bill. Hey, Bill, I know the answer to this question from you is probably hell no. So I'm mostly asking Michelle and Jen and Tyler, although you can answer too, but I have a feeling I know. And that is this phenomenon that I experienced when you're at Costco and they give you the sample. Do you feel any obligation to then go like, oh yes, this is good, I'm going to buy some?
Yes.
When it's really tasty, I do. But
You don't do it out of
oh God no,
awful.
oh God no.
Man, I have this weird feeling.
Yeah, but they don't. Yeah, they could do it. Maybe the fourth time I go back to the same sample with the same person because I like what they said, what they were offering. But no. All right, let's do it, guys. Yeah, plenty going on this morning. Let's start with Handle on the News with Jennifer Wayne and me and the lead story. Well, the verdict has been reached in the trial of the, I will say it, the murder of Anthony Avalos, the little boy who died in 2018.
There's no embarrassment.
The boyfriend in front of a judge. And the judge is going to come down and render, which I don't know what the defense was on this one. I have no idea what the judge, what the defense attorney said.
A big part of it was this hair splitting about what specifically caused his death. And it was this, but not these things that this monster did.
And that's not going to work. And, of course, death penalty's off the table. Why? Because George Gascon,
I haven't checked. Now you can tell everybody that this thing is at least a pound heavier.
I hope George Gascon runs once again for PA. He loses by triple digits.
That would be something.
Because I just don't understand from when he was in San Francisco, I was there. He was chief of police. He'd come on to the show. This guy was like law and order, crime guy. Like, he was a cop. Then he comes to San Francisco, I'm like, you have a lobotomy between there and here?
People change.
It's bizarre.
People change.
I don't understand.
Stay tuned, everybody, though, because a little later in Handle on the News, a story showing that the chickens of Gascon's incompetence and malfeasance are coming home to roost upon his head.
100%.
There's a guy from Massachusetts who has been arrested for allegedly trying to stab a flight attendant with a broken spoon on a United flight from LA to Boston. So I guess the guy tried, and I guess that turns off the signal. So a flight attendant came back and was like, dude, what are you doing? You can't do that. So then the guy runs into the bathroom, breaks apart the spoon, and then runs out of the bathroom, down the aisle with the broken spoon,
ends up getting the flight attendant in the collar. Flight attendant wasn't hurt.
Yeah, going for the neck.
But then everybody on the plane, I think they said 6 people actually tackled him and held him down. He told investigators he wanted to jump from the plane because he thought the flight crew was trying to kill him.
And now, this is for, he is, I believe, lucky that they videoed the whole thing because it is so obvious he is out of his mind in a psychotic episode that's the first thing I would do if I'm his defense attorney, bring that to the table and ask for the not guilty by reason of insanity defense. And you can see how crazy he is. This is not made up. I mean, the guy is clearly, if you watch the video, completely out of his mind. Let's take a break, and we'll come back. In the meantime, let's check in with Jennifer live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin made an unannounced visit to Iraq today. A U.S. official said the Pentagon chief's visit is to show the U.S. is committed to a military presence in Iraq nearly 20 years after leading the invasion that brought down Saddam Hussein. Yesterday, that announced fewer of them will be receiving promotions in the upcoming performance review cycle. SoCal weather from KFI, we've got a gray day ahead, a little warmer than yesterday. Most everybody's highs will be in the upper 50s to right at 60s. This report is brought to you by your cable stores. From the California Toyota Dealer Shopping Center, West Oak, places like the 405.
Let me this one for you Long Beach northbound sign from Cherry Passing 710 toward about Alameda, and then you get a little heavy again for you out of Carson as you make your way just past Avalon Boulevard before Main Street in the 110. That'll be going for you to the south bay, which is Dean Road, Trans Avenue. So going pretty further northbound on the 405, out of Hoffman and Lennox, off the 105, those delays 6 right across Fox Hills in the 90s. Southbound side of the 405 right now, coming out through the station end of Allen City, still going on Mission Hill. Leaving Devonshire and seeing that slow down for you, continuing beyond the 101 as you head to the Polo Pass, sort of about Molten or Skirball. KFI and the Skyhouse get you there faster. I'm Nick Collier's team. During Staples Teacher Palooza, teachers stay big or you save. It's the perfect time to help your favorite teachers stock their classroom. Save 25% on classroom decor. Plus, 12 bottles of Purell hand sanitizer at just 49 cents. In-store only, offering 311. Hurry to Staples today. This report is sponsored by Discover. Discover credit cards do something pretty awesome. At the end of your first year, they automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right, everything you've earned doubles. The cash back from trips, restaurants, all doubles. Seriously, though, keep friends are checking out for yourself at discover.com/net. A light store system gives you filtered and delicious water straight from every tap in the house. It filters out the chlorine and contaminants while retaining healthy minerals, and there's no filters to change ever. It's maintenance-free. New customers get a free Epipure antibacterial filter. That's worth $825. This ends March 31st. Call 800-803-2696. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Lightsource Water, taste and feel the difference.
Shop Albertsons and Vons for big savings. You'll play yogurt, 46 ounce selected varieties are 18 cents. Then 24 with coupons. And cereal or cereal, 8.9 to 12 ounce selected varieties are $1.47 each when you buy 3. Lose 6 total.
I'm Martin Post, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I've told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. Good Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergies, viruses, mucus, and germs. And that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like John, quote, after walking around my whole life being a mouth breather, I was excited to try Navage. I read the directions carefully, pressed the button, and oh my gosh, what a sensation. So much mucus, so much crust, but oh sweet, merciful air, I can finally breathe you through my nose. Never have I ever taken such an amazing breath in my life. This is a life changer, unquote. Each one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage. The all-natural solution people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, smaller, and stay healthier without trouble. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life. Hey, Team Sharks, if you're planning on going solar, listen up. The state has changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce. Not in your favor. Fortunately, there's a grandfather period to lock in the current rate, but time is running out. So how do you do that? You start by calling Sunlux. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Sunlux will help you get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait. Go to sunlux.com, sunlux.com. CFW 10083. Welcome to Pray.com, the Relentless Hope Podcast. Show that will help you love your life, live with purpose, and like of helping others.
God can do anything. God can use this now.
Listen to Pray.com Relentless Hope on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. I just got an email from SoCal Gas. They want rate hikes of 20% to their regions, or if it continues to invest in the clean energy technology, this clean energy stuff is going to bankrupt us. So everything's going to be electric, your car, your stove, your water heater, gone and again. Yeah, well, they're on the electrical system. So it's live 1 to 4 p.m. on CMI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. And good morning, Bill Handel and the morning crew. It is a Tuesday morning, March 7th. We continue more Handel on the news, Jennifer Wayne and progress being made in clearing the roads in San Bernardino County. All those people snowed in or snowed out away from their homes and can't get back. Caltrain's been working. You've got Highway 18 and 330 and 189 are now open. If you're a resident, you will have to show some kind of proof that you live there, but you don't need a phone test, which is a sign that they consider it pretty safe at this point on those roads. So it's going to take a long time till everything's back to quote normal, but they are making some progress. Now, hopefully they'll make as much progress as they possibly can before we get the next storm coming in. But the temperatures are going to be warmer. It looks like the snow level's going to be at 10,000 feet. The highest this air gets is about 9,000 feet. So hopefully this is good news. So we've got another storm coming in Thursday night. The good piece of the rain is expected to hit LA County by early Friday, then tapering off kind of into the weekend, and just some, drizzle and leftover showers by Saturday morning. And hopefully, like I said, this is going to be a warmer storm, so it won't be quite as much havoc as the others. 4 U.S. citizens are missing. This is a crazy story. They were crossing over the border near Brownsville, Texas, into Matamoros, Mexico, in a van with North Carolina plates, when apparently people fired at them and then grabbed them and pulled them out of their vehicle, put them in another vehicle, and drove off with them. The FBI is offering a $50,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of the people involved in the return of these victims, and that's about all we know. We don't really know who they were. We know Matamoros is one of the most violent areas of Mexico because it used to be run by the Gulf Cartel, and the Gulf Cartel has splintered into a bunch of smaller warring factions now. Yeah, I was listening to from the State Department. Level 4 advisory, which is the highest advisory, sort of you can't go there, which doesn't happen very often. And it is, the State Department's spokesperson said it is controlled by the cartels. Well, you were talking to the client earlier. Wasn't the woman there for medical procedure? Yeah, so she actually went there, and that's what I was going to tell you. Her name is Latonia Washington McGee. She's 33 years old. She went with 3 of her friends to go down to get a butt test. And here's the thing. There is a trend of people, to have cosmetic procedures done because it's about cost price. And the deal is, according to the Manual, the State Department issued that level 4 warning that morning. So there's a chance they didn't know that they were traveling through an area that was that risky. Still though, yeah, maybe they didn't pay attention. You're right. South Carolina and North Carolina place, maybe had no idea. Now, a lot of people go to Tijuana for dental procedures. Oh, because, but with dentists, it actually makes a lot of sense. Because these are high quality, and a lot of American dentists who are trained in American schools go down there because it's a cost of living, they speak Spanish, and even at half price, they make buckets of money. Also, if you want all gold teeth, it's a great place to go. Yeah. But you're right. But in this case, the whole spectrum. I always wondered about those categories. I don't know. I could use I had nobody at all. When I had my various
for my surgery, my last lady said to me, "Oh God, please tell me you're not going to TJ." And I went, "What?" And she said there's a big group of people who have gone for breast augmentation, liposuction, whatever, all those who want it for it. And I'm like, all right. I'm going down the rabbit hole, by the way, of how much food got this cost. Yeah.
Well, you have to lose a lot of weight. That's all. You do the bariatric. And, in my case, I lost so much weight. I was doing a good way. My butt sweater. I actually just painted an American flag on it, 4th of July, and there I am, with the sweater.
Okay, so the average bucket costs $5,000. I've seen some of those $2,500 to $16,000.
Wow. Now, is that per piece, or is that both?
I think it's for both.
Okay. But see, you want to try one first to see if it works. Then if it does, you do the other two.
You can relate to moving on because you and I are down this rabbit hole. Ukrainian President Zelensky has vowed not to retreat from Bakhmut as Russian forces are getting into this eastern city. Here's the weirdest part about this. It's not necessarily that Bakhmut is so important to Ukraine. It's the symbolization of Russia getting a hold of a city. That hasn't actually happened in 8 months. So it's important for the Ukrainians to hold on to this city because they just don't want the Russian forces to think, to ramp up.
And the propaganda value for a church. However, it's going to be very expensive for the Ukrainians to do this. And I'm talking about terms of mainly lives. And if you look at Bakhmut, there's nothing left of that city.
No, and I guess that on the Russian side, yes, they have more troops and physical, like the actual bodies, the manpower. However, apparently, they're fighting with shovels in some cases.
Oh, yeah, it's crazy. There's a great story I'm going to tell you about at 720, where there is now a full organization. It's a call center for Russian troops that want to surrender. It's a call center.
Oh, wow.
And I'll do that at 720.
Well, China has a new foreign minister. His name is Qingdong, and he until recently was China's ambassador to the U.S. And in that role, he was a diplomat. Now, he is a bellicose ranker in his new role. And he has issued a big warning that says, in essence, if the United States keeps going down this reckless path that we're on, I'm really 100% clear what he's referring to, but if we keep going down this path, there's going to be a conflict with China.
Yeah.
And that we need to be more respectful of them.
Also talk about the U.S. overreacting in response to the balloon.
Oh, yeah.
We overreacted, and we had created a diplomatic crisis that could have been avoided. I guess by letting the balloon just fly across the United States, getting all the surveillance, and I'm thinking, it's ongoing. Hey, don't screw with our balloons. Our balloons are sacrosanct.
All right, this reminded me yesterday when I was hearing the Biden administration being asked questions. It was Strange who was being asked by a reporter, what are you guys going to do with Norfolk Southern? And it was basically, Norfolk Southern, you clean up your mess. It reminded me the way that your mom would come to you and say, clean up your room, this is all your stuff. But that's essentially what Norfolk Southern is committing to doing. And right now the railway says it's going to pay for temporary relocation for people who live within a mile of the site of that train derailment that killed the hazardous chemicals. Well, remember, there have been 2, but there's one specifically that was in East Palestine. That's the one that most everybody is focusing on. But I wonder, what if you live a mile and a half? Aren't you going to feel like, hey,
I think they would do it. I think they would do it.
Take us too.
Yeah, the CEO is, this company is coming to the table. And that kind of work responsibility. The CEO came out immediately, and I mean, whether or not it looks like there's a lot of negligence going on, a lot of equipment that has failed, I'm going to give them kudos for at least responding appropriately, unlike big business. I just saw a documentary on bowling by Netflix. It's a documentary on how bowling screwed up the MAX airplane, 737 MAX. and everything they did wrong, obfuscation, hiding, lying, keeping emails from going back and forth or being presented to Congress. It's fascinating to do. Let's go ahead and take a break. We'll be back. And
gas prices in LA County have hit their highest levels since early December. AAA, the oil price information service, say the average price in the county has increased almost 39 cents over the past 34 days to an average of $4.95 a gallon. The average in AC is $4.92, and in the Inland Empire is $4.86. The national average has gone up more than 15 cents a gallon over the past month. Police are looking for the person who drove away from the fatal hit and run of a 61-year-old bicyclist in San Pedro. Police say Officer Montoya was hit Saturday while riding on Pacific Avenue. The man was thrown from his bike and died at the scene. An elementary school teacher in Connecticut has been arrested for allegedly putting some fifth graders in a martial arts chokehold. The school district says the teacher was demonstrating defensive holds last month. This woman who lives nearby says the teacher's behavior is not appropriate. I don't think she really really. I mean, if she did, I don't think she would have intentionally taken out, but she did. So it just kind of goes to the she's not putting that down on kids. Another woman said it's scary to think it could have been her kid or someone she knew. Police say one of the students passed out. A marine mammal rescue in Laguna Beach will also expand patient capacity from 125 to almost 200 injured sea lions and seals at a time. We're trying to take the messages they're bringing from the ocean to understand what's going on out in their environment in ways that we can mitigate and help. So by increasing the space, it increases our patient care, but it also increases our ability to do research. Devin says the expansion makes room for more veterinarian externs, grad students, and other educational opportunities. He says the project will also include a new treatment room for surgeries, endoscopies, and ultrasounds when completed next year. And Girl Scouts of America has asked people to stop selling our cookies on eBay. The Girl Scouts stayed in the Girl Scouts website to teach scouts about e-commerce. But the raspberry rallies go for $5 a box. Selling them for up to $100. People said selling Girl Scout cookies does not violate this policy. We're going to look at your drive on the 110 in just a moment, but first it's Sports with Wayne. Hunters bats were hot against the Padres. Here's an example courtesy of Max Muncy. And he's just that's going to go left center field and do passes off the wall. Look around, let's come on. And it's 5-0. Muncy with a second double of the spring. And they'll play the Padres at 12:10 today, and in basketball, the Lakers get the Memphis Grizzlies at 7. I'm Wayne Lesnick, KFI Sports. If you're looking to take some money out of your house, borrow against your equity at least $75,000 in a capital. Why am I suggesting them? Well, I've been 2 mortgages in that capital, so I know how good they are. And it doesn't matter what the money's for, of course not. You can do what you want, politician, remodel, whatever. The point is, property values have increased so drastically, so much, that they've reached their height. They're flat now or going down, so this is about the high end of equity you've got. Good time for you to take out some money. So go to HMS Capital, 833-255-5698, 833, that's hmscapital.com. Still calendar from KFI, still partly by Wednesday into Thursday, we will see 60s, and Thursday afternoon, we've got another rainstorm coming in, but we see too much more snow in the mountains. Right now, it is 43 in Huntington. Full driver, what's up on the 110? Good morning. This is what Addie does. Window already. And 14 freeway southbound is going to have lots of breakaway fun coming to Aqua all the way down to the bottom. Real cool drivers, they have eye in the sky. Is it getting harder to find new customers? As the #1 audio company in America, we can help you grow your business at a fraction of the cost. Get started today by visiting iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Spring's going to be here soon, so start saving money with solar from Solar Technology. Get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month. Plus, you want to lock in your NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th. Now, pound 250 and say SolarMax, or go to SolarMaxTech.com. Welcome to the CPAP News live from the bedroom. It's another eventful night for us. Curious Boss, students and trailers everywhere, struggling with the CPAP. His wife, Michelle, is as dense as a fiddle string, trying to contain her race. Michelle's
Right. As you sleep, Inspire keeps you breathing normally and InspireSleep.com. That's InspireSleep.com.
Sleep apnea innovation. Inspire is not for everyone. Helping you out to sleep is right for you and will be important for you connected to InspireSleep.com.
Contact your license 104771. Here are some homeowner headaches we fix together. Laser key rejuvenation. Food outfit presents breakdown. Special drinks of $80 with a 30-foot drain plan. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain plan service is just $80. So nice and safe part. Get air conditioning and plumbing. CTL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Just think of them. If you've been in a truck accident, call 644-24 pickup. For official rules and more information about contents of this station, go to KFI.com/rules. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, KFI is on all of them. Follow us now at KFI. We finished early though. We can kindle on the news that Jennifer, Wayne, and me. Oh boy, Governor Gavin Newsom wants to break up with drugstore chain Walgreens because Walgreens has agreed to stop selling mifepristone, which is the first pill in the two-pill medical abortion or medication abortion protocol. That is in response to letters from the Attorney General in 20 red states basically threatening Walgreens. They have restrictions on abortion, so they're going after Walgreens. Walgreens doesn't want that. All the relationships that the state has with Walgreens, including any covered California stuff, Medi-Cal stuff, and I guess he's going to try to divest our connection to Walgreens. I'm kind of messed up the disappointed Walgreens. So, I mean, just at some point say, come on, you can't have what's to be told about. And there's a federal issue here, too. Can they say no to an FDA-approved drug? And simply choosing which drugs are available and not. You know, what if they don't like diabetes drugs? And the Attorney General say you can't sell those? Well, I guess it's because it's to facilitate an abortion and the state has outlawed abortion. I agree with him that the threat is you're aiding and abetting the crime. No, I understand that. You know, I'm being very simplistic about it. Okay, the state won't buy from Walgreens. Right? But to stand up, it's easy for me to say because I'm not CEO of Walgreens. I don't know how to respect stock. But I tell you, the other companies are you'll see a CVS case. Well, no idea. And then it would go to SoCal anything customer, SoCal gas, SoCal gas customer. Got to tell the company how they felt about this proposed rate hike. These are people who are still paying huge gas bills that they got just a couple of months ago. And now they've been told that their bill is going to go up $8.28 a month fixed income. If you're somebody who's still having trouble paying off that bill that you just had, hearing that SoCal Gas now is going to increase your bill again, that makes some people like, well, I understand. It's upset, but let's extrapolate that. Since the gas company buys gas on the open market, and it's a commodity, now what is the alternative? You should lose money. We want you to now lose money. That's the answer. Well, yes, for people who can't afford it, is to subsidize those gas bills. I mean, that's the only answer. So because obviously we need that to live, you hear people say, you have to buy eggs and lose money on it so we don't have to pay $6 a dozen. You don't hear that. I mean, it's a lot more complicated than just, oh, we're paying too much, we're paying too much. Why? And when you're buying on the open world market, what do you do about it other than pay it? Well, George Gascon might want to get a contract, a flat rate contract, because he's going to be covered in poop as the chickens come home to roost for all of his bad decisions, his terrible leadership, and obviously I'm now expressing his opinion, because he has lost into a less desirable assignment as retaliation for telling him that some of his his new policies that he was implementing were not only bad, but possibly illegal. And this prosecutor has been awarded $1.5 million. And Sean Randolph is her name, and she is just one and the first of many that are suing him for exactly the same kind of thing. Freaking out and then being retaliated against. So this is a warning that's going to come back to haunt him and the taxpayers of the city of LA. Thank you very much. And I'm going to disagree with you. Oh, I'll tell you why. Because you said that if your opinion, that well, we know which one of us getting a call more, you or me. We'll have a, you know what? We'll have a handoff. We'll come back. Never-ending battle. Yes, we'll come back. First, Jennifer Jones, Lady Live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell will face questions on Capitol Hill about whether the continued rise in interest rates is working to bring inflation down. Nearly 24 people are facing domestic terrorism charges in connection with a violent outbreak at the future site of Atlanta's controversial new public safety training center, and rapper Travis Scott is expected to surrender HR issues. Mainly, I couldn't afford an HR person, and today you desperately need one. Small to medium-sized businesses, you gotta have HR protected. And this issue called work environment discrimination, where I got nailed a couple of times. You get access to your own dedicated HR manager, available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down, and you know it's me. Bambi.com, that's B-A-M-B-E-E, B-A-M-B-E-E, Bambi.com. Check out weather from KFI. It's another partly cloudy day ahead, but warmer with highs in the upper 50s to right at 60s. This report is brought to you by GiveMeTheThing.com. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. In South LA, all the way up to the it's also pretty slow already, really slow actually, northbound side of the 405 from the 105, making your way on up into Culver City. Once you get past Venice Boulevard, it opens up pretty nicely for you. Getting out of downtown on the westbound side of the 10, it's pretty ugly, and just think about Roberts, and then it opens up pretty well for you. And if you're coming out of the main drop or if your car's stuck, this report is sponsored by Staples Stores. During Staples Teacher Palooza, teachers stay big or you save. It's the perfect time to help your favorite teacher stock their classroom. Save 25% on classroom decor. 99 cents. It's quality. Offer is $3.11. Hurry to Staples today. It's the Marketer's Report. This week, Patricia Spagnoletto, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers, and if those consumers have a relationship, audio is a core part of that. As the #1 audio company, access to all sites and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. What I would tell people is that you don't have to be in pain anymore. Reach out to Dr. Garzo's medical directorate. You're using advanced regenerative medicine to give people lasting relief from chronic joint pain. What's exciting is that I get to see patients with our treatment actually get better. Have you discovered regenerative medicine? It's all natural ways to use the power of your own body to drugs and surgery and get lasting relief. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics 213-997-8. That's 213-997-8. 213-997-8. If we continue this discussion of China giving lethal weaponry to red line, that's the game they want to play. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640, Bill Handel. It is a Tuesday morning, March 7th. We finished Handel on the news, Jennifer, Wayne, and me. All right, we talked a lot about apartments and condos. So in this current car,
requiring training to get them
It's a problem they're getting to respond within 4 years. Yeah, but they're going to change that, hopefully, the Los Angeles Building and Safety. But still, and it makes sense to take these office buildings are not being used. I mean, the shell is already there, the elevator is already there, which is hideously expensive. The plumbing, obviously, you have to move that around the building because of how big these places are. All right, let's move on. Award-winning stint on television stations here in Los Angeles and in New York. He is now 74 and has pled no contest to soliciting sexy photos from a 9-year-old. I've known Bruce for decades.
You know him?
I do know him.
9 years old.
Yeah, the 9-year-old daughter.
He got 2 years probation. He has to register as a sex offender.
And he said he was very sorry for what happened, that he's trying to understand this isolated thing, he said. And the other thing is that the girl's father, who you might think would want to beat him up, and who did say, that Bruce Hensel crossed the line, violated a vow of his profession, he actually gave Bruce Hensel a disturbing story about the story.
And this is, so Jared in the recording, and I think we're going to get this look into. Remember, Jared was like an icon in the Britbox community about how that's always what do you eat Subway like 3 times a day or something like that. And we started hearing about the child sex predator allegations against him, and then he apparently was asking this former radio and TV host, and that guy had a 10 and 11-year-old, a 10-year-old daughter and an 11-year-old son at that time. In other documentaries coming out. 10 to 11.
Yeah, it's like beyond comprehension. Well, he got fired, of course, as you know.
Oh, God, yes.
Went to jail for these, when the allegations first came out. And for follow-up, it just shows how depraved he is. It's deeping into more levels of depravity.
Okay, I feel like we are depraved as a society.
Oh, well,
tell everybody about your story.
Willis's wife is begging the paparazzi to stop yelling at Bruce Willis when they see him out in public. As we have been reading about lately, Bruce Willis is suffering out with friends, for example. They can get him out into public for something like a cup of coffee. If you have ever dealt with anybody with dementia, you can do it. But it doesn't help when people are screaming at a man who was dealing with this cognitive decline. So his wife, Emma, is saying, please stop yelling at him when he is out. He just wants to have, some time with people in his life. And I don't think they're going to stop yelling. No, the paparazzi, the whole culture is changed. They actually used to like he and his brother hate paparazzi, blaming them specifically for their mom's death, but for the paparazzi.
Here's the thing, though, that when I was talking about how, kind of grossed out I feel about us as a society, the paparazzi exists if there wasn't a craving for it.
Yeah,
And to think that we need a picture. We all need to see a picture of Bruce Willis looking bewildered as somebody hollers yippee-ki-yay, which I guess is what they holler at him a lot, which is, from one of his movies. But the thing that I'm saying is, if somebody hollers that at me, I look over my shoulder looking bewildered.
Yeah.
It's just gross. I mean, I don't know. I hate that sometimes. Oscar preparations are underway right now in Hollywood. It'll be the 95th Academy Awards. So we got Hollywood Boulevard between Orange Drive to Highland Avenue, 6 a.m. on Wednesday, March 15th. That's when we're going to see all the lanes closed on Hollywood Boulevard. MTA is going to reroute bus traffic and subway bypass the Ovation Hollywood station after, I guess, the last train on Saturday, March 11th.
I don't even think you have to tell it goes off. Just stay out of the hell of Hollywood. If you don't go near there.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure that we reiterate that the Oscars are on the 12th?
Yeah.
Yeah. And today is the
7th, and the street's already closed.
Yeah.
And the Dolby Theater.
They have this Oscar ceremony at a theater that is right in the middle of a completely developed, heavily tourist traffic area where also people live. Regular people live and have to go through there.
Where else you
Yeah.
Okay, sound is very good, no static. Have you noticed?
Going to your point, for God's sake, it's not like they're new. They've done this 94 times before.
This is the arrogance of Hollywood. Look, living in that area is a nightmare all the time because they'll shut it down for premieres and everything. They don't care. All right, we're done, guys. Coming up, when is someone homeless and not homeless? How does that work? I'll tell you how you can be homeless and not be homeless. The story I've been wanting to share with you for a while. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. That's right. Hey Alexa, stop playing crappy disco music. Thank you. Step 2. Play KFI AM 640.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Getting better. I'm Jennifer Jones Lee live from the KFI 24-hour meter, and people can now move around more in the snow-covered San Bernardino Mountains. KFI's Blake Crowley reports live from San Bernardino, where many highway routes have opened to residents.
People who want to use the highways are required to show proof that they live in the mountains. Officials say they want to keep the traffic to locals only to avoid creating a hectic mess on the still impacted icy neighborhood roads. Crews have been working around the clock to clear roads in the mountains. People are still facing challenges. National Guard members, state and local firefighters have been shoveling people's homes. San Bernardino County Sheriff's deputies have been delivering food to stranded people, taking them to shelters. Food supply distribution sites have been set up, and the county has set up a donations hotline. Reporting live in San Bernardino, Blake Crowley, KFI News.
A verdict is expected to be announced against a woman and her boyfriend accused of killing her 10-year-old son, Anthony Avalos, in Lancaster. It'll be read at 1:30 this afternoon. Now, the pair was charged with murder and torture along with 2 counts of child abuse involving the boy's half-sibling. The pair face a maximum sentence of life in prison without parole if they're convicted for the 2018 murder. An assemblywoman in South OC has written a gun control bill for law-abiding gun owners. Republican Diane Dixon says she is pro-Second Amendment, but unregistered guns without a serial number are used mostly during mass shootings and other felonies to conceal crime.
The person who commits the crime will be subject to 2 additional years in prison if the firearm is in possession during the felony, and 3 years if the firearm is used in the commission of a felony.
Dixon says the country's strictest gun law state has hundreds of gun laws that don't cover ghost guns. The bill is currently in the Committee on Public Safety. Trial has started in Santa Ana jail with the help of a businessman. Prosecutors say the man planned to escape with 2 others using tools smuggled by a former employee. The man is charged with escaping custody, kidnapping, and carjacking in January 2016. Yesterday, the man's lawyer said the only viable count against the man is the charge of escaping custody. Trial is starting in Santa Ana again. It's David Thomas. He allegedly helped USC School of Social Work amend a contract in exchange for a donation from the school to run a nonprofit by Ridley Thomas's son, Sebastian. The school's dean, who is 84, pleaded guilty in September to 1 count of bribery. He's supposed to be sentenced in June. The first group of unarmed security ambassadors has started riding Metro's trains and buses. Metro's chairman, Aaron Najarian, says the 300 new employees have been trained to handle all kinds of issues, including homelessness and de-escalation.
All have either lived professional experiences with the types of challenges experienced by many of the Metro customers. That makes it possible for them to perform their jobs with empathy, respect, and skill.
Nazarian says the ambassadors will not replace police, but rather be an additional set of eyes and ears. Mexico's president says the 4 Americans kidnapped in his country crossed the border into Matamoros from Texas to buy medicine. Officials in the U.S. and Mexico are searching for the group taken last week. ABC's Matt Rivers says the area the group was coming in is incredibly dangerous.
It is entirely possible that these people cross the border at the wrong time because there are shootouts between rival groups in that city all the time.
A Mexican citizen was killed during the shootout and kidnapped
residents rated the area level 4, do not travel. Dangerous rating the State Department has issued. The FBI has put up a $50,000 reward for anyone with information leading to the safe return of the 4 people and to the arrest of those responsible. We'll get a look at your drive on the 10 after Sports with Wayne. Noah Syndergaard threw 3 perfect innings in his first start as a Dodger, and the Boys in Blue beat the Padres 8-3. They're off today. The Angels shut the door and threw away the key, sending the Cleveland Guardians. They'll play the Padres at 12:10 today. In hockey, the LA Kings beat the Washington Capitals 4-2. LA and the Vegas Golden Knights are jockeying for control of first place in the Pacific Division. The Ducks are at the Seattle Kraken today. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports.
Getting money out of your house is, you have to have some equity. And over the last few years, boy, have you built that equity up because the value of your house is, and now the value is flat and even going down. So, boy, they use it easy. There's nobody better. I know that. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital, so clearly I'm a fan. Call HMS Capital at 833-255-5698. 833-255-5698. Visit
Is down 71, and the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.91. Compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. 63 news since 1970. Now weather from KFI. So we've got a partly cloudy day today and tomorrow. Highs are going to be in the 50s and 60s, and we should wake up to a sunny morning on Thursday, but then more clouds coming in the afternoon, and we could see some heavy rain into Friday morning, tapering off by Saturday, but this is going to be a much warmer storm. It's going to come through Southern California, so we shouldn't see snow below 10,000 feet. Right now, it's 44 in Garden Grove, 45 in Fullerton, 42 in Santa Monica, and 39 in Santa Clarita. Let's get a look at your drive at BKFI in the sky. We're checking the 10.
Yeah, we started with slow traffic on the Santa Freeway as you enter Fontana. West of the 10 before Sierra, an earlier crash is clearing slow from Cedar as a result of that. If you try to head north on the 405 at Victory Boulevard, kind of stall in the left lane there with the brake lights starting at about the 105 as you head north. Also on the west side, on the 60 in Ontario, right before Haven crash reported in the carpool or 2 left lanes. You're going to have to do a little dodge to avoid that. Causing some delays as you approach. And the 10 freeway through the mid-city area out of downtown LA. Pretty terrible all the way on out past the 405. Will Cole driver, KFI the Sky.
This hour of the Bill Handle Show brought to you by Jacoby and Myers. If you get hurt in an accident, choose a law firm with the experience to win. Choose Jacoby and Myers. Democrats just want to win the next election, and they're trying to do it with ceaseless money printing. They do not care if the value of your retirement is sacrificed. Hi, Stephen K. Bannon is critical to protect your retirement right now with a Gold IRA from Birch Gold Group. To learn more, get a free info kit on Gold IRAs by texting the word shelter to 989898. There's nothing to buy and no obligation at all. Text the word shelter to 989898 to get a free info kit on Gold.
On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really?
I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a deepfake.
Really? Whether it's our radio app or wherever you get your podcast. This is Jacob Emron. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
KFI.
More stimulating talk.
And I have radio station.
Today, people are going to handle work by, oh God, prep yourself. Surgery one. Bill handle. And now here's Bill handle. KFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill handle here on a Tuesday, cold Tuesday morning. We're looking at rain coming in again over the weekend. And we're waiting for the verdict in the murder torture case of Anthony Avalos that will be announced at 1:30 this afternoon. And the state is not doing the Walgreens anymore. The state Walgreens has paid in to 20 attorneys general
sell the abortion pill in our state. Walgreens immediately, their tail between their legs, said, okay. I want to do a story. And why do I do that? Because that is the biggest issue. Our crime sort of goes up and down in terms of what we look at. Homelessness never goes away as a problem. So let me get a little bit geographic for a moment. In the Playa del Rey area, Playa Vista there, below the wetlands, which is a protected wetland, a whole lot of homeless people. Fires, overdoses there. Once the wetlands and the marsh, the freshwater marsh next to it, you go bird watching, it's pristine. Well, not anymore. You got trees that have been cut down, storm drains, used as trash receptacles. The entire area is a toilet. The whole place. And it's homeless people. Well, it's not really homeless people. And how does that work? When are you homeless and not homeless at the same time? Like when is a door not a door when it's ajar? You know that stupid joke? Well, when are you homeless and not homeless? When you live in an RV. Then you're not homeless because you've got a home, don't you? That decrepit, broken down, can't use, disgusting RV with trash all around it is, well, the home. Just ask those people that live in the RV. There's my home. I'm not homeless. I don't live in a tent. So it used to be an encampment that vanished completely. The mayor is looking at many areas in the city and saying, well, based on the new Inside Safe initiative, which moves people in, tell you what's not, well, there aren't enough trucks capable of getting rid of them. It takes huge honking trucks. There's not enough space to store them. Not enough money to pay for it. And even trying to find owners are now almost impossible because there are renters in the RV, because that's become an entire cottage industry. So to give you an idea, right after the storms went through month or in January, outreach workers in Venice told people in tents, you know, you're soaking wet, trading your bedding for an RV. And they weren't homeless. The new director of the homeless, LA Homeless Services Authority said, how do you convince someone they're vulnerable and homeless when they don't think of themselves as homeless? They think of themselves as residents. So they come up with ideas that are working. How about cheaper free places to park your ID? If you agreed to be indoors. Well, why is that? We owned our park. We'll do that. Okay, you're not homeless, you live in RVs. Why don't we go to a city-owned lot and we'll have these various, I wouldn't call them encampments, but little communities. Well, no, there aren't enough of those. So how about this one that's half favored? For demolition, pay them a lump sum, wipe out parking tickets and warrants. Hey, that works. There's waiting for medium shelters where there's all that, and long-term shelters. Do they trust the city? No.
It is.
No.
Not even. They're might like this.
And the offer of hotel rooms far enough.
That's very athletic.
The only answer is permanent housing. That seems to be the final answer is permanent housing. And since it costs $500,000 per unit of housing for permanent, and we've got 60,000 people just in LA County, not counting Orange County, not counting Ventura, San Bernardino, LA, 60,000 homeless people. Do the math, 500,000 times 60,000. That's like $1.8 trillion, isn't it? In the entire United States. So just one other avenue. Do I have an answer? I don't. You know what I do? I sit behind a microphone and think about it. That's my answer. Bring on the homeless. You. I'll bet you have no idea of this call center. It's probably the most unique call center on the planet. And I'll share that with you.
It's insemination to a mother who also was born through artificial insemination. So that whether from Rabbi, looks like we've got a mostly cloudy day ahead. Highs today are going to be in the 50s to low 60s. This reporting is brought to you by your Staples stores. From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Shopping Center, let's go places. This time we're checking the 210.
Westbound, this could be right around Bland. Crash involving a vehicle and a motorcycle in lanes of flow back from the 7 on the westbound 210. Meanwhile, here's about a bad crash down near Los Alamitos, 605 southbound Chicala. 5 or 6 vehicles involved in it, with 2 of them overturned. We're on our way to check that one out again. So the southbound 605 and Chicala, definitely an area to avoid if you can. And as Randall said, you don't need to be in Hollywood for the next few days. Maybe not so much. Hollywood Boulevard completely shut down both directions there here on Highland because of the upcoming Oscars. Well, cold front, KFI the sky. Americans pay about $5 billion to control termite repair their damage every year. Now, we all know that termites can be destructive, but do we know how destructive? We actually understand damage. Well, termites cause more damage every year than the damage it's covering. These guys start eating the moment they get into your wall. Let me suggest calling Pacific Coast Termite at 800%. Restrictions apply, and they treat the house for termites without tinting. That is a nightmare. That's Pacific Coast Termite. Call 800-PACIFIC. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com.
Pacific Coast Termite.
The clean, friendly way.
Whether it's Sunday afternoon or 3 a.m., whenever, wherever, we're with you at Memorial Care. Get high-quality care virtually or in person with video visits, day and night, 24/7 telephone support, and more. Visit SteveMemorialCare.org for more information.
This report is sponsored by iHeartAdvertising.com. Is it getting harder to find new customers? As the #1 audio company in America, we can help you grow your business at a fraction of the cost. Get started today by visiting iHeartAdvertising.com. That's .com. At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 38,000 items ready to 2.0 benefit by April 13th.
Now pound 250 and say SolarMax or go to SolarMaxTech.com.
One to buy and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 7, some of the big stories that we're carrying. A student at Wilson High in El Torino stabbed to death Friday afternoon after school. Suspect fled in vehicle, and the kid was a straight A student. For some reason I get this even harder, doesn't it? Horrific when it happens, but when you have a kid who likes to play basketball or whatever, it's just a young kid. It'll be announced today at 1:30. Now I want to talk about a hotline, a call center, unlike any you have ever, not unusual, because the Russian soldiers all know they're in the fight for their lives. They're probably going to be killed. Morale is that's fighting for their own country. And you get pretty motivated. I'm going to give you detailed instructions on how to surrender. And when you get to the front line, just call us right away. Which, think about this. Their one major task is getting rid of the Russian soldiers from the battlefield. And they can do that with arms. They can do that with fighting. But Ukrainians know that the army is with soldiers that don't want to be there. And they realize, well, why don't we make it just easy for them to surrender? I mean, they'd rather do that than die, because it doesn't take a genius to figure out the other side is better equipped, better trained. I mean, the Russian commanders are useless. So with that, the I Want to Live outreach was born. And what it does is on how to abandon their ranks. Originally, it was run by Ukrainian police. It was so successful, the program was then taken over to the military. And on Russian language social media, Ukrainians are spreading the word about it. 7.6 million from those from the Western territory. So, though it is encrypted on Telegram, Russian soldiers provide personal data. And then with that, the Ukrainian authorities try to figure out, are these guys serious about turning themselves in? That's one of the training, part of the training that the Ukrainians have. And then they try to figure out who is serious, and they do that with a suit, and they figure out who's real and who isn't. The hotline operators get phone calls around the clock from Russians who are demobilized or in the middle of being deployed or already on the battlefield. 10-member hotline team, all active duty, precise instructions, and a very calm and jittery. And it's almost like hostage negotiators, hotline operators. They calm them down. They tell them what the risk. They tell them, here is what you do to minimize the risk. Kind of surrender. And so the hotline operators initially work out of military headquarters. Imagine the Russians are not thrilled with it. So this location is seen as high-profile potential target. Now, when it comes to these surrenders, both sides are aware that this is really dangerous stuff. That moment of surrender carries enormous risk for everybody involved. So, the surrender and capture, just in case. Now, if you're going to the BYOT party that the hotline operates, by the way, that's quite a bit. It has to be turned in the opposite direction. If it's a group surrender, sort of a party, which is also common, then the commanders, the highest ranking soldier has to identify himself. And if a surrendering soldier runs out of options, you call back to the hotline and you're told what to do. The Russians have a 2-to-1 advantage at least in the standing military, but troop quality is deteriorated so much that the West are citing poor morale, as I said, morale, the soldiers that are not fed properly, poor equipment, that the Russian soldiers have simply become fodder. Them as liberators, and none of that happened. That they were coming into the Ukrainians took that land, were still in control of that, harkening back to World War II. That turned out to be false. They realized, no, that's not the case. We've been lied to. And the position that is now being taken by Putin is that Ukraine is simply a proxy fight for the West to dismantle Russia. That it is the West that is threatening our country. They want to dismantle the Russian Federation. That's what this is about. And it's now, we are defensive. So it's no longer a fight to liberate. It's now a fight to save Russia. And the Russian people are buying it. And why? Because of the propaganda, because the media is controlled almost universally. Although I tell you what really gets in the way, and that's the internet. And Russia either doesn't have the ability or has elected not to do with what North Korea does, is control even the internet. It's controlled by the government. Every bit of it. Student loans. And Joe Biden, let me tell you, there's plenty of student loan given sort of under the table all of that. This is KFI. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee live in the
heard the latest Mexico. So as it turns out, few people from the U.S. who have been missing, some people were hurt. The other was not. The FBI reported it was search with officials from Mexico for the missing Americans who've been kidnapped Friday. The 4 people last week, after crossing the border, they were in Rick Hernandez, tells KCLA. 6 people were hurt.
4 occupants in the suspect vehicle, minor injuries from what we have now, and as well as the 2 drivers for their 2 vehicles.
The 2 drivers caught up in the crash overnight are in critical condition. Police have been after a Honda that was reported stolen. 4 people, including 3 teenagers, were inside. Police say officers had backed off and the car was in tracking mode, and the driver of the YouTube telling anti-Semites and other racist hate groups to stop going down the path of hate. He understands how people can turn to hate, but they should rise above it and not become a loser.
There's never been a successful movement based on hate. I mean, think about that. Nazis, the losers, the Confederacy, and the list goes on and on.
He says no matter how far hateful people have gone, he wants them to know they still have a chance to choose a life of strength. During the video posted yesterday, Schwarzenegger called out anyone who has heard some conspiracies about Jewish people or any race or gender and thought, that makes sense to me. A marine mammal rescue in Laguna Beach is expanding to better help mammals that people see lying in distress on the beach. We're excited to be able to have a little bit more space for them to stretch their slippers. We can save 15,000 gallons of water per day. We're one of the biggest consumers of water in Laguna Beach. And this water reclamation plant is going to do leaps and bounds better.
And increase capacity from 125 right now to be complete next year in Laguna Beach. Coordinating car safety and financing.
Ada Henderson, the sister of a black
being the advocates of those people from that community. And, I just hope everybody gets justice.
A man's been charged in connection with the murder. Henderson says her sister, Cafe, didn't deserve for her life to end so soon. Sunday, Henderson became the 3rd identified black transgender woman to be killed in Milwaukee in less than 9 months. A man in Las Vegas has found a way to make his bride's dream come true. A bride says her new husband was determined to have Adele change their wedding. So he improvised a little. On their wedding day, they went to an Adele concert at Caesar's Palace, and guess who went out into the audience as she sang When We Were Young? Adele saw the couple wearing a wedding dress and tux and congratulated them on their marriage. The groom even had a Sharpie ready and got Adele to sign his new wife's wedding dress. And then, practically without skipping a beat, she kept singing and walked away. Amy King, KFI News. We'll take a look at his drive with KFI in the sky, but first it's sports with Wayne.
The Dodgers back were hot against the Padres. Here's one example courtesy of Max Muncy. And he's just what's going to go left center field. Big bounces off the wall. Looking around here, let's come home. And it's 5-0. Muncy with a second double of the spring and his first run batter there.
Final score, LA 8, SC 3, and the boys of Blue are off today. The Angels blank the Cleveland Guardians 6-0. They'll play the Padres at 12:10 this afternoon. In basketball, the Lakers get the Memphis Grizzlies at 7. I'm Wayne Resnick.
Not even going down. So, okay, let's look at selling your house. Now, you can hire a broker, you pay 6%, and you paint, you clean, and you repair, and protect the buyer's walkthrough. You can't be there, plays up to be spotless the whole time. And then you have negotiations, escrow, people walking out of escrow. DirectBuyers.com, none of that happens. You get your fair price, you don't pay commission, you don't have anybody even walk through your house. They'll never do is lowball you. I just love the way they do this. Go to DirectBuyers.com, call 842-SELL, 844. Actually, we have several vehicles involved. The 2 of them were overturned. The 3 left lanes are now blocked. Traffic at a standstill southbound Sunday. Don't get too excited up ahead just before the 405. A crash involving a downed motorcycle in the left lane. That's the second lane for the left. Looks like 57 southbound right around. Well, and on the 210 westbound right near Grand Avenue, motorcycle down in lanes have got things close back from the 57. Will Cole driver, KFI in the sky. Contractor license 1047-781. Here are some homeowner headaches we fix together. Weather rejuvenation, where we help prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is more on call game drains for just $80 with a 30-foot drain cleaner. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearing service is just $80. So nice at that price. It'll air conditioning and plumbing. CLECPL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. If you hurt in an accident, besides the car damage, the injury from the accident can have a ripple effect on your life. We change accident insurance know all too well what injured victims go through. Your injury can keep you from everyday activities, including work, not to mention having to live with the patient. That's why the attorneys have devoted their lives to helping injured clients. They're going to help money you deserve so that you can financially recover, and they're going to treat physically, financially, and emotionally. That's all they've been doing for 18 years. They've recovered over $1 billion for costs you pay nothing, but still they win. If you're hurt in an accident, call Quick Handicap Games Live from the Hague bedroom. It's another eventful night, Bruce. It sure is, Ron. Steve, your frozen elbow. Now let's go. She's leaving for the couch, taking her place as the Hague's 100-pound lamb. Bask in that dog breath, Steve. With all full sleep, it's right, the button. As you sleep, Inspire keeps you breathing normally and sleeping peacefully. There's no mask and no hose. Just sleep. Learn more at InspireSleep.com. That's InspireSleep.com.
Inspire, sleep apnea innovation. Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review
Listen up. Or visit ServiceChampions.com.
What if a mouse could change the world?
What if elephants could fly?
What if the world could celebrate together?
KFI wants to take you to the celebration of 100 years of Disney at the Disneyland Resort. Enter for your chance to win one day, one park tickets to Disneyland or Disney California Adventure Park from KFI and join the celebration.
Offering subject to capacity restrictions and changes of them.
Visit KFI on Instagram and enter to win a chance to celebrate 100 years of Disney. Good luck from KFI, AM 640.
More City Lady Talk.
See, I thought I got the other two don't have any idea. And
No, one is injured, one of the other two is injured, and the other one is fine, unharmed.
oh, it has been returned, or we don't know. You've been keeping up on this.
Yeah, so all I know is one is sure that one is injured and one is totally unharmed.
Which is so strange. So I know you're on top of this. I'm just going through the news that's been around a few minutes. So, Jen, feel free not to interrupt me when news
Actually went to Mexico for the cosmetic procedure.
you can call it a butt lift.
But then I think some people say it was a tongue cut, so I don't know. But anyway, it was some sort of cosmetic procedure. He went down there from South Carolina. He took 3 of our friends with her, and I don't know who did what. I don't know who was killed, and I don't know who's injured. Who's fine.
All right, I want to tell you a story about me actually complaining for years that I'd never been asked to do a commencement speech. Firstly, I had an invitation, and it was for a technical college in Riverside, of which there were 6 graduates, and they asked me if I could do it in Farsi. It's cool. The Biden, this is about 10 years old, that was created to help students who borrowed money, for-profit colleges who just outright lied. We're not talking about for-profit as in you get a good education. We're talking about these technical schools. Remember how you used to see those commercials during the day for technical schools? I mean, they're still out there. You know, learn how to be a front office. Office. What, you learn how to pick up a phone and say, doctor is in? It's answering the phone. Now, do you really need a 2-year certificate for that?
Because they also have to know medical filing and all that kind of stuff.
But I already know. Yeah, but they answered it. The point is that there were so many of them that were fake. Not all of them, but so many of them were fake. They were sued because they lied. For example, they also had design ones. So there's one borrower that went to a design school, the Art Institute, and it's closed down since. And a counselor told her in the early 2012, 92% of the graduates get jobs within 6 months of graduation. Not true. The school would help her secure internships for senior year that would lead to a high-paying job. Not true. That her class credits would be fully transferable. Not true. Most of her degrees are true. Directly with the school, one of the best in the world, no transfer credit, and 5 job interviews at which were in the one. Graham, forgives loans. Yes, you have to do with that. Loans are forgiven. Now we're talking about a few $1 billion, not the $400 billion that the loan forgiveness program that President Trump taken. But I gotta tell you, it's still a lot of billions. I mean, our education system in many, many ways is truly flawed. Tough love. I'm going to give you a story of tough love, and it's either agree, disagree, well, you decide. I'm going to share that with you. Meantime, Jennifer Dunkley live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The FAA is investigating after two aircraft slipped wings near the gate at Boston's Logan International Airport yesterday. A Texas state lawmaker wants to let voters decide if the state should consider leaving the U.S. He calls his idea Texas. And an exotic python named Banana, officials say has probably somebody's pet who escaped, but its owner doesn't come forward. Banana will be up for adoption. So now weather from KFI, we've got a gray day ahead, but warmer highs will be in the 50s to the late 60s. This report is brought to you by Azusa Pacific University. From the Southern California Trade Anywhere traffic and let those places like the 605.
Outside of the 605 in Alameda, right there in Coachella, we've got a crash. The quick left lane of traffic backing up quickly to Del Amo off the southbound side. And once you get free of that crash, right before you get to 405, another one in the left lane. This one involved a downed motorcycle. We'll put that on the flatbed. Truck trying to get it out there quickly. All in all, again, slow from Del Amo on the southbound side. New problem for the 67 in the Fullerton area. Sometimes the 57 just before Yorba with a bad crashing lanes there with a back from Lambert Road. We're on our way to check that out. Also near LAX, going for the 105 street, it's closed and all the way beyond that crash. Or beyond the light storage system gives you filtered and delicious water straight from every tap in the house. It filters out the chlorine and contaminants while retaining healthy minerals. And their new customer gets free Pure antibacterial filter. That's worth $825. This ends March 31st. Call 800-803-2696. Visit lightsourcewaters.com. Lightsourcewater, taste and feel the difference.
Advance your career and earn a master's in accounting at Azusa Pacific University.
This report is sponsored by Staples Stores. Staples Printed Marketing Services help small business print big. Now for $50 off signs, banners, and posters when you spend $75 or more. Offering $415.com/print big for detail. This is your sign to try Staples, where your print's a perfect guarantee. The experts at Amco have been fixing cars for almost 60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more, so they can fix anything, including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technology. After 60 years, there's nothing we haven't seen or fixed. It's how we know cars inside and out.
Before you know it, you start saving money with solar from SolarMax Technology.
Call SolarMax, get a 12-panel system for $0 down to $59.99 a month for the most powerful solar panels on the market. Plus, you want to lock in with NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
Save even more with a 30% federal tax credit in California solar rebate.
Call SolarMax by spring on their 12-panel system for $0 down a month.
Dial pound 250 from the cell, say that keyword SolarMax, pound 250, SolarMax to the
So I went to, it's kind of hard to get, I had a class with one of them every single day. And really get stuff beyond plus. Low calorie. No one wants to go to school and have to run into your parents. You go to school to get away from your parents. It is Mary, the latest news just come up to Jennifer just reported that. And we don't have any other, other facts. We know this because it's been reported that the government and that information was released.
You know what, too? I think the timing is interesting because the FBI just offered a $50,000 reward.
That's true. It was following a $50,000 reward.
All of a sudden,
yeah,
I don't know where everybody is.
Yeah. I want to tell you about a San Diego federal judge who's in a little bit of hot water. Now, keep in mind, most of the time, federal judges are untouchable. It is a lifetime appointment. You're there for the rest of your life. You can't be thrown out short of impeachment. You can't be forced to retire. There are 90-year-old judges running around there, federal judges. So when you see a federal judge in trouble, and we'll see on this. Now, not a whole lot can happen to him. Oh, maybe there is, but he's not going to leave the bank. Anyway, U.S. District Judge Roger Bennett handcuffed the 13-year-old daughter of a defendant who he was sentencing. The U.S. Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals said they don't look at it. And what happened was, and there's a reason he did this, the handcuffing exercise. It's not just let's handcuff this young lady. when you look at the reason, you're going to go, hopefully this works, even though it may have gone a little far. What it was intended to do was steer her away from doing drugs in in court like her father. He was as psychologically damaging and harmful. Now the Ninth Circuit will review the complaint, conduct an inquiry, and to see what we're going to do, which could include dismissal of the complaint, corrective action levied against the judge. I don't even know what that means. Matter of fact, the plain listing out there, I'd like to ask what that means. Or the formation of a special committee to investigate it even further. All right. It occurred during a hearing for her father. That's what we know. It was a violation of probation. He had done, I think, 5 years in prison and had violated the probation he was on, and it was to revoke the probation. So Benitez gives the man a chance to address the court before sentencing back to prison for violating those terms. And the dad said this is a recurring cycle. That's the problem here. It's a revolving door. And he said the only way that he could turn his life around was by leaving what I know, leave the judge as I am right now. So the judge interrupts him and says, what do you mean by that? And he's the same path that I went down. So they start arguing. There's some legal motions, and the defendant's judge, the father's attorney, is arguing his case, and says, okay, turns to the marshal and says, you got cuffs? And the marshal says, yeah, of course. Then he addresses the defendant's daughter. She's in the gallery, not right at the bench. Asks for her name and asks her to approach the bench and stand next to her father's attorney at the table in front of that section. You know the section of the court you always see? You see the defense, you see the attorneys there at those tables. Then you see that barrier, and then there's the audience, the gallery. Well, that barrier is the bar. And when you pass the bar, that's where that term came from. You pass the bar and now move into the area where the attorneys line up. Just a little bit of history and a little factoid for you. So the judge goes, you got cuffs. Asks her to approach the bench, turns to the marshal and says, put the cuffs on her. She immediately starts crying. And then Benitez asks the marshal to take her to the jury box. Then releases her after what is described as a long pause. But he didn't let her go back to her seat. The girl twice. Don't go away. Look at me for just a second. Now you see where your dad is? And she cryingly says, yes. How'd you like the way those are? Because defendants don't sit in the jury box. But and she said, I didn't like it. And then the judge went on to say, good, that was the message I was hoping to get to you. Your dad's making serious mistakes in his life, and look where it's landed him. And now he has to spend time away from you as a result of his actions, and if you're not careful, young lady, you'll wind up in cuffs. And then Benitez tells the girl, go ahead and go back to the seat, your seat, and he proceeded with sentencing her father to 10 months in prison, which was recommended by his attorney and the prosecutor and the U.S. Probation Office, which is what Wayne was for 28 years. He was part of the probation office, and he actually writes recommendations. And the judge went on to say to himself, and he said she had so much in life ahead of her, and urged her to tell out the motion asking for a different judge to resentence her dad. Oh, wait a minute. You let him off. That has nothing to do with it. So guess what? The case was transferred to another judge who resentenced him to a term of time already served, and actually it worked. It was the most appropriate sanction given the distressing event, and of course now the judge is being looked at. And then I have a question, okay? The dad admitted that his daughter was hanging with the wrong people, was going down the same path. And here is a judge who says, I am going to put you in cuffs to scare you. Jennifer, you're giving me the word look. What's going on?
Absolutely nothing. I wasn't looking at you. I was looking at the string.
Oh, okay. Sorry about
Peter
that.
Gabriel's coming to the U.S. and I went, oh, sorry, you caught mine.
Yeah, I did catch it. That's true. So I have to tell you, I don't feel as upset with this judge as much as other people are. Here's a judge who basically wanted to scare her straight. And if it worked, it's not the end of the world. I mean, he didn't hurt her into were a long pause was. But when you think about it, I don't know. It works. Even her father said, she's going down the wrong path. So what do? You let her do it? Or do you scare her? I'd be okay with that. Coming up, Tech Tuesday with Rich DeMuro right here, KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Speaking of all your input on Homeland Security, let's go. You could also use it to listen to us. Like KFI AM 640.
KFI.
KOST 882.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Gradual progress. I'm Jennifer Jones with you live from the KFI 24-hour news. There are many highway routes for you traffic in the area. It's only local to avoid gridlocking the already hectic, icy roads in mountain community. County and state crews have been working around the clock to make progress in opening the state of homes from the snow. Sheriff's deputies have been delivering food to stranded people and helping people get to shelters. Food distribution stranded in their homes more than a week ago when major snowstorms rolled in. Reporting live from San Bernardino, Blake Trolley, KFI News. News is brought to you by American Vision Windows. A Republican representing Hardin County has written a gun control bill targeting ghost guns used during felonies.
How we support the Second Amendment?
Assemblywoman Diane Dixon says her bill does not impact gun owners who follow the law.
Get rid of the legal, unsterialized ghost guns. The only people who use them are criminals. Maybe committing a crime.
The bill enhances felony sentences.
They are bystanders to a crime that seems made that would be 2 additional years, but if they're actually using the firearm in the commission of the felony, that would be 3 years.
Dixon's husband, who was recently diagnosed with dementia. Emma Hemming-Willis says photographers tried to talk to Willis over the weekend while he went to meet friends in Santa Monica.
I know this is a job, but maybe just keep a space for the video of people. Please don't be yelling at my husband and asking him how he's doing or whatever, or he's doing, and he's tired. Just don't do it, okay?
He also asked people to allow Willis's family and friends to help the actor get from point A to point B safely. He says people looking after someone with dementia know how difficult and stressful it can be to get someone out into the world, even if it's just for coffee. Symptoms of Willis's dementia include personality change, speech difficulty, and motor impairment. LA County DA George Gascon has lost a retaliation lawsuit filed by a county prosecutor. That deputy DA was awarded $1.5 million yesterday. Sean Randolph filed the complaint in October 2021, claiming that when she complained about Gascon's policies, she was denied jobs and raises and was demoted. Lawyers for Gascon argued it was just part of trial is started in Orange County to the man who allegedly carried out a daring escape from jail in Santa Ana.
During opening statements, the prosecution accused the man of being the mastermind behind the bold escape. The man and 2 others allegedly received phones and tools from an outside person to carry out the plan. Prosecutors say in 2016 the men escaped to the roof of the jail and climbed down using makeshift ropes. The defense yesterday said the man doesn't deny the breakout charges, but does dispute charges of carjacking and kidnapping. The man is currently serving a life sentence for sexually mutilating a man in 29 Central Justice Center in Santa Ana. Chris Adler, KFI News.
2 of the 4 Americans kidnapped in Mexico have been found dead. One of the 2 survivors is hurt. Mexico's president says the Americans taken at gunpoint over the weekend had fled into Matamoros from Texas to buy medicine. And China is warning that Beijing and Washington are headed for conflict and confrontation if the U.S. doesn't change course. China's foreign minister says Washington's policy on China has entirely deviated from the rationale, and some officials in the U.S. have called for Washington to make a bigger effort to counter Chinese influence abroad. China says that competition is a reckless gamble. The U.S. Secretary of State canceled the planned visit to Beijing last month after Washington shot down the suspected Chinese spy balloon that was hovering over the U.S. We'll get a look at your drive on the 57 after sports with Wayne.
Noah Syndergaard threw 3 perfect innings in his first start as a Dodger, and the boys in blue beat the Padres 8-3. They're off today. The A's away the key, sending the Cleveland Guardians to a 6-0 defeat. The Halos play the Padres at 12:10 this afternoon. Hockey, the LA Kings beat the Washington Capitals 4-2. LA and the Vegas Golden Knights are jockeying through COVID. You could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Figure out the math on that one. That's real money. Some business qualifies for this payroll tax refund. And there's no charge up front. This is contingency. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify. Those who just got PPP loan money, even though that it increases in sales. They are experts in this refund program, the tax refund program, and they've returned $3 billion to businesses. In my business, I got a 6-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com. Click on the Qualify Me button. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com.
KFI Financial Report is sponsored by Jacoby and Myers. The Dow is down 253, S&P is down 35, NASDAQ is down 83, and the is $4.91. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after and at Jacoby and Myers now. Texas for you since 1972. SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a partly cloudy day today and tomorrow, but warmer with highs in the mid. Heavy rain possible Thursday night into Friday. Tapering off to just showers Friday and day, but this is going to be a much warmer storm that we've seen. We should have to fix and we're going to hit
For the South 57. Sometimes at 6:05 and 6:10. 3 left lanes blocked with a crack. They're still working on it. Looks like the crack that's a little bit beyond that. Crack in, it is slow as you get away. If you get over to the 710, take that, headed south. But the 710 on the southbound side right there at the 10, you have temporarily all lanes blocked in Monterey. The hour of the Bill Handel Show is brought to you by WDC Kitchen and Vendor. Find the largest select.com, WDCappliances.com. Contractor license 1047-781. Here are some homeowner headaches. We fix together. Weather Heating Rejuvenation, where we help you prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is warm quality drains for just $80. You can 30 clear service is just $80. So nice and very fun. Get air conditioning and plumbing. CLECPL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. Still handle will be played by Still Handle. If you were trying to avoid Still Handle, it's where you could be right now. Then out here, Still Handle. Stand by, 8 a.m. 6:40. Still Handle here. It is a Tuesday morning, March 7th, and boy, we got a lot of news we're covering now. The big news that just came down early this morning of those 4 American real brands from Brownsville. We now have news that 2 of them were found dead, 1 wounded, still alive. We don't know how serious this person was found wounded. 1 okay. Out of 4, 1 is perfectly dead. Also, at 1:30 this afternoon, we're going to hear the verdict in the murder torture case of Anthony Avalos. So, with that being said, let's do it. Tech Tuesday with Rich DeMuro.
All the latest on gadgets and stuff with me and my president and some nerd.
It's Tech Tuesday with Rich DeMuro. Rich, turn on Rich on Tech, Saturday, 11 to 2 here on KFI. He's at Rich on Tech. Rich, good morning.
Good morning to you, Will. Oh, a lot going on today, that's for sure.
Okay, Amazon. Great story. And that is it's closing the cashier food stores. Remember when, well, for those people that don't know, you'd walk in, the technology would read what you put in your cart. It had been whether credit card or whatever. I don't know if you could prepay and put an account in there. But actually, now that you say that, you could go in and pay cash with the food stores are actually,
Amazon, we talked about the opening and closing of Amazon stores now for a couple of years because
California stays with the Amazon Go and the Amazon Fresh. They haven't really closed those stores here yet. But in other cities, including Seattle, New York City, San Francisco, all these, these Go convenience stores are getting shut down. And it's like a 7-Eleven that is just faster, easier, quicker. And I guess, I don't know, they just feel like they don't really need these stores anymore. So it's not a question of profit or no profit. Is it for Amazon? And it doesn't even matter for a company like Amazon. I mean, the kind of money that they make is so astronomical, or maybe not anymore. It's according to Amazon, this is not a cost-cutting measure. And I sort of believe that. But here's the thing. If you're not, if something you're doing is not doing really well, why would you close it? You know what I mean? If it's doing extremely well for the company, wouldn't you say, oh, it's keeping these open? So clearly something didn't work there, whether it didn't resonate with consumers. I think that in a world of convenience stores with 7-Eleven, Circle K, AMGM, all these different things, these companies are doing things really well when it comes to those convenience stores. So you have Amazon come in and they say, well, we can make it cheaper because we don't have people in there to actually do anything. Cashiers. But does it work? I don't know. Do people really want that? Doesn't seem like. Well, yeah, I mean, think about AMPM and all those other stores. It's one person. Yeah. Okay, so how expensive is one person in terms of the revenue that comes in? And of course, when I go into retail the propane tanks, I feel bad because they gotta lock up the whole store just to walk outside to help me exchange that thing. Which, by the way, at the Amazon store I visited in Whittier, the Amazon Go, they had a self-service propane tank. So I didn't try it out, but basically you would just put your card in and you just clean yourself. But here's the thing, I don't want to alarm people in Southern California. The Amazon Go stores, those are staying, at least for now. Yeah. But we'll see. Yeah. A quick sidebar story. I needed some coffee. I made coffee and more. I needed some milk, coffee, and I stopped off at an AMPM, one of those main market gas station stores. I had $2 for a quart of milk. It was, oh wow, I'm just kidding, but it's just, I mean, it's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy maybe. But before we take a break and we go into tipping, which all of us are dealing with, Amazon is sort of at the forefront of doing stuff technologically. I remember they started drones very early on. This is Jeff Bezos, who is fascinated with technology. Your thoughts? But where's that gone? So it seems like every single technological thing that Amazon has tried, they end up stopping. Now the drone thing is still a work in progress, but this was many years ago. He went on 60 Minutes to say, well, this is what we're doing. And they showed off that big drone, and it's never really come to fruition. They're apparently testing it in 2 cities. One of them is in California, in Northern California, outside Sacramento. But I keep asking, can I see this in action? No. Amazon likes to move fast and break things, and I will say that they have 100% figured out delivery logistics when it comes to traditional methods. Like now, I don't know if you've seen this, but when you order something in Southern California off Amazon, it will give you a specific window for many items when you're getting that delivered. It'll say, hey, we're going to deliver this tomorrow morning between 4 and 8, 5 and 9 p.m. All right, they've gotten really good at that stuff. All right, let's take a break. I want to come back and talk about tipping, driving all of it nuts. And don't go away with this smoke. Coming right back with us. In the meantime, Jennifer Jones-Breeze live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin made an unannounced visit to Iraq today to show the U.S. is committed nearly 20 years after leading the invasion that brought down Saddam Hussein. That is a wider employee base. We've got you drive on the 405 in just a moment. Unfiltered, chlorinated tap water, well, clearly it's safe. I've had one of these for over 10 years. It is highly filtered, delicious, obviously insanely safe water. Closed and effectively, and if it's done, you're done. Forget about it, just enjoy the water. Call 800-803-26sourcewater.com. Taste and feel the difference. Still got weather from KFI. Partly cloudy today and warmer with highs in the 50s and lows. KFI in the sky and the 405. New problems, new lawsuits, north and south of the 405 there. The left lane and the carpool lane all jammed up with a crack that's having to go back from Bellflower Boulevard. Of course, the big mess this morning is the southbound on the 605 in Los Alamitos. Right there at the Catella off-ramp crack in the 2 left lanes of the carpool lane. Traffic jammed up solid now from Del Amo Boulevard on the southbound 605. If you can get over to the southbound 710 to get around this, it might save you a couple minutes, but both are 151 and the 105 heading over to the 710 are both pretty ugly as well. So I'm not sure that's going to save you much time. Also, the 134 west side of Hollywood Way, we have reports of an injury crash, as well as one on the 60 westbound at Hacienda. Injury crash reported there. Will Cole Driver, AFI in the shot.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Shopping for new blinds? At Blindster, we offer over 50 different blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices, custom made for your windows, and shipping is free. Shop at home and order 10 free samples of any product before Blindster.com. This report is sponsored by Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel. Colombian singer-songwriter Maluma is bringing his magic to Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel. Buy your tickets today at YamavaTheater.com or the casino box office. Maluma, live at Yamava Theater on April 27th. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Before you buy, don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
On ice we've collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice has a special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Listen to Ice-T's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Hi, this is John and Conway here. This Saddleback Eye Center offer has never been done before. This offer is for KFI friends and family. That's you. You can get this offer only if you're listening to KFI now. Would you like $1,800 off LASIK? Of course you would. Saddleback Eye Center is offering KFI listeners a certificate for up to $1,800 off LASIK with the friends and family certificate. I walked into Dr. Manger's office. My eyesight was 21,000. I left there, got it in 2020. You know, John came into my office one day. He says, why do you have 9 pair of glasses on your desk? I said, I don't know. He said, call Dr. Manger, my doctor. And I did, and I see beautifully. Anyway, call right now and get your friends and family certificate up to $1,800 off LASIK. We can give away only 10 discount certificates to KFI listeners who schedule a fan. We can get out 10 $1,800 LASIK friends and family discount certificates. You must call now, 866-559-4444, 866-559-4444, 866-559-4444. And more. Welcome to Pray.com, the Relentless Hope Podcast.
I can do anything. And he took this girl from deep into pain to true joy and true freedom.
Listen to Pray.com. Did you see any news stories of any reaction from anybody in elected office? Where's Karen's dad? Where is she? Nothing, just silence. And in a day, everybody will forget the story. There are obviously plenty of countries and plenty of cities with a lot of poor people. John and Ken, there are not many places in the world like this. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. KFI AM 640, Joe Handel here. It is a Tuesday morning, March 7th. News broke this morning, those 4 Americans that were kidnapped in Matamoros, Mexico. 2 were found dead. 1 is wounded, we don't know how severely, and 1 appears to be just okay. No wounds or anything. The world keep you apprised of what's going on, certainly throughout the day. And then at 1:30 today, the verdict is coming down. The murder torture case. Anthony Avalos, the mother and the boyfriend, were tried by a judge, not even a jury. And the judge is announcing the verdict at 1:30 this afternoon. Back we go to Tech Tuesday with Rich Samuro. Rich heard Rich on Tech Saturdays 11 to 2. And he's at Rich on Tech is his social address. And Rich, Tech and tipping. Now, nothing like tipping that drives people crazy. And I'm a very generous tipper. I also tip in cash, by the way. I don't put it on the credit card because I know the waiters are completely honest with the IRS and what their the income. It is an editorial in the New York Times over the weekend that argues kind of what I've been saying privately for many, many years, is that technology is basically forcing us to tip more and feel guilty about how we tip. Now, I agree with you. I'm a good tipper, or at least I thought I was, until I started seeing some of these buttons on these computers, where you have these square cashier devices where they flip the screen around, the iPad, that question, hey, can you answer a question before we finish this transaction? And they flip the screen around, it's like you want to get 20%, 30%, 40% argument is that these default tip buttons that are programmed into these machines are way too high for the average tip, person. And tricking us into tipping more into, for things that we may not need to tip for. Like, we're just tipping for stuff that we never thought we had to tip for before.
I'm assuming that that the restaurant companies and why they would do that to that extent have figured all this out. I'm sure there's a lot of psychology, a lot of focus group testing on this. Why would they put a customer ill at ease, because it is uncomfortable, for the benefit of employees? That one I don't quite get.
Well, that's an interesting one, and I've been trying to figure this out. I mean, is it a guilt thing? Is it because they feel like they're not paying the employees enough? I mean, half of the tipping that I do is because I feel like, okay, well, this person is, not making that much working at this job, and so, like, I feel like I'm getting a nice salad here. Let me give this person a couple of bucks. Like, that's a lot of it is guilt-driven. But if you felt like, if you went into a grocery store, you're probably not going to tip the item. So I think that there's a lot of guilt going on here. But I think at the end of the day, it's just really a shift in how technology processes these transactions and how it's almost an automatic system built in, where it used to be when you bought a muffin or a coffee, sure, there's always a tip jar nearby, and if you're feeling and you go to do anything in your life, do you want a tip? I mean, there's really only a couple of places now that don't have these transaction screens that say, hey, do you want to add on an extra $100 a night, where the tip was included in the bill, and I didn't even notice it because they wrote it in the same exact text that the items were in. So usually, if you're paying 80%, if you give a big party, no, this is just a surcharge, the exact text as everything else that I ordered. So I just go down the list, making sure. I was like, what? Oh, it's included here. But then they still have the tip line on bill when you want to pay.
That's not a tip, by the way. Just a quick aside, because I had this issue. You know that when you pay 18% for 6 or more people, they add tax to that, where usually tips are after tax, and you know why they do that?
Why?
It's because if it's mandatory, it's not a gratuity. It's the cost of the meal, when you pay tax on top of that.
And so is that not going to the server or what? Or
You have no idea. It's a really good job for you, and you tip 25%, which I have. I mean, if I've got a great waiter or waitress, depending whether they're male or female or somewhere in between, I will tip pretty heavily. And then the guy who's at the next table does a horrible job and gets 10%. They're getting the same tip, so we don't know if that's happening.
Right. Well, and you mentioned this earlier, though. I think that the way you get around all of this is cash. So whether it's the screen or whether it's, the pooling of the tips, if you hand someone cash, that's not going anywhere else. That's staying with them. Is that pretty much true?
Again, it depends on how honest the server is. Do they throw it into the pool? But the other thing is, I don't know where we're going. Yes, it tips. And you're right. It starts at 18%. And then it goes to 20% on top of the taxes. Now, thanking you, we're just around the corner for when you don't tip on those machines. There's a horn that honks in the store. No tip, no tip.
Yeah, that would be a great experiment, a great social. A little coffee place could definitely try that. And you said, we have a no tipper.
Yeah, we got one. Yeah, well, that person's not going to show back up, that's for sure. All right, Rich, Saturday, 11 to 2 o'clock, Rich on Tech, and you can always reach him at Rich on Tech. Rich, you have a good one. Take care. We'll catch you over the weekend. Coming up, Southern California's cool air problem. Yeah, there's a huge problem going on in the classroom, and that hasn't gone away. This is KFI. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Stretches of major mountain roads in San Bernardino County have been reopened to people who live in the mountain communities.
I am so grateful they finally opened up roads. It's been good for this over many days.
People typically say the limited opening does not apply to people who have rented vacation properties. News is brought to you by Sunlock. Metro's first group of unarmed security ambassadors has started working on the ACC's trains and buses.
All 300 new employees will wear bright lines. Officials say they've been trained to handle de-escalation, homeless problems, and other operational issues. But to be clear, ambassadors are not security officers. They are not replacing existing security staff or law enforcement. Their role is more nuanced.
and customer center. Metro's CEO, Ari Nazarian, says they'll send a
State Attorney General said those states they sent a letter to Walgreens and CVS last month threatening legal action if the retailers sold abortion pills by mail in their state. States in New York are set to begin. Aaron Tursky says federal prosecutors are expected to tell the judge Sekulo Saipov should face the death penalty for killing 8 by driving a truck onto a bike path in 2017.
They've already said Saipov threatened to split the throats of correction officers, and they said he's not remorseful.
Tursky says Saipov's lawyers have tried to portray him in a softer light. Saipov was convicted in January for the deadliest terror attack in New York since 9/11. An elementary school teacher in Connecticut has been arrested for allegedly putting some fifth graders in a martial arts chokehold. The school district says the teacher was demonstrating defensive holds last month. This woman who lives nearby says the teacher's behavior is not appropriate. Clearly, I don't think she knew what she was doing. I mean, if she did, I don't think she would have intentionally took them out, but she did. So it just kind of goes to show you, like, she should not be putting her hands on kids. Another woman says it's scary to think that Georgia has begun splitting atoms in one of its 2 new reactors. Georgia Power said yesterday operators used self-sustaining nuclear turbines to generate the electricity. The company says a 3rd reactor could begin commercial operation in May or June. We've got your drive on the 605 after sports with Lane.
Well, Ken, the Dodgers bats were hot against the Padres. Here's an example, courtesy of Max Muncy. And he's the flat, but they'll go left center field and do 5 kick off the wall. Well, let's come home. And it's 5-0. Muncy with his second double of the spring and his first run debut. Final score, LA 8, SB 3. The boys and Blue are off today. The Angels blanked the Cleveland Guardians to score their 6-0. Now they'll play the Padres at 12:10 this afternoon. And in basketball, the Lakers get the Memphis Grizzlies at 7. I'm Wayne Resnick, AFI Sports. Out there there are 10 million jobs open, and 6 million people are unemployed. Well, so look at those numbers. No wonder, but when you use them, they cost a pile of money. You get inundated with resumes of people who simply don't fit the bill. JobScat is a different site. JobScat, your top candidates already have the skills. Immediate notifications right to their phone, letting them know you're ready to talk. You're ready to read job posts. JobScat.com/handle.
SoCal weather from KFI. We've still got a partly cloudy day ahead, but much warmer. Highs will be in the mid-50s to the low 60s. More of the same for tomorrow, even maybe a little sunshine coming out on Thursday morning, but then a big change by Thursday afternoon and evening, where clouds are going to roll in. We've got another storm with rain heavy at times Thursday into Friday, and then the showers Friday into Saturday, gusty winds as well. But the storm should be a warm one, so it looks like that the snow forecast is up above 10,000 feet. Right now it's 50 in Brea, 49 in San Juan Capistrano. Let's check your drive on the 605.
A lot better in this hour. Southwest side of the 605 in most Alamedas. We have that crack on the Redlands area and west on Before Redlands Boulevard. Crash there in lanes with flowing back from Ukaipa Boulevard. North outside of the 405, a little easier to get along in Long Beach, right there at Atlantic. Before Atlantic just passed Orange. Car full of left lane squad for the crash. That's as you approach the city. Will Colt driver, AFI the Sky. I've been nailed it. I could never afford an HR person. And you get an HR person starting at the deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, putting your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com. That's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. So
there's a new way here to deal with joint pain that doesn't require drugs or surgery or downtime.
TC Kinetics has arrived with real, lasting, all-natural relief using the latest advances in regenerative medicine.
They've got clinics in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo with more
bodies and put them in your achy joints. The goal is to restore and repair damaged joints.
Available to anyone.
Imagine being pain-free by
TC Kinetics now in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo. 97 pain 213-997.
Ron Peter's been struggling with this feedback and egg white with down strike. He's arranged with tail throws and elbows. He's swinging for the count. You should get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspire the sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. Learn more at inspiredsleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone.
Problems? Search Pacific Coast
5 a.m. 6:40.
The news, what it means, why it matters. Top of the hour. Oh, today I'm taking phone calls, by the way, for handle on the law, and I'll tell you wrong. I'll do it after the show, and I'll do it off the air. The stories that we are covering, the story that broke this morning is about the 4 Americans that were kidnapped in Matamoros, Mexico, just across the Rio Grande from Brownsville. 2 were found dead. One the other 2 were alive. One of them is fine. So that's kind of weird, and we don't have any more details than that. And then a little bit tough too. The verdict is tough. Verdict reached in the murder torture case of Anthony Avalos will be announced at 1:30 this afternoon, and it was just a judge trial. There was no jury, and the judge is going to render his verdict. These 2, the mother and the boyfriend of the mother who killed and tortured this child. I mean, it's just beyond horrific. Yeah, so my favorite DA, I don't know how the hell he got elected, has taken the death penalty off the table. So, politically, the lose penalty doesn't apply here. It would never apply anywhere. I grew up in Southern California. And for those of us who did grow up here that are, let's say, over 50, if you remember the airport vacation, even during the summer when we were out in the playground running around, there were times when you couldn't breathe the air. Literally, you couldn't breathe, or it hurt to breathe. I mean, you would take a breath and your lungs hurt, and it looked like a London pea soup fog, and it was all brown, and the air quality was just horrendous. It was probably among the worst in the world at that time. Well, what the authorities did is pay attention to what the air quality was outside. And so I couldn't go out for recess. Had to stay indoors. Well, the school I went to, and I won't forget, this was an old school when I went there. Alexandria Avenue School. Sort of, not down way early on. And, they really didn't talk about how the air quality inside the classroom was virtually as bad as it was outside the classroom. Now, since the 50s, this is where I was in school at that point, and after, the air quality outside was really an issue. And we started all kinds of programs. Catalytic converters came in. You couldn't have, remember, we used to have incinerators in the backyard. It was to burn garbage. Well, it wasn't until the 90s that the school district or anyone really started thinking about indoor air quality. And all of a sudden, that became important. And where it became super important is in the schools. Because there are now so many studies that talk about how important it is that it almost is overwhelming. You go, wait a minute, is all of this true? It is. Because there have been studies after studies that talks about the level of education that boils down to indoor air quality, assuming the outdoor air quality gets so bad because of the way schools are built, because of other school districts. It is one of the largest school districts in half smack. Yeah, it does. It absolutely does. And unfortunately, you'll talk to people who even like LAU. The good old days, before penicillin, those are the good old days. Oh, people died at every elementary school, and where I went to school, it was the good old days. Not necessarily breathing. That was a little tougher, but that's small potatoes. No smoggy. Southern California, it was beyond comprehension. I'll come back to the show with that. School, the quality of air inside the schools, what's being done, and how dangerous it actually is. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee, live in the KFI 24-hour news for Fed Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell will face questions on Capitol Hill about whether the is working to bring inflation down. Nearly 24 people are facing domestic terrorism charges in connection with a violent outbreak at the future side of Atlanta's controversial new public safety training center. And rapper Travis Scott is expected to surrender in New York City as soon as today. He's wanted by cops for questioning after being accused of punching a sound engineer in the head at a nightclub in Manhattan. We're going to look at your drive at DKFI in the sky in just a moment. So, how much is your house worth? How about next year? Now, if I had asked you that question 2 years ago, oh yeah, about as good as it's going to get. So, if you're looking about $1,000 or more from the equity you built, good time to do it. And I'm going to suggest HMS Capital to help you borrow that money. Doesn't matter for what reason, consolidating debt or home improvement, college, whatever. HMS Capital is the company I'm suggesting. I did 2 mortgages with them, so I know how good they are. There are no appraisal or credit report fees to deal with. Call HMS Capital at 833-5698, 833-255-5698. Weather from KFI, partly cloudy today, but warmer with highs in the 50s to low 60s. This report is brought to you by AMSAC. From the Southern California Toyota dealers, traffic center, let's go places like Japan.
Still being worked on there. It's a big flow back from Ukaipa Boulevard. Also from these mountain folks coming down from the high desert, the Cajon Pass, I-15 southbound there at the 138, before the 138, a crash. Also the 16 eastbound at Azusa Avenue. Crash report. They just do the 12, right, for 50% off. So not only will you get a sweet vacation, you'll save money too. Book now at Amtrak.com. Restrictions apply.
This report is waterheatersonly.com. Who can you call at 3 a.m. when your water heater is leaking? Water heaters only.
Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful of that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. The most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio is a core part of that. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Portions of the following program will be recorded. This is a congratulations. This should be handled.
When the Constitution was written, you could not forecast what we are today. In terms of the crap that is out there and that has been cut.
AM 640 Bill Handle here. It is a Tuesday morning as we finish up the show. By the way, I'm taking phone calls for Handle on the Law right after the show offer. And 2 of the big stories that we are covering right now is of those 4 Americans that were kidnapped in Matamoros, Mexico. 2 were found dead out seriously, and 1 appears to be okay. We don't have any other facts, no other information. We'll give that to you as the day goes on. And then at 1:30 today, a verdict will be announced in the murder torture case of Anthony Avalos, that poor kid, his mother, and I guess, I know his mother's boyfriend ended up killing him and torturing him. Horrific. Okay, now we're going to finish up. And I'm going to continue on and talk about air quality in the school. I just did a whole segment on what the problem is with air quality. Matter of fact, you can listen on demand because that's what we do. Is put all the shows, all the things we do here on Unified. It was very, very rough when it was hot and smoggy, and the smog used to be it was among the smoggiest cities in the world, LA. It was downright dangerous. People died somewhat. Studies have linked dirty air inside of schools. And we're talking about communities with dirty air outside of schools. And there you go to the Inland Empire where it's far smoggier. And that dirty air has and leads to a variety of health conditions and learning delays we're talking about here. And California, no surprise, we've been a leader in recognizing it. Even before COVID, California imposed all kinds of rules for new school buildings offer clean air. January 1st, California became the first state to require every school, regardless of age, to assess, to upgrade their ventilation system, and then the magic word, in the air, if feasible. Well, as I said, I went to a city and had air conditioning. Although I tell you what, we didn't have crayons. Try doing that today with textbooks.
and covers. Well, that's fine for sure. So the mandate for cleaning up the air inside the classroom has come after billions of dollars, state and federal dollars, mostly related to the pandemic, were made available to schools to improve air quality. LA Unified, my alma mater, now spends about $20 million a year to inspect and maintain more than, you ready for this number? 116,000 air filtration systems. And the Environmental Law Institutionalized Agency to oversee school indoor air quality. And I told you this before, state and quality districts focus on outdoor air. That's where it's all about. School districts are left to themselves to inspect and police themselves. You know, you got the Air Quality Management Board in the new state law that allows schools, a lot of them, particularly older campuses, which often serve the neediest students. I lived in a that was not pretty. We were poor when we came to the United States. We were poor. And the school where I went to was not in a very good area. It was very old at all. And for schools that are out there that have air conditioning, I told you this past, what was it, this past summer? Yeah. And I stayed in air-conditioned hotels. Their idea of air conditioning is very different than our idea of air conditioning. And the same thing goes, unfortunately, for the schools. So we're talking about rules that have to be applied that aren't being applied. International health groups are calling for indoor law in the country. So, how do they get there? What do districts do? Well, they have to boost ventilation. They have to add tools. What are tools? How about portable air purifiers? Just bring in those portable air purifiers, one for every single classroom. $50 million in federal funding the LA Unified School District budgeted for portable air purifiers a couple of years ago. Wow, $50 million. That a lot? Well, at least it would help. Oh, by the way, that money's been reassigned. They need it in other places, so they weren't going to buy air filters for that. Public policy, and that's when classroom ventilation was being studied. And no surprise here, you've got students and teachers in poor ventilation more likely to miss school and report health problems. And missing school is those huge amount of federal dollars get paid. And it's all about attendance. That's why you had homeroom in junior high. That's why the teachers take attendance. The Lawrence Livermore Berkeley National Laboratory, when they're not busy doing nuclear weapons, did a story on this and did a study. And better ventilation in school just outright leads to better grades, better health. It's not that anymore because in San Francisco. Yeah, that was and then banner, yeah. Brother got caught making out with a girl at the middle school, so they shipped us out to the convent. Were they knuckles with the rulers? Oh yeah, a lot of that. They were very lovely people, weren't they? You were talking about the smog issue. I remember coming out here in the 80s to visit my grandma who lived in Glendale, and then coming back when I interviewed with Chris Little for the reporter job and not realizing there were mountains here. Because the last time I had been here, you couldn't see them. Can you imagine in the 50s? Oh my gosh. There were no catalytic converters, incinerators, right. Burning. I mean, it was, as I told you, it was too insane. It was really tough. Probably not going to have to do it so it counts on for much longer. Also, he's not only costing the county lives with his ridiculous directives that do not look out for public safety, but now he's going to be costing the county millions of taxpayer dollars because of his retaliatory transfers of veteran prosecutors. So that's what's going on. Also, I want to remind you is I went on the air, and you can, if you're on the phone, you can still listen to Gary Shannon show, which is just as good on the phone, but it's only 1 year probably. The number is 877-520-1150. 877-522 handle on the walk calls off the air. By AM 640 line up here using nothing but your beautiful voice. Tell your house robot to play KFI AM 640. KFI. And KOST HD2. Los Angeles and County. Live everywhere on the IR radio app. Making progress. I'm Jennifer Jones, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. People can now move around more in the snow-covered San Bernardino Mountains
Nearby Lake Cooley reports live from San Bernardino, where many highway routes have reopened to residents.
People who want to use the highways, they're required to show proof that they live in the mountains. Officials say they want to keep the train. Her husband from Crestline, who were staying at a hotel down the hill, made a stop at Stater Brothers before heading home.
We're loading up and we're getting enough food, so hopefully we can have it up there because there's no market up there. And the food is like disappearing because everybody needs food.
Crews have been working around the clock to clear roads in the mountains. People are still facing challenges.
Like the heaviest rainfall is expected to hit LA County by early Friday, then taper off by the evening and into Saturday morning. Gusty winds are also expected this week, but snow is expected late Thursday into Friday, but only at high elevations like Bernardino Mountains. Big Bear comes in between 6,700 and 9,000 feet, so that is the most likely place to get some snow if it gets any at all. An assemblywoman in South OC has written a gun control bill she says does not impact law-abiding gun owners. Republican Diane Dixon says she is pro-Second Amendment, but unregistered guns without a serial number are used mostly during mass shootings and other felonies to conceal the crime. The person who commits the crime would be subject to 2 additional years in prison if the firearm is used in the felony, and 3 years if the firearm is used in the commission of a felony. Attorneys for a woman who was sexually assaulted by Harvey Beverly Hills have obtained the judge's help to serve the disgraced producer. The woman's lawsuit filed last month alleged to accept the court papers. The judge has now granted the request to allow his sheriff's deputies to accompany the man's lawyer said the only viable count against the man is the charge of escaping. People on the plane yesterday say the guy tried to open an emergency exit and started shouting there was going to be a bloodbath. Passenger Lisa Olson reported the guy. Officials say Francisco Torres went after the flight attendant with a broken metal spoon and was tackled by other passengers. He told investigators he wanted to jump from the plane and he believed the flight crew was trying to kill him. And the Biden administration has sued to block JetBlue Airways from buying Spirit Airlines. It says the deal would reduce competition and drive up airfares for consumers. The DOJ says it would especially hurt cost-conscious travelers who depend on Spirit, a budget carrier, to find cheaper options than what's offered on other airlines. The government has previously requested additional documents about JetBlue's proposed $3.8 billion purchase of Spirit. $3.95. S&P is down 45, NASDAQ dropping 88, and the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.91. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972. SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a partly sunny night into Friday's gusty winds as well. Should taper off again. That snow level is not expected to go much below 10,000 feet. Right now, it's 53 in San Juan Capistrano, 52 in Brea.
In East LA on the 5, just a lot of traffic, nothing in lanes. Did you ever report of something westbound side of the 10, right there at the 101 in the East LA interchange, to report it was crashed in lanes. It's pretty slow. The westbound side of the 60 is also really cranky slow, getting away from the 710 on into East LA. Still dealing with an earlier problem, 10 westbound before Redlands. That crash still has been backed up to Kuiper Boulevard, where the CHP called for a traffic break. They're trying to do some emergency pothole repair in the 2 right lanes. Traffic slow from Jamboree. Will Cole driver, KFI in the sky. This hour is brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers. Let's go places.
Bill here. You can call me right now because I'll help you off the air. 877-520-1150. That's 877-520-1150. Like a Uline. They know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing you to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together.
Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number? I mean, no, nah.
Oh no. You said livestock by an ordinance that you need to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but adults have high blood pressure. That's why it's important to self-monitor your blood pressure for easy to remember steps. It starts with a monitor. Mean up. Talk to your doctor about your blood pressure. 14th will lock in the best rates on solar. Do it today at sunlock.com.
More stimulating talk.
And I have radio station.
Ready for today. Things go a lot farther than what I was doing. No. We're a chemical mixture that makes it very and thin.
It's just so mind-blowing.
You're going to be very disappointed. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app on Tuesday, March 7th. One of the big stories that we'll get to at the bottom of the hour. Just got an update on it not too long before the show started. 2 of the 4 Americans who were kidnapped last week in Mexico have been found dead. The other 2 were found alive, at least according to the governor of the border state of Tamaulipas. The border state. Only 2 of them. At least 1 of the Americans apparently died at the scene of the attack from Friday. Gunmen shot at their car, according to senior Mexican official. Of the 4 kidnapping victims, 2 of them are dead, 1 person injured, the other is alive. My phone at the Mexican president's daily news conference today.
We do have live local breaking news here to bring you on the Gary and Kenny Show. We have long reported the failures of George Gascon. If there ever was an election stolen, it was by a guy named George Gascon. The LA County DA's office, with not any experience under his belt, never tried a case, and put into motion all of these directives that completely eviscerated the fundamentals of what built punishment for gang members, which keeps the bad guys locked up longer. We're talking about getting rid of charging any juveniles as adults, which means who are all the bad adults giving the most vicious crimes to? The juveniles. And also his policy, I think maybe rounding out the top 3 most egregious, is the fact that he will not allow prosecutors to show up at parole hearings. Instead, having the families of murdered children go through the case file and try to keep the kid's murderer behind bars. Well, the breaking news this morning is that we may not have to deal with George Billings for much longer, because he's been on the program before. He is a veteran prosecutor at the LA County DA's office, most recently secured the conviction of Nipsey Hussle's murderer, and he has an announcement to make with us this morning. John, thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Good morning. I wanted to say that I am excited to officially announce my candidacy for Los Angeles County District Attorney in 2024. And it was important for me to do that on yourself because you have been very generous, and you and your audience have been very generous in having me on, and appreciating the insights that I've offered the community over the last 2 years. We're going to take that to the next level. The attorney's office is leading the rise in crime, theft, drug addiction, struggle, and the life of every Los Angelino. And I think now my inviting all to be on board.
John, put that website so that they can check it out, check out your story, check out ways that they can help you out. It's McKinney4LA.com, the number 4, McKinney4LA.com. And among other things about your story, I mean, your life comes with pain, it comes with triumph, it comes with starts and stops when it comes to a career and what you wanted to do with your life. Are you ready for the of a campaign like this?
I am. And as you know, I've been out in the community for the last 2 years. In fact, not a month went by before I stood on the steps of the Hall of Justice, waving a red flag to alert all of Los Angeles that the policies announced by the new DA would be disastrous. And so over the last 2 years, I've been out talking to people, talking to business owners, victims of crime, things that I've really done over my entire career as a deputy district attorney. And it has shaped me, it has sharpened me, it has strengthened my resolve, and I know I'm ready for this challenge.
Now, tell us a little bit about you. You're originally from New Jersey, but you came out here, you graduated from UCLA Law School, and you live in some of the neighborhoods that have been most affected by George Gascon's failure.
My older sister, she raised me along with 4 other children as a single parent. She was an influence for a while about me, I took to her.
There's a lot of my friends do it, and I saw that they made a lot of money. They seemed like easy money. So I, from a distance, learned what it was like and what motivated them to do it, and what eventually got them to stop doing it. So I didn't know it then, but life was preparing me for the job of a deputy district attorney. And then I became a deputy district attorney at the UCLA School of Law. And over the last 25 years, I've learned from behind the curtain of the criminal justice system what works and what doesn't work. So I have been in a unique position to lead the largest local prosecuting agency in the country, and I'm ready to do it.
Now, one more questions for you, including a case that was decided yesterday where a prosecutor was awarded $1.5 million for, yes, of course.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's going to be a lot of lawsuits. He's really screwed with the wrong prosecutors.
Deputy PA John McKinney is going to announcing his run for district attorney coming up in 2024. And again, the website McKinney, the number 4, LA.com. We'll continue.
Variant 7, KFI AM. The winter storm is keeping Yosemite National Park closed to the public. The National Park Service says the park will stay closed through at least Sunday, March 12th. And an African elephant at the Indianapolis Zoo is expecting, and it's a big deal because the birth will be historic, as the calf will be the first elephant in the world born through artificial insemination to a mother also born through artificial insemination. SoCal weather from KFI, partly sunny today, a little warmer, high will be in the 50s to low 60s. This report is brought to you by Connie, your drive with KFI in the sky and the tag.
Low traffic out of downtown out to LA. If you are headed westbound on the 10 freeway, there are really low lanes there. Unfortunately, you're not getting a break today. Also, we have some early problems outside of the 605 back from basically back from Wilson-Delamo on the southbound side of the 605. And if you're trying to get through the Orange County area, 405 southbound University, we've got the top 4 there being done in the right 2 lanes. That's Jam from Jamboree. BEEBambi.com. Contact our license 1047-781. Here are some homeowner headaches we fix together. On call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearance service is just $80. So nice and satisfied. Get air conditioning and plumbing. POECPL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way.
Escape to Catalina Island this winter for adventure, wellness, and everything in between. Relax on the beach, explore the hiking trails, or spend the day on the water. When you arrive midweek and book 2 nights, your 3rd night is complimentary. Plan today at visitCatalinaIsland.com.
Staples Credit Marketing Services help small business print big. Now get $15 off signs, banners, and posters when you spend 7 for $4.15. Visit Staples.com/print for detail. This is your sign to try Staples, where your print's a perfect guarantee.
Have you heard there's a new way here to deal with joint pain that doesn't require drugs or surgery or downtime?
TC Kinetics has arrived with real, lasting, all-natural relief using the latest advances in regenerative medicine.
They've got clinics in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo with more on the way.
TC Kinetics is the nation's leader in these amazing treatments. They take highly concentrated healing properties from your own body and put them in your achy joints. The goal is to restore.
We're raving about this all over the country. Pro athletes have been doing this for years, but now it's available to anyone.
Imagine being pain-free by this summer. Living life the way you used to. Walking, running, playing sports.
If you've got pain from arthritis or injury, don't think steroids and surgery are your only option.
Call and learn more about these remarkable treatments using regenerative medicine.
TC Kinetics, now in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo. Call for a free consultation. 213-997-PAIN. 213-997-PAIN.
Non-surgical joint pain relief has arrived. 213. If you have a legal question and want marginal legal advice, you can call me right now because I'll help you off the air. 877-550. Our IR Radio Podcast Awards are back. The best comedy, crime, news, sports, and more. Tuesday, March 14th. Join us for a
Help you bundle your home and kind.
music train keeps coming. They'll restrict the electricity flow to your house. John and gas. They're going to come to a point where they make natural gas, gasoline, electricity so expensive that we're just going to have to live in a reduced state because they think the live.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We will get to all the developments coming out of Mexico where 2 Americans have been killed And two injured in that attack looks like they got caught up in between two cartels. We'll tell you what we know when the news is over at the bottom of the hour. Right now we're talking to John McKinney, veteran deputy district attorney for the LA County DA's office, who has just announced on our show that he will be challenging George Gaston, who has ripped apart the scenes of the office there. And John's website is McKinney4LA.com. McKinney that really highlights what I think that you've always been about is providing justice, but at the same time,
such an awesome responsibility. We literally make decisions that affect people's liberty. We make decisions that affect people's lives. And not just offenders, but victims too. The approach to a fair and just criminal justice prosecutors who are not ideologues. It requires prosecutors to have and to be compassionate in the way that we apply the law. I, as district attorney, will make public safety my priority. That means every decision that's made has to have public safety in mind. But beyond that, we have to be smart and we have to be reasonable in how we treat people. You can't punish an addiction out of a person who's addicted to drugs. You can't punish mental illness out of a person who's committing crime because they're mentally ill. Those people have to be treated differently. And that's the kind of sort of one in which we excuse them for atrocious behavior so that we see them over and over and over again. What that one is not helping anybody. Ask them to show the results without being very comfortable with the change in direction.
One of the criticisms of George Gaston was the blanket policy changes for his first day in office. Do you have any sort of similar plan like that, or are you talking about making sure, you mentioned, each of the stakeholders having say in all of this, that whatever happens on day one would be the result of teamwork, sitting down and actually discussing these things instead of blanket policy?
Yeah, what George Gaston did on day one just shows a high degree of arrogance and narcissism. No elected leader walked in on day one and dropped the bomb on the entire system. So I wouldn't behave that way either. Look, we have some of the best prosecuting attorneys anywhere in the country. And what I'll do on day one is free them from the confusion and ideology that they've been forced to work under for the last 2.5 years and tell them to go into court and be guided by the law, first and foremost. There are certain things that George Gaston has put in place. Shannon talks about them all the time, particularly his approach to parole and the way that he treats victims. Those things will be changed immediately. There are other things that he has to take a look at to see how we can make them better. I don't think anything can resolve. 40 cities have voted no confidence in that confidence.
Speaking of narcissism, it looks like a prosecutor yesterday was awarded $1.5 million in a retaliation lawsuit because that is what the DA and his administration does. They retaliate against anyone who raises their hand and says things are not being done right at the DA's office. And the problem here for Gaston and his people is that there are more than a dozen similar civil claims that could prove equally costly. So not only is he banking taxpayer dollars are going to go to pay off these people who were wrongly retaliated against. John McKinney, thank you so much for your time this morning. John has tried nearly 40 murder cases. He gets convictions in each one of them, and he allows the victim's story to be told in all of those courtrooms, something that's just not happening right now. John McKinney, you have an open time you want to come on and talk about this fight. You are welcome.
Thank you, Gary, Shannon, and I'm the show and to your listeners first.
Well, we're absolutely honored. Make sure that you go to the website, McKinney4LA, McKinney, McKinney, the number 4LA.com. John, thanks. We appreciate it. All right, coming up next is the latest out of what happened in Mexico. Friday, there were 4 people kidnapped. Now we know that 2 of them were killed. We'll explain what we know and what this means for our relationship with Mexico coming up.
During Shannon on the iHeartRadio app, and if you don't believe, you can pay a 24-hour newsroom.
Stretches of major mountain roads have been reopened in San Bernardino County, but only for people who live in the mountain communities. They'll have to show ID before they're allowed to pass. Officials say county road clearing efforts have passed the 85% mark system-wide. ABC's Matt Gutman is in Crestline, where he says crews have been working around the clock to clear the roads.
This will say crews have removed more than 2,000 Olympic swimming pools worth of snow from San Bernardino County alone. And that's enough snow to fill the Superdome 5 full times, and it was made so difficult.
In the mountains, say getting into and out of their homes is still difficult. 100% of county roads in Mount Baldy, Brightwood, Cedar, secondary roads are drivable. News is brought to you by Steve James Accident. The case overnight ended in the neighborhood near Western and the 10. 4 people in a stolen Honda, including 3 teenagers, were also taken to the hospital. Officials say they were treated for injuries not considered life-threatening. The first group of known security ambassadors has started riding Metro's trains and buses. Metro's chairman, Aaron Nazarian, says 300 new employees have been trained to handle all kinds of issues, including homelessness and de-escalation.
All have no experiences with the types of challenges that many of the Metro customers. That makes it possible for them to perform their jobs with empathy, with skill.
Nazarian says ambassadors will not replace police, but rather be an additional set of eyes and ears. The Biden administration policy of detaining migrant families who cross the border illegally. An official in the U.S. said yesterday it's the same policy the president shut down over the past 2 years because he wanted a more humane immigration system.
All of this comes, of course, as the Biden administration handled the end of Title 42. That's the public health order that was used during the pandemic to turn away millions of migrants at the border.
ABC's Mary Bruce says Title 42 is set to end in early May because if the Biden administration chooses to detain migrant families, it would be limited to a small number of days to allow for swift processing. And an explosion in a 7-story commercial building in Baton Rouge has killed at least 14 people and hurt dozens more. Fire officials, the first 2 floors were badly damaged. More than 50 people were taken to the hospital for treatment. It's unclear what caused the explosion. SoCal weather from KFI, we've got a million as the afternoon rolls in, and it looks like an overnight into Friday morning. We could have heavy rain and gusty winds on the way, but this is a warm storm, so it looks like our snow level is only going to be at about 10,000 feet. 54 right now in Newport on the road.
That offer crash there has been slow from Valley View on that stretch of the 5. Then North County Free Road looks like a little accident, so better in lanes as well. Very slow on the westbound side of the 10 from Western Avenue all the way out to Robertson and people head towards the beach there. Real cold, driver KFI in the sky. If you're looking to sell your home, you call Seller's Advantage and they'll make you a cash offer with no need for repair. With Seller's Advantage, there are no agents. 50 closing days and we buy cash. And they offer a $10,000 advance to help us move it. Check out their reviews online and call for no obligation offering. 888-321-ADVANCE. 888-321-ADVANCE. 888-321-2747. And visit sellersadvantage.com. Don't worry, self-happy with Seller's Advantage. CRE number 0961658. Bill Handel here, and if you have a legal question and you want marginal legal advice, you can call me right now because I'll hit you off the air. 877-520-1150. That's 877-520-1150 right now.
When Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists. Enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and play with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
Looking to invest in real estate as a way to diversify, hedge against inflation, and receive consistent quarterly cash distribution? With First Nat Partners, you'll get access to commercial real estate investments that are reserved only for elite private institutions. You'll enjoy all the benefits of fully passive real estate. Tax write-off, limited liability structures, quarterly tax distributions, and the potential for upside at exit. First National Realty Partners has thousands of investors who collect rent from national brand tenants like Walmart, Target, Whole Foods, Publix, and many more. Call 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or go to fnrtradio.com. That's FNRT. Choose your fully passive commercial real estate investment deal. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representation $825 value. So call LightSource today at 800-803-2696 or go to lightsourcewater.com. LightSource,
Mommy,
Well,
I did KSI.
more stimulating talk.
And I heart radio station. We had a couple questions about the spelling of some names.
See. K-I-N-N-E-Y. McKinney. M-C-K-I-N-N-E-Y.
I'm
4LA.com.
I just tweeted at Gary and Shannon a link to his website, so you can check it out there.
We love it. We were mentioning the story about the attorney who was retaliated against and won $1.5 million suit for retaliation lawsuit against George Gaston. Her name was Sean Randolph, former head of the juvenile division. There was another retaliation claim. We mentioned there's others in the pipeline. There was another one filed with a former head deputy of the Compton's court, Richard Doyle, settled by the county for another 7 figures as well. So, I mean, the idea that he's going to be on the hook for millions and millions is precedent. If the county, I mean, this win by Sean Randolph in the retaliation lawsuit is a signal to the county that they better settle these things, or they're going to end up paying a lot more money than they think.
2 of the 4 Americans who were kidnapped last week in Mexico were alive. At least one of the Americans died at the scene of the attack on Friday, in which shooters opened fire on their car. Of the 4 kidnapping victims, just 2 of them dead, 1 injured, the other is alive. It turns out they were in town for butt lift.
Something, one of them was
One of the Gary and Shannon life lesson rules.
a basic thing that we didn't have to publish that kind of knowledge anymore.
We routinely have to remind people not to leave the country for their butt lift. Also, don't go to a day's inn for your butt lift.
It may have been a tummy tuck, but I think it's a...
Oh, you're right, it was a tummy tuck.
No, I've heard both.
Oh, you have? Okay.
And maybe
both.
people won. Yeah, who knows? This is a dangerous place. There's no equivocation in the State Department's warning. This is a no-go zone. They don't say, or if you think a tummy tuck is the right way to go, or you need to pay a half price. No. They say don't go there. And there's a reason why they say that. Now, I think the biggest issue that the Mexican authorities and the FBI are going to have to figure out is why this white van with North Carolina license plate?
They believe that it could have been a case of mistaken identity. That is still on the table.
But then who do they think it was?
Other cartel members? I mean,
I guess going in and out of, I don't know.
It's a very active area with cartel violence.
And there's probably enough American-used vehicles for trafficking.
Exactly. And a white van is very nondescript. It's not like it was a Lotus. And you're like, oh.
A Lotus?
I just mean used in a obscure car. And it's pretty common, right? An old white van.
Yeah, old Dodge white van. Yeah. But that means, what I saw about this was, it means that someone at the border, some law enforcement, finger quotes, figure at the border, the cartel that the white van is coming. Whatever that meant, whatever that means to one of the sisters of one of the people who was on this trip said that he was trying to contact her brother because he had a dream that something bad was going to happen.
I felt a little uneasy because I told him I had a dream, I'm just checking on you. That's what I told him Thursday. So then, like I said, Friday morning, I texted, I didn't get anything.
Yeah, well, that was when this all happened. On Friday, after these 4 Americans drove into the town of Matamoros from Brownsville, the gunman opened fire on the van and then put the Americans in another vehicle and drove them away. A woman, but when these guys, the gunman started pulling the others out of the van, it almost looked like they were dead right away. They were in very bad condition if they weren't dead. And then a Mexican national, apparently an innocent bystander, happened to be there, was also shot and killed. Very uncommon for Americans to be kidnapped in Mexico, at least U.S. nationals to be kidnapped in Mexico.
though, that they got caught up in the crossfire between two cartels, or maybe there was mistaken identity where one of the cartels is terrifying.
And there's a reason, I mean, I mentioned this before, there's a reason that the State Department was very clear about this state and why it's a bad place to go, and it's because it is the scene of such cartel violence. One big cartel that has splintered off into different power struggles, and some of them control the border, and some of them don't, and some of them control the pharmacies, and some of them don't. The Americans that are caught in this, that are killed or kidnapped or hurt or threatened in any way, for the vast majority of them, they're just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And I mean, if it's true that this was the case of mistaken identity, there's no better way to describe it than just simply being wrong. So the Americans, I don't know what the plan is to get them and to bring them back to the United States safely, but the Mexican authorities are obviously helping. But so we'll see.
Talking about an embarrassment, Kamala will tell you all about it coming up in Swamp Watch. Also, China is ramping up its rhetoric against the United States. Confrontation. What does that mean? That sounds like an escalation.
Just me, and I know there's a quite different in the United States thoughts of mine, because those guys seem to think,
it's very manipulative, isn't it? They don't answer our calls, China doesn't, but they come out swinging like this.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like the lines of communication are open.
Hey, the celebration of a lifetime, speaking of something happier, is waiting for you. KFI wants to send you to celebrate 100 years of Disney at the Disneyland Resort. Listen to KFI for details on your chance to win.
And park reservations are required. Visit Disneyland.com for important details.
More on what's going on with China when we return. Gary and Sam will be right back.
It's an apology, but then I didn't want to do it in the middle of the Disneyland read, because that would be insinuating that it is an earworm, but I do apologize.
But it's a memorial. It's the free Texas.
It was one of my tacos.
What?
Tacos in your heart.
Where are you pointing at? Jennifer Jones Link is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The FAA is investigating after two aircraft clipped wings near the gates at Boston's Logan International Airport. Yes, calling it his bill Texas. And an exotic python named Bunny put up for adoption. We've got your drive through Long Beach in just a moment. Years ago,
I've been bombarded with stories about going through old files, and I found the original packet of information about SolarMax.
I think it's here.
7 years ago now. I did a ton of research, innovative technologies, the highest quality solar panels. They have the greatest things
because you get more electrical production in the spring. So stay big. Call SolarMax. Get a 12-panel system for $0 down at $69.99 a month.
This is the most powerful solar
$99 a month.
Dial pound 250 from the cell phone. Say the keyword SolarMax at pound 250. SolarMax. Or go to SolarMaxTech.com. On LinkedIn, available on Food Credit, TSLB number 97248.
SoCal weather from KFI, low highs in the mid-60s to the low to mid-60s. This report is brought to you by water heaters only. Let's get a look at your drive with KFI in the sky. Let's check that commute for you.
4 years along the 91 westbound side before the 710 is another right clear to the right shoulder. Now the 91 itself is still going to be pretty busy for you coming out of Artesia, rather Cerritos from the Starbucks at Artesia Boulevard is unrelated flowing continuing equity in the Gardena toward the what's on top of the 105 north and then to the 91 west is going to go through the LA County here. So then this Port LAX and over the Boulevard there. Link busy again. KFI in the sky helps get to their bastards. I'm Antonio P. This report is sponsored by Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel. Colombian singer-songwriter Maluma is bringing his magic to Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel. Buy your tickets today at Yamava Theater. I'll go with twice. You can call me right now because I'll help you off the air. Please do it right now.
It's okay to get frustrated. It's normal. 833-817-4673 or live chat at calhost.org. Yes. Who has 0% intro APR financing for water heaters only? That's you. Visit waterheatersonly.com to apply for quick, easy financing. Plus, get the lowest prices on water heater replacement. Waterheatersonly.com. Thank you for this apply.
That's the difference between cat and dog. Am I going to go to that person? All I have to do is open the door, and they're right there waiting for me. They don't care about how bad my day was. They're there to love me. Look, Kelly, that's the difference between cats and dogs. about the time change. You got that part of setting your clock ahead because going to Arizona, they're already an hour ahead.
Right.
So that when you come back from spring training, you don't have to fix the clock. I mean, you'll have to readjust the clock because you've already adjusted it. So I'm doing it a day earlier.
Got it.
Gavin Newsom will not give a state of the state address.
I have a theory on this.
Well, he says it's a break
His state of the state to the legislature, but there is no mandatory do or die with this. It is so routine and dry and tedious every year when we hear these guys get up there and do this. State of the Union is my political ad class I took in 2001 at Chico State University. All I can see in my mind is him being a cheerleader for California, talking about how great it is, and then a dissolve into Skid Row and what's become of San Francisco and people shooting up on the BART train, and then a dissolve to places like Michigan and Ohio and Florida and these beautiful places, and then superimposing all of this. And like that's all I can see is this would be such just a gold mine for his opposition.
right the greatness that still is the state. I mean, there's iconic, incredible visuals that he has an opportunity to do if you're going to put together, I don't know, a postcard for the state of California. You get him up in Humboldt County and standing in front of some old redwood trees. Then you get him.
Where are we on the Fred Savage Me2 mess? Wasn't he wrapped up in that?
Yeah, but listen, I don't know enough about Fred or anything to pass judgment one way or the other. I feel like Fred Savage was I don't remember there being anything overtly sexual about them, but just that he was an a-hole to some people.
Something like that. We've got a great pair in the skies coming up in the next hour or so. I'm just putting my money on that.
Kim Jong telling a news conference on the sidelines of a parliament meeting in Beijing that the United States has to change its distorted attitude towards China.
If the United States does not hit the brake to continue to speed down the wrong path, no amount of guardrails can help, and there will surely be conflict and confrontation.
This at this moment, because we're obviously at a historic low when it comes to the relations between the United States and state or whatever they were. Completely understand why there was an assumption that we were not paying attention to these giant weather/surveillance balloons.
Flowery, this guy, Foreign Minister Xi Dang, he made a stance adopted by China's diplomats since 2020. He says, when jackals and wolves are blocking the way and hungry wolves are attacking us, Chinese diplomats must then dance with the wolves and protect and defend our home and country.
Very flowery. He said that there was an invisible hand pushing for the escalation of the war, in exactly whose invisible hand that was. But he has reiterated over and over again that he, especially his role, new role as foreign minister, I think he's about a year, that he wants to end the war in Ukraine through dialogue, with diplomacy. In response, Russia, of course, teamed up and said, yeah, well, that guy said the United States is doing it all. That the foreign minister was joking when he said that invisible hand was to blame.
Emails out and hopefully soon.
You know, we used to do that all the time. When I was working in Seattle, Bill Gates with his family, because it was, I guess, the closest you got to a real celebrity in Seattle was Bill Gates, because he's been there forever. And the stories that had to do with him, we would constantly tag with the line. We had put a call into Bill Gates' office over at Microsoft, and he hasn't returned our calls yet.
So should we start doing that?
No, I just think that that's what Mondo just did.
Well, the funny thing is that exact sentence, that answer Mondo just gave, is verbatim what ex-producer say, and what ex-producer Oscar would say as well.
Also a reason why
Mother hand card. Does it say in their handbook to put a tissue in their bra and then let us play with it so we bond with them quicker, like it does with hand cards?
warmer rain, which is the biggest issue. Okay. Because as great as it might be for places like the San Bernardino County Mountains, it's going to be awful for places along the...
And Karen Guys, so headed your way right here on Karen Channel.
Go country smart speaker. Just tell it what to play.
Okay, Google, play KFI AM 640.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Getting better. KFI truly reports live from San Bernardino, where people have to show proof they live in the mountains to use the highways.
Official poll. Yeah, I got food for 7, 8 people. He says his neighbors still can't leave because their car is buried in 5 to 6 feet of snow. Trees have been working around the clock to clear roads in the mountain, but Houston's hotline reporting live in San Bernardino. Like Trolley KFI News.
A verdict is expected to be announced against a woman and her boyfriend accused of killing her 10-year-old son, Anthony Avalos, in Lancaster. 2 counts of child abuse involving the boy's half-sibling. The man faced a maximum sentence of life in prison without parole if they're convicted for the 2018 murder. A Republican of South OC's written a gun control bill targeting ghost guns used during felonies.
I do support the Second Amendment.
Assemblywoman Diane Dixon says her bill does not impact gun owners who follow the law.
Get rid of illegal, unsterilised ghost guns. The only people who use them are criminals, maybe committing a crime.
The bill enhances felony sentences.
They are bystanders to a crime that's being committed. It would be 2 additional years, but if they're actually using the firearm in the commission of the felony, that would be 3 years.
Dixon says the bill addresses a gap in a state with the safety. In South Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Governor Newsom decided to skip the traditional state of the state speech and go on a policy tour instead. The state constitution says the governor has to provide a state of the state address to lawmakers. Newsom's office says he will send a formal letter to the legislature once he finishes the tour next week, and announcements have been made on things like housing, affordability, and mental health. Trial was started in OC for the man who allegedly carried out a daring escape from jail in Santa Ana.
During opening statements, the prosecution accused an outside person to carry out the plan. Prosecutors say in 2015, the defense yesterday said the man doesn't deny the breakout charges, but does dispute charges of carjacking and kidnapping. The man is
SoCal Gas has heard from customers about a proposed plan to raise rates. If the California PUC approves it, the average customer would pay nearly $100 more a year. SoCal Gas sells the free cost. SoCal Gas says the rate increase is needed to upgrade infrastructure. The Chairman Jerome Howell told us that
We're to indicate as faster pace and more prepared to increase the pace of rate hikes.
the Fed raised its benchmark rate by a quarter point in early February after imposing a half-point increase in December and 4 3/4 point hikes before that. 2 Americans taken in a violent abduction in Mexico have been found dead. The others are alive. The state governor says one of the survivors was hurt. The FBI had reported it was searching with officials from Mexico for the Americans who've been kidnapped Friday. The 4 people had traveled together from South Carolina and crossed the border from Texas. After crossing, they were caught in the crossfire of rival cartel groups. Video shows them being thrown into the back of a pickup truck by men with guns. And about 4 in 10 adults say the level of immigration and asylum seekers in the U.S. should be lowered. A new poll by the Associated Press also says about 2 out of 10 people say the levels should be higher, and a third want the numbers to remain the same. Your KFI financial act in California is $4.91. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972. SoCal weather from KFI. We have a final tonight into Friday. We got another storm coming in with the possibility of heavy rain and gusty winds, although this is a warmer storm as here in Santa. We're talking westbound side of the 210 around Owendale Avenue. Clear from lanes now, but still passenger car overall leaving the 57 out passenger 605. El Monte Road, you will get some relief beyond that out from around San Diego Boulevard and then further westbound on the 10. So before the 5 people at Heights Court down 10 and the 101 struggling for you want. The keyword is save that traffic. 60 west and have a team off the 70. Rick Polio team. Hey, it's Team Charles. If you're planning on going solar, listen up. The state has changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce. And the change is not in your favor. Fortunately, there's a grandfathering period for locking the current rates, but time is running out. The deadline is April 14th. So how do you do that? You start by calling Sunlux. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Sunlux will help you get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait. Go to sunlux.com, sunlux.com. See if that sensitive info is all together. Before we start the annual meeting of
Sean's personal info. Has anyone seen Social Security numbers? Nope. Oh no. You've been stolen. BlackRock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. So it's really right there. Really no real. Listen to really no real. More stimulating.
I was kind of half listening. The traffic's kind of the same for me at home. And whether it was that it's like a bunch of party tables is filled out on the side.
I read that.
And then the guy goes, it's a good thing. Like the Martha Stewart tagline. I don't know why it made me chuckle. I mean, a timely reference, but it was very funny.
The Tamaulipas state governor said in a phone call during the president's news conference that of the 4 people, 2 of them were found dead, 1 was found wounded, and 1 of them not hurt, but alive. Ambulances were going to the area to offer them care. CNN is reporting that one of the friends of the 4 Americans who were kidnapped, one of the friends said that they actually got lost while trying to find a doctor's office there in Matamoros when they were shot at and kidnapped.
It is Tuesday, which means a couple things here on the Gary and Shannon Show. Coming up in the 11 o'clock hour, we will bring you Tasty Tuesday with our court reporter Neil Sabedra. Today we'll be tackling the topic of hot dog balls. I don't know what those are, but I want them.
You haven't seen hot dog ball yet? Yes, I know. It's on our story on Instagram.
Oh, okay.
Very, very funny. Fed Reserve Chair Jerome Powell today has cautioned that interest rates are likely to head even higher than they had expected in the central bank, citing data earlier this year that showed that inflation has reversed the deceleration that it showed in late 22. Central bank leader was wanting tighter monetary policy ahead to slow a growing economy.
Okay, this is just misusing hot dogs. This is hot dog abuse.
It gets underway tonight. Cuba in the Netherlands.
I'm going to that game on Saturday.
Not that game, but the World
The one on Saturday.
in Phoenix. Did you go to 2 games in a day? Oh, I'm sorry. In real training, the 8th.
Jackie has been quite busy. We'll get into Jackie's developments up there. Or do we?
Yes, we do.
It's going to be It's going to be some warm rain that's going to fall.
I feel like you're pursuing the warm rain.
I think it sounds kind of nice.
It does sound kind of nice. Unless you're sitting on 49 feet of snow in the Central Sierra, warm rain is the worst.
Can cause flooding.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Now, if we had, including Harvey and Rosado water capture system anywhere in the state of California, we might not feel as water. That's amazing how that doesn't, high-speed bullets, semi-high, a low-speed train doesn't capture water, so we can spend $126 billion on it. I just checked the snowpack report for today, and according to the California Department of Water Resources, statewide, we have the average of 47 inches of snow water equivalent. We're about 180% of what we would be on April 1st. And for this date, we're at 192%. That of deep tropical moisture comes in and brings the significant rain. It's also going to bring significant flooding, perhaps, to the lowlands.
They say that if you can go out and try and remove some snow from structures, we have seen a state of roof collapses from the mountain snow, including a grocery store there at Crestline. But
through Saturday, I believe, is what they're looking at. A meteorologist for the Weather Service in Sacramento said that the low pressure system is originating in the north, but it is expected to link it to very warm subtropical moisture coming in from Hawaii, which sounds delightful. Storms are sometimes referred to as the Pineapple Express. Heavy moisture in California.
Are we getting a little bit obsessed with weather reporting? Are we getting a little addicted here in Southern California because we got like a week of real weather that now we're like, ooh, we're going to make a chocolate.
Best weather app on my phone and show you the radar.
Yeah, we got weather here now.
I will admit that I was a little deep into it 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I think everybody was.
Because it was a legit don't know if I'm going to be able to get home kind of day.
Sure, but now we've got warm rain expected later on in the week, and suddenly our hair's on fire again.
They did say in the central part of the state, it's got to be above 8,000 feet, which gives you an idea how warm this is. You could see it anyway. It's not going to make it any better because it's not uncommon for them to close.
Exactly, from Big Bear Valley when we return. And some parts are about survival and courage.
Courage! Sounds like the size of the fork, like the bottle of the one.
You'll see that posted up in a lot of them. So
I found out I love the use of county bottles. Hey, now we know. I don't know why.
I love to hear it.
You have to endure it though, because I'll go through the commercial break and I'll leave. And then the sheriff.
Did you know that a Balthazar is 20 sizes bigger than a normal bottle?
Oh, all right.
Freaking Rain Man in here, bottles.
By the way, if you missed it, you did, and he is going to be running for district attorney against George Gaston. So you can follow the number 4la.com. You can also hear that interview on demand when you go to our website at kfiam640.com or listen to our podcast.
Jennifer Jones-Lee is in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Dr. Klein, after Fed Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell revealed interest rate rates are likely to be higher than previously anticipated. Right now, the Dow is down 400 inside tags on players, so that's the designation that is being used to retain a player who's about to become a free agent and sign them for another year. And Avatar: The Way of Water is coming to living room soon. The successful sequel film from James Cameron will be available for purchase digitally on March 28th. Let's get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky. We've got a pass on the day.
Looking down kind of like on the eastbound side, actually kind of getting out of Mission into downtown just before the 110, you're seeing at least the left lane take line. That's causing you a massive slowdown really quickly. And eastbound 10, as you go like from western, still in that city, I'm off the 60, actually as far back as eastbound Commerce, 60 westbound. I believe the 7 I'm the 10 westbound Monica Freeway. That'll be a mess for your drive. 2 down kind of lane back, making that transition, the 10 west end Monica Freeway to the 110 south on also looks expensive. Find the sky helps get there faster. I'm at Polyotine. This report is sponsored by blindchurch.com. Hi, I'm Tom. Americans pay about $5 billion a year to control termites and repair the damage. More than floods, earthquakes, hurricanes combined. Call Pacific Coast Termites at 800 Pacific for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No fencing ever. Call 800 Pacific. 800 Pacific. Wait.
Hiring Gina, Indeed hiring platform makes it easy to attract, screen, and interview candidates all in one place. Sponsor a post and instantly receive a shortlist of quality candidates on Indeed whose resumes match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person, but there's an answer, Bambi.com, and with Bambi, you get an HR to help you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees. With Bambi, you get access to your own .com. Type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com. That's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spell BAM, B-E-E. That's BAM, B-E-E. That's Bambi.com.
When Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
Are you suffering from back pain, pain in your legs and feet? Do you suffer from leg pain, yet you're still suffering with chronic pain caused by peripheral neuropathy, spinal stenosis, or a failed back surgery? Here is good news from the Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope of reducing or even eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical, painless, laser-guided stem cell treatment that may reduce or eliminate your back, leg, and foot pain in minutes. If you're in pain, here's a special offer. Call now for a special leg exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, and X-ray MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free. For the special $97 exam, on your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free.
God can do anything, and he took this girl.
Listen to Trey.com Relentless Hope on the iHeartRadio app or wherever. It's 30 yes. Everybody in the world, come. Today is happening in there. John and Karen. So that's going to be the Labor Secretary PM on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey, Deborah. Yeah, Gary is on the record with objecting because he thinks that we will get in trouble. It's just a little smoke, right? It's just a little, it's a small little smoke. Oh, like, okay, Gary, it's not like it's just looking at me like this is a bad idea. Toxic elements gone. Don't you want to start a new? Don't you want the bad juju out of there?
I don't have the power to fire Jacob.
I'll go in there and say him too. Does Robbie lose his job for this, or is it Jacob? Because when Petros and Money tried to burn down the building, John...
So you think Ronnie's still on the hook somehow for our show?
I don't know. I hope Ronnie's like the gatekeeper of fire on the floor.
A couple stories that we are following. A man who appeared to be shot dead by Russian speakers in a very short video has been identified as a missing Ukrainian soldier. This footage was circulated on Ukrainian social media, but the chief prosecutor there in Ukraine has announced a criminal investigation now. The human rights chief argued that it was a violation of the Geneva Convention. The video that it was an unarmed prisoner of war killed by Russian soldiers.
Their valley is no different. Valley, yelling for two dudes who braved blizzards, who fought off countless enemies. This is like that maybe cold mountain.
Exactly like that movie Cold Mountain.
As the storm moved in late last month, Jackie did what any caring mother would do. She protected her children at all costs. Jackie braved the cold conditions as she sat atop her two eggs for hours at a time. Keeping watch, filling up the falling snow, blanketed everything but the faintest outline of her beak and tail. She goes off. Who would her record of sitting on those eggs? 27 hours. The global fan base cannot be ignored. There's a webcam that has been documenting Jackie's daily life since 2016. It captured the highs and lows, and I find if Jackie ever signed up for this. What if somebody just plopped down a camera in front of...
That's way up in the tree.
She became the first egret hatched in Big Bear Valley in 2012. Her parents, Ricky and Lucy, became the first known adult eagles who decided to stay in Big Bear Valley and move her destination for the species. Big Bear resident Sandy Spears was about a half mile from where Jackie was born, watched her grow up from a distance. She said you could see her practicing flying. You could see Lucy and Ricky bringing her fascinated. It got me hooked. I just wanted to see. Yeah, a story about engineering. It's a story about Jackie the bald eagle and the stripes and the courage. Her YouTube page and a daily live chat require multiple moderators. With 500,000 followers who get to see the video highlights, she's not making any money off this. Can you believe that?
She has a camera captured her and Mr. Bean. Amazing.
How does that work? How do eagles make beautiful
120 feet off the fourth floor.
Oh, I bet I know. Yeah, I think I've seen this before. I think actually it caught them.
The egg hatched in 2018 wanted to go right after a rainstorm, but the other one, named Stormy, survived and went off to college. She left Big Bear that summer. And then, a new piece came to town.
Yeah, Shadow.
Hey girl.
Now, apparently the two are very different. Okay, so personality-wise, Jackie is definitely the boss. She's very determined, very serious, she's trying to get her way. She's bigger than Shadow. If the Shadow has to weather Jackie's ups and downs around like crazy, and he was a wimp. But Shadow can dance up to her, they say sometimes, and she seems to like that better. That makes sense. Why are you looking at me like that?
Oh, I don't know. The eggs that they're on right now, by the way, are weeks overdue. them unattended he had to do with them at some point.
Probably like Raven to this one. I don't know. I'm not sure how makes it work. Maybe. USC, I mean, TV, the LA Times continues its war on USC. I want to know what USC did. Somebody got mad. This is like Mr. B getting revenge on Jackie. I don't know what's going on here, but they are unrelenting when it comes to digging into malfeasance at USC. The latest when we come back.
Gary Shannon will continue to have remarks live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Stretches of major mountain roads in San Bernardino County have been reopened to people who live in mountain communities.
I am so grateful they finally opened up a residence. It's been good for, distress over many days.
People driving up will have to show proof of residency. Officials say the limited opening does not apply to people who have rented vacation properties. Out of the high desert with Operation Consequences.
It's mainly focused on the proliferation of the manufacturing of ghost guns. San Bernardino County Sheriff Sergeant Robert Arrieta says the county approved about $1.2 million for the operation and since 451 felony arrests. We're looking at the seizure of over 540 pounds of narcotics, 313 handguns, 84 of those have been ghost guns, and 149 rifles, 31 of which are ghost rifles. Arrieta says investigators also made 26 human trafficking arrests and rescued 19 people. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The parents of an admitted school shooter in Michigan are trying to get charges against them. A 16-year-old who wrote a rather deliberate in a journal that he only knew about. The teen killed 4 people at his school in Oxford in 2021. Prosecutors say the parents were grossly negligent when they bought their son a handgun and ignored alarms of his mental state leading up to the school shooting. At least 1,000 people have been arrested on charges related to the January 6th attack on the Capitol. The Department of Justice said yesterday 518 people have pleaded guilty to federal crimes so far. It says around a third of Capitol riot defendants have been charged with assaulting, resisting, or impeding police during the 2021 insurrection, which it is not and will not stop holding those who committed crimes accountable. And nice guys may have more trouble than just finishing last. And apparently, nice people aren't very good at saving money. Researchers at Columbia University found people who are more agreeable are the least likely to save money because they prioritize hanging out with other people over material wealth. On the other hand, highly conscientious people might be more motivated to plan for the future and put away money regularly. The study done in there is in the upper 50s and the 60s for Metro LA, and the 50s and the 60s in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley, 50s for around 60 in the Antelope Valley, up to their ranch. Let's find out how those freeways are looking.
The 51-foot drive on the northbound side of the 170 at Riverside Drive in North Hollywood, or most of Valley Village, North Hollywood, 170. So going for your drive, continuing through before the pass in Hollywood toward downtown, you will see relief as you make way past. Looks like about Vermont Avenue. Also, police activity underway in the area as well, so definitely heads up for you here if you have an update. Time to 15 yourself on keywords, say about traffic. Find this guy helps get you there faster. I'm a Collier team. Contractor license 104771. Here are some homeowner headaches. 350. Yeah, one of our team review the nation. This is just $80. The license that is fine. It'll air conditioning and fun. BTL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Shopping for new blinds? At Blindster, we offer over 50 different blinds, shades, and shutters, and over 10 free samples of any product before you buy. Blindster.com. On IC's Daily Game Podcast, the co-play shares a special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Say in your mind, it's just not going to make it happen. Listen to IC's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Hey, Ken, did you know that gold is the only currency that tells its value as money? Well, actually, I did. Thanks to the folks at Legacy Precious Metals, the most trusted name in gold investing. Investing in gold protects you from inflation and gives you a hedge against stock market volatility. Right now the economy, man, chaotic, inflation, recession. That's why it's worth good advice based on your personal financial situation. Don't leave your 691-2173 or download your free investor's guide at buylegacygold.com. That's by legacygold.com. He's live from the Hayes bedroom, another eventful night group. The curious Ron Steve has been struggling with his feet, and his wife Michelle is trying to behave the raise. Michelle throws an elbow. He's leaning for the couch. You should get inspired. Absolutely. Sleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspireSleep.com.
If you get hurt in an accident, you experience the win. Choose Adobe and Myers. What if a mouse could change the world? What if elephants could fly? What if the whole world could celebrate together? KFI wants to send you to the celebration of 100 years of Disney at the Disneyland Resort. Enter day one-part tickets to Disneyland or Disney California Adventure Park from KFI and join the celebration. Offering limited capacity restrictions and changes up. Visit KFI on Instagram and enter to win a chance to celebrate 100 years of Disney. Good luck from KFI AM 640.
More stimulating talk.
Are they trying to get 4 Americans kidnapped last week in Mexico? 2 of them found dead, 2 of them found alive. But the FBI is also looking into a suspicious death of a female passenger on board a Carnival cruise ship that had departed from Columbia, South Carolina. She was found unresponsive on February 27th on their way to Nassau, in the Bahamas. The woman's body and her husband were taken off.
Than we hear about when it comes to deaths on cruise ships.
Really?
I think that a lot of older people go on cruise ships. A lot of people who don't have a lot of mobility go on cruise ships and allows you to travel without said mobility. I think that there's a lot of
Luxembourg is November, where they're not going to receive their bonuses if they lose their job. Oh, and this is relatively good news that you see yourself in this. It doesn't hurt to be a little bit unique when it comes to managing your finances.
that. I feel like is true, especially with all of the automated cash registers these days, where the tips will come up, the tip feature on things that you would never tip for, or certainly not tip 15%. You know, I was at the coffee shop and, you know, get a coffee and a croissant and, you know, it was tip 20. And the 15% option was like $1.97 or something like that. And I said to myself, like, that's crazy. I hit the 15%, but what I was thinking in my head is usually I just give $1 and put a tip jar, not $2. You know, but because I'm trying to be a nicer person,
You probably also
there's that as well.
they said that nice people simply don't value cash as much, so they don't save it as much. Research from Columbia University explained that those who are more agreeable are the least likely to
Transformative medicine. He's on the media programs a lot, David Davis. And he's got a new book out, The Book of Animal Secrets, Nature's Lessons for a Long and Happy Life. What is Jack even that? Anyway, he serves as a medical contributor for CBS News, show, and his title, this book, hit #1 on Amazon's list of top-selling books about animals before it was put out today. How it resembles, sometimes word for word.
This is embarrassing for the Daily Trojan, but their version of the article obviously cites the LA Times because it's the LA Times that did this, but they talk about this book, the Book of Animal Secrets, having borrowed unattributed content, sometimes word for word, like the New York Times or National Geographic or Wikipedia, various academic institutions' websites, various scientific journals. The point drives content in questioning from a few sentences to several continuous paragraphs using the content from academic sources.
Animals. And here they put long sections of a chapter on the carcass that should have been listed from a 2015 blog post on the website the South African Safari Company titled The 10 Craziest Facts You Should Know About a Giraffe. Uh-oh is right.
When was World Giraffe Day?
We passed this not once, a couple times. But I'm not selling anything here, right? I'm not compiling information.
I'm there at USC. How many published professors are there at USC? And Dr. Agus himself, David is the author of at least three other books that I've seen. So you figure there's hundreds, if not a couple thousand publications out there.
There's so many, yeah, there's only so many fun facts about giraffes.
No, I don't have perfect. My question is, how did the LA Times specifically target this book and this professor? The plagiarism detection program called I-Authenticate, or I-Authenticate, flagged more than 95 passages in Dr. Agus's forthcoming book that there are striking resemblances to those published. So, were they tipped off to this? Probably. Were they... and who knows this about the guy? I mean, who knows that if you go through this book, you're going to be able to see things?
It seems like this book would be a place where, and the word for word is where you get into problems, right? Because, like I said, facts about giraffes or about other animals, but if you're going to use the same language that the other books use, that's
The Vic is a microbiologist and scientific integrity consultant who specializes in identifying manipulated data and images in scientific research. He said that when the LA Times came to her and said, hey, could you take a look at some of these passages, he said it requires far less forensic work. He said, quote, it's very bad. These samples I'm looking at literally copy-paste jobs. She described them as patchwork plagiarism. And she said, think about this. Also struck by how low-tech this job appeared to be, considering you have artificial intelligence programs that can turn out refined text.
how you get lazy. You just slap your credentials on there, the big letter, the USC, and you can get away with stuff. Cell phone video shows a passenger on the United flight threatening to kill every man on this plane before he attacks a flight attendant with a spoon. What does that sound like? I don't know. Sounds like hearing.
Oh, that's very detailed.
Here, don't let them do the thing. That's no offer. Don't let them do it. He sounded serious.
Yeah, he's
Too
mad.
bad we're doing it.
Well, it's out. Deborah Marcus live at the KFI 24-hour news.
Police are looking for the person who drove away from the fatal hit and run of a 51-year-old bicyclist in gas prices in LA County have hit their highest level since early December. AAA and the Oil Price Information Services. The average price in the county has gone up almost 39 cents. The South of America has asked people to stop selling its cookies on eBay. The Girl Scouts say they take disappointed that people are reselling cookies online. Southland weather from KFI sunny with highs in the mid-50s to mid-60s. This report brought to you by Blindster.com. We're going to a crash on the 5 in Mission Viejo.
On the northbound side, as you make way toward Crown Valley, has the three left lanes set down, causing a massive flow. Look at the delays. So on the southbound side, as you approach Crown Valley, doesn't necessarily on this or anything else from downtown station yourself on keyword is KFI traffic. Signs southbound at the 55 as you make your way through St. Anne into Tucson. It's going to be a crash slope going for you rather from the far back at 17. KFI in the sky helps get there faster. I'm your Colin Racing. This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Want to save big on custom sewing blinds, shutters, cellular shades, and more? Shop Blindster today and save up to 50% over comparable blinds from brick and mortar. This is free shipping at Blindster.com. Hey, all the steam trucks. Are you running out of hot water? Meaning the repair and replacement of water heaters since 1968. That's over 54 years as the original water heater specialist. So visit waterheatersonly.com for zero input financing. Terms and conditions apply. Request quick service or call to speak with a live operator 24 hours a day. Don't wait and don't overpay. Visit waterheatersonly.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Want to save big on custom sewing blinds, shutters, cellular shades, and more? Shop Blindster today and save up to 50% over comparable blinds from brick and mortar stores. Get custom blinds at low prices and free shipping at Blindster.com. Here is the plastic friction repair. Made up of over 300 pieces, the transmission is the most complex part of your car. MCO. Special financing available. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. EMCO.com for complete details. Looking for your next investment opportunity? How about 100% passive ownership in commercial real estate? First National Realty Partners is backed by $1.5 billion in commercial real estate assets from Walmart, Whole Foods, Kroger, Publix, and more. Grocery store anchored commercial real estate offers day one cash flow from high credit national tenants. Tax advantages with 1031 exchanges, inflation fighting triple net lease, and more. Get information on current and or go to ESSER subject to risk, including loss of principal. Tax distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRC's strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit FNRC Radio.
But looks more like a third world country.
That's the new Pledge of Allegiance for people who live in LA.
Broken down, almost RVs.
Broken down, so we go. The Tim Conway Jr. Show. 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640, live everywhere.
Some stories we are following for you out of Washington. The president says new taxes on the rich can help save Medicare. We'll tell you all about it coming up in Swamp Watch at 11.
Fed Reserve could increase the size of its interest rate hikes to raise borrowing costs to even higher levels than previously projected if the evidence continues to point to a totality of the data where it indicates we would be prepared to increase the pace of rate hikes. One is state of the state speech in Florida today. This guy's case for the next couple of months is going to be considered a precursor to a run for the presidency. The address comes as DeSantis builds momentum for a presidential run, marks the start of Florida's annual 60-day legislative session, among other things. And the administration suing to block JetBlue from buying Spirit Airlines. It said the deal would reduce competition and would drive up airfare for consumers.
It's a little troubling to think about being at 30,000 feet when a guy decides to threaten mass murder next to you on that flight where we start clearing the sky.
Flight 20, Roger, get off my plane. Roger, what's the record? They just, yup, is the I have plans to put these multi-flying strips on this loaded side plane. I admit to you, I did not preview this audio. Are there bad words in it that we need to be aware of?
Hey, brother guy.
Hey, Jacob, you ready? Darren, you got a button over there too.
I do have a button. I don't know where it is. Oh, here it is. Because it's down. Gotcha.
That's not what. Here's a guy. Francisco Torres, 33 years old, from Leominster, Massachusetts. Thank goodness he's not from California. But he was on a flight from LA back towards Boston. Will be charged with one count of stabbed the flight attendant with a broken spoon.
What is it about Boston's Logan Airport that in the news this week? We've had a couple planes split each other's wings. We had a near miss. And now we've got a flight en route with a guy threatening mass murder.
If you ever need to save Boston's Logan International, the video starts after they had allegedly already disarmed the emergency exit. He tried to open it, having asked a fellow passenger where on the safety car he could find the door handle during the safety briefing.
That's a red flag.
And they're not even in the area, probably, when they're doing that.
Did he look like he was in the exit row? Because it looked like it to me.
Yeah. And I didn't think about it, but I just assumed they meant the door at the front or at the tail, but I guess they may have meant the one that he's sitting next to.
Y'all ever sit in the exit row and look to your left and right and think about how you would not trust these people to safely evacuate the plane? There should be rules, I think, on the exit row.
There are. There should be.
Yeah, but
like the whole plane gets to vote. Emergency window open, that I would assume you would wait.
You know, the lady on the far right who's had 3 gin, I don't want her to be...
The lady on the far right.
I don't drink gin.
Francisco could be seen ranting and raving as he stood up in his seat, and that's where our video begins. Where's Homeland Security? Where is Homeland Security? Pull the gun, pull the gun. He's assuming that there's an air marshal on the plane. Your own coward.
While the nightmare drama was unfolding in the cabin, up front on the flight deck, the cabin of the flight radioed air traffic control to tell them that this guy had been detained by passengers, but was not going quietly. It had 6 people restraining him as the plane came down to land. Conversations between the flight crew and air traffic control revealed how the pilots declared an emergency. This is when you do this. Where he's talking to air traffic control.
Sorry, United 2609. We are now in emergency aircraft.
United 23?
Cockpit secure, no sense of breaking cockpit.
United 2609, Roger. And you're declaring an emergency?
Affirmative, emergency, affirmative.
That's not what you didn't say, that's what Ethan said.
I'm just like, there were 6 cable bodies on the you know, look out the right side if you want to cook, you'll be fine.
Here's the problem. Just 45 minutes before landing, a member of the cabin crew noticed how the emergency exit had been tampered with. The flight crew received an alarm in the cockpit that a starboard side door located between first class and coach sections had been disarmed. A flight attendant also confirmed that the door's locking handle had been moved out of the fully locked position about a quarter of the way toward the unlocked position. The emergency slide arming lever had been moved to the disarmed position. Holy hell.
The starboard side of the aircraft, you can see that some gas hole is saying like the emergency exit.
Anything is going on. Right.
The guy literally sitting next to him on the aisle is just staring straight ahead, like he's waiting for the pilot to come up. Get to the top of the guy point stabs it, every time.
That you can't get them to react to anything? Is that what they are?
The palace guard.
The palace guard? That's what those guys reminded me of in the row ahead of him. They're emotionless. Like, it was unflappable.
That guy, I mean, when he was yelling at Jason, right, looking at the back of the airplane, all you gotta take is 1 or 2 of those guys to stand up.
Yeah, and talk to that.
Where's the freaking air mark? I love the producer. It's like, what are the rules on this? There's no rules.
Yeah, not after night.
Wild West. You could have taken that on your head off.
Alright, we'll talk Washington when we come back.
Talk for that is like KFI AM 640.
KFI, the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Highways leading up to the snow-buried San Bernardino Mountains have been opened to locals.
People who want to use the highways are required to show proof that they live in the mountains. This man from Crestline traveled down the hill to load up on groceries for he and his neighbor's household. The neighbor's son can't state and local firefighters have been shoveling people's homes. San Bernardino County Sheriff's deputies have been delivering food to stranded people. Food and supply distribution sites have been set up in San Bernardino for trolling KFI News.
A police case in LA has ended last. LAPD Sergeant Rick Hernandez tells KPLA 6 people were hurt.
4 occupants in the Suffolk as the 2 drivers for their 2 vehicles.
The 2 drivers got up and crashed overnight on critical condition. Cops had been after a Honda that was reported stolen and hit 2 other cars. An assemblywoman in South Orange County has written a gun number used mostly during mass shootings and other felonies to conceal
If the firearm is in possession during the felony, and 3 years if the firearm is in the commission of a felony.
She says the country's strictest gun law state has hundreds of gun laws that don't cover ghost guns. The bill is currently in the Committee on Public Safety. As you heard Gary McCann just talking about a few minutes ago, a man from Massachusetts has been arrested for allegedly trying to stab a flight attendant on a United flight from LA to Boston. People on the plane yesterday said the guy tried to open an emergency exit and started shouting that there was going to be a bloodbath. Passenger Lisa Olson recorded the guy. Over the way if you want. I won't jump. Officials say Francisco Torres went after the flight, is tackled by other passengers. He told investigators he wanted to jump from the plane.
and that he believed the flight crew was trying to kill him. This decision yesterday comes after claiming that former delivery Sam is accused of participating in a bribery and racketeering scheme, down 536. S&P 500 down 58, NASDAQ 491. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. 63 since 1972. Southline weather from KFI sunny with highs in the upper 50s to mid 60s for Metro LA, mid 50s to mid 60s and the Inland Empire. Right now 56 in Orange, 5 in Mission Viejo. This is a really tough track, and it's a rollover accident. About 5 cars involved in it. 5 northbound are approaching Crown Valley Parkway. Only the right lane is open, and it is stopped right. In the left lane, you're going to get the right from Crenshaw Boulevard. Also downtown LA on the 110 northbound before you get to 5th Street. Police are, it looks like you got debris, and it is blocking the off and on ramp to Magic Mountain Parkway. Also, as you're making your way through Van Nuys, 405 southbound right at Truman Way, and a crash clearing to the right shoulder.
In the U.S., but less than 6 million unemployed workers. So no wonder it's hard to find people who don't fit the bill, they don't have the right qualifications, they're too far away from your workplace, or they ghost you on the interview. JobGet is different. With JobGet, the top candidates already have the skills you need. You're only talking to candidates in your notifications right to their phones, letting them know you're ready to talk, and reminding them the interview is coming up. Best yet, JobGet is always the most affordable hiring source on the market. Post with one click, hire the right people for the job. Try it for free. JobGet.com/handle. JobGet.com/handle. That's JobGet.com/handle. Our second guesstimate is for a notification that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats PCI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis.
These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit CreonInfo.com. That's CREONinfo.com. If you're hurt in an accident, call the attorney with Sweet K. 800-500-5200.
ASI.
More stimulating talk.
And I have radio station.
Live everywhere on the Radio app.
The Senate Majority Leader slamming Fox News host Tucker Carlson for suggesting the Capitol riot was simply a sightseeing. The riot was an attack on the Capitol. Last night, Carlson introduced the riot footage. Republican House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. In other news, Brian Laundrie's parents are trying to block the release of a letter his mother wrote to him. By Gabby Shapiro's parents to have the letter used as evidence in a civil trial. The letter Roberta Laundrie wrote to her son is marked. The letter was an attempt to repair her strained relationship with her son, and the phrase "burn after reading" was a reference to a book that Gabby gave Brian.
Do you remember the time when the Nord Stream 2 pipeline blew up?
Do I?
The new intelligence review of the pipeline. Was it Russia? Was it the Washington, D.C.? It's the most consequential unsolved mystery of the Euro war in Ukraine.
We now know what that Powerball winner has bought with his fortune of his $2.04 billion in winnings.
But no.
Yes, why would you want that? I'm just saying, that's really lovely.
This is teardown, I assume, right?
Oh, you're going to get emails. He bought Kimmel and Ariana Grande. They have some awful infinity pools, full outdoor kitchen, gym, wine cellar, movie theater, sauna. It sounds awful. Why?
Well, I don't know. That's so not my speed. Didn't you go somewhere with green and hills?
You go to Montana and get a ranch and play cowboy. Play cowboy. Live off the land and shoot guns and wear chaps. You said, oh man, it's like a reality TV show. Pop was a bad dude.
Always like anywhere and watching things.
You know what this is? Fur cap, leather cap, brown cap.
A feather cap.
Ooh,
there's a lot going on in terms of our relationship with China. For example, the Chinese Dong warned that Beijing and Washington are headed for conflict and confrontation, he said, about the having guardrails between the United States and China. If the United States does not hit the brakes to continue to speed down the wrong path, no amount of guardrails can prevent derailing, and there will surely be conflict and confrontation.
They're saying that might replace the planned trip to Taiwan, but one has any was impacted at all by the Chinese foreign minister's comment. Taiwan's president has been invited to speak at the Reagan Presidential Library as he makes the way from Taiwan, eventually to Central America.
Soon warned today that her country is ready to take quick, overwhelming action against the United States and South Korea. This is the day after U.S. flew a nuclear-capable B-52 in a demonstration of strength against the North. The U.S.-South Korean training began yesterday, the latest of series of drills between allies in recent months. Kim Yo-jong, is her name. She did not cite any planned action.
No, the president later on. Along those lines, President Biden today proposed some new taxes on the rich to help fund Medicare, saying that it would help extend the insurance program solvency by 25 years, provide a degree of middle-class stability. Biden is overtly declaring that the wealthy people ought to shoulder the heavier tax burden in this program for those who are 65 and older. Basically, the Medicare tax rate from 3.8% up to 5% on revenues by about $117, $120 billion over the next 10 years, according to estimates from the tax policy. And KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Governor Newsom's California Republican state. TV's Dr. Bruce Pencil has pleaded no contest in L.A. to a felony charge for allegedly asking the 9-year-old daughter of an acquaintance to send him sexually suggestive photos. He was immediately sentenced to 2 years probation in order to register as a sex offender. He apologized in court yesterday. And 2 Americans taken in a violent abduction in Mexico have been found dead, and 2 others have been rescued and are now back in the U.S. From the Southern California Dealer Shopping Center, let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 10 in downtown L.A.
On the 10 eastbound west, we get to the 110, and that car still has the left lane blocked. It is headed from Crenshaw Boulevard. Also on the 10 west to the 110 South connector. Got a crash on that connector. Your 10 west takes away from the 5. Downtown LA on the 5 north, right at 4th Street, a rubbish fire over on the Hotel Virginia Gal on the 5 north on Person Found Valley Parkway. That crash is a rollover accident only to run.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Hi, I'm at Blindster.com. Shopping for new blinds? At Blindster, we offer over 50 samples of any product before you buy. Yeah, visit HoustonFeedit.org or call 833-422. Diet, keep transmission fluid.
Seriously? You're just check the brakes.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for car repair. I can't believe it. The engine light is on again. So don't risk it. Take your car to the experts at Amco. AA-MCO. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See Amco.com.
TCA.com. Let's go at TCA.com for more information on the I-10 Express Lane project.
Our iHeartRadio podcast awards are back. It's the biggest night of the year. You'll find your next objection is Audible, the home of storytelling. Here, we put in the call to ask for resources, and they're very accessible, and they're listening. What is with all this double speak and gobbledygook? Well, we have to make sure everything is in order and arranged and lined up, and we have to things have to go now. John and Ken, people need help now. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on.
Hour. Remember the Delphi murders of those 2 best friends, the 13-year-old Abigail and 14-year-old Liberty in Delphi, Indiana, back in 2017? There was an article in Vox about how this case sums up the messy state of true crime, how certain stories capture our attention and how that can't always be the best thing that goes on. We'll get into it when we tackle true crime at 12:30.
Also, at the bottom of the hour, Neil Davis is going to join us. We'll talk about hot dog ball.
cycle.
I don't know how I feel about this. I thought
It's all done at the right time.
Why did it
See, well, see, you win. You got it. It's not that hard. Not that hard. Before we get to the Kamala Harris thing, you see Republicans are now going after George Santos. Six of his colleagues there in New York are now out in the open trying to get rid of him. The first term, fourth term started by breaking from the vast majority of their party by calling for him to resign. That would reduce the already slim Republican majority in the House. But now it's just getting louder. They're pushing legislation aimed at hitting him financially, hoping to prevent the fabulous that they're calling him now from profiting off any book or TV stories, TV deals on his story. They're firing off fighting words on social media, local airwaves as well. One example is Congressman Mark Molinaro. He said in an interview, he is a bludgeoning tool that the Democrats are using without regard for truth. They're lying about a relationship to him. And he's saying 100% of our time the important issues that Americans and the people who send us to Washington care about. First win for Democrats.
It's just such a circus. And I think even Democrats haven't been taking the
other 534 minutes in the Congress.
Vice President Kamala Harris, and I've said this before, and it's nothing personal, so this doesn't come across genuine to me. And she comes across as somebody who I just don't know who that is. She consistently makes unforced errors when it comes to comments delivered publicly, and this just seemed like a blood-faced lie that she shared when she went after conservatives yesterday.
I'm going to give you a very simple story, which is that I went home one day and I said, well, why are conservatives bad, Mommy? Because I thought we were supposed to conserve.
First of all,
no, I can silent now, I can.
He was talking about a moderated conversation on one of learning about ecology and about conservation, and at one point, and refers to them as conservatives. That's not in the lexicon of what you talk to your kid who still refers you to mommy about.
Why would you talk to your kids about politics?
Exactly.
That's another thing about it.
It would just be something that you would overhear maybe in a house if your parents were talking about it, but I don't know. It's just most of the internet came down on the opinion of things that didn't happen, things that 100% didn't happen for $1,000, Alex. She made this up to make herself sound more human and for her childhood,
or to suggest somehow that your political beliefs like this, your ideology was so ingrained in your personality that even if it's
right.
Big questions.
Right. You're like, it's a BS.
It's absolute BS. How many times do you lie about politics to fit in with a story or a group until you start? I don't know what it is for people. For me, I didn't even think about politics until until you get some of those paychecks, you're like, wait a minute, where did all this money go?
I'm giving you this amount, and you're doing white holes on the way to work, and that's too big there. Minimum's not even done.
It's sickening. Oh.
We heard people when Donald Trump was elected say, what am I going to tell my children? And that person had toddlers.
Strange thing, because we have been in this world where, and I don't know if the KFI audience is the right cross-section of humanity to ask this of, but if you're going to walk a commissary coffee shop on Alameda, whatever it is right there, and you're to ask 10 people, who is the lieutenant governor of the state of California right now? Who is the lieutenant governor? How many people say they know Delaney Kunalakis is the state of California? Out of 10 people on the street in Burbank. 2, maybe?
I was just going to say Yasser and Opa, and because I can't come up with their name. Yeah, I don't know.
It's only going to cause them to bang their heads against the wall. You just shouldn't do that.
This stuff for $600. This beehive state keeps busy with the USA's highest birth rate. Ding, ding, ding.
What is you from?
What is you
Mormons.
Well, I didn't even think about that.
Oh, yeah.
I was pulling off the beehive thing because when I used to watch live
with harmony, cooperation, and work for the early pioneers of putting church members to work together to transform the barren Salt Lake Valley into a beautiful and thriving community. Don't tell me you learn something new on this show every day. You watch your mouth when you say that.
Before we go, did you see this editorial in the Washington Post that Major League Baseball should move its spring training out of Florida to put them on the campus?
Asinine, and I'm not really interested in that.
How
Let's move X, Y, and Z out of it. Come on.
coming back, moving the state with new observation. I'll talk about it.
Talk so badly over a fire like that. How is that going to about? And permission first.
Great idea.
That when he complained about Gaston's policies, he was denied jobs and raises. Jury selection is starting in the federal corruption trial of suspended an elementary school teacher in Connecticut has been arrested for allegedly putting some fifth graders in a martial arts okay. The school district of the teacher was demonstrating defensive hold last month. This woman will advise that the teacher's behavior is not appropriate. So I don't think she knew what she was doing. I mean, if she did, I don't think she would have intentionally took them out, but she did. So it just kind of goes to show you, like, this is not constant. Another woman says it's clear this week it could have been her kids. Airlines achieved general marathon fall by 17%.
And an internal jet document that was good soft flyers, average fares go up by 30%.
Says in the merger, JetBlue plans to abandon Spirit's business model and raise prices for consumers. Features the proposed purchase will stifle competition and new seats from Spirit's planes and result in fewer choices for tens of millions of people across the country. We're going back to the 5 next.
Well, you heard about this? A new way to deal with joint pain, but it does not require drugs or surgery or best part, doesn't require any downtime.
TC Kinetics has arrived with real, lasting, all-natural relief.
It uses the latest advances in regenerative medicine. They've got clinics in Glendale, Orange, Mission Diego, and they've got more on the way.
TC for these amazing treatments. They take highly concentrated healing properties from your own body, put them in your achy joints. The goal is to restore and repair damaged joint tissue the natural way.
Patients have been raving about this all over the country. Pro athletes have been doing this for years, and now it's available to anyone.
Imagine being pain-free this summer, living life the way you used to, walking, running, playing sports.
Now, if you have pain from arthritis or from an injury, do not think that steroids and surgery are the only option. Call, learn more about these remarkable treatments they use for regenerative medicine.
TC Kinetics in Glendale, Orange.
Surgical joint pain relief has arrived. TC Kinetics, 203-997-PAIN.
Southland weather control by sunny highs in the upper 60 in the Antelope Valley, upper 50s or 60s in Inland Orange County and the Inland Empire. Right now, it is 56 in Brea. We're going back to the 5 in Mission Viejo. Weird to the right shoulder, so you're still going to see a flow line kind of away from before 74. It was an overturned accident. In River Side, you just knows how to go on Springs Road. You're going to as well. They cleared that strong big bridge. You're still going to hit the brakes from Francis Avenue. Downtown LA.
Stop at home and order 3 free samples of any product before you buy. Flyingster.com. Protect your license 1047-781. Here are some homeowner headaches. We fix together. One is our team rejuvenation, where we help prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical assessments for the $150 in the 30-foot drain thing. And we're on 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain care service is just $80. So nice at any part. It'll air conditioning and plumbing. TCL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Are you suffering with knee pain? Have you tried shock pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic knee pain? Told that you need a knee replacement. Here is good news from Laser Regen Pain Institute. Laser knee pain and
We have extra tools with the puzzle tunnel syndrome diagnosis.
if these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, come to your cardiologist. That's about trained by Rabbi amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer. If you've been injured in a car accident, call Town Walmart, Morgan & Morgan.
And iHeart radio station.
Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. The stories we are keeping our eyes on for you. Police in Mexico holding a suspect in connection with the murders of 2 Americans. Top officials, including Mexico's president, Texas last week. Family members say they traveled there for a medical procedure from South Carolina, whether that be a tummy tuck or a butt lift, who knows.
So we have a challenger for George Gaston in the 2024 race. LA County Deputy DA John McKinney. He is going to run for DA. He made the announcement earlier today. We did the interview with John for a couple of seconds. You can go back on demand. Listen to KFIAM640.com or the thank you for flying it out.
Why did the pod excuse itself from the dinner table? I don't know.
Again, I feel like it's cool. You don't have to explain it. You don't have to explain it. I saw that one and didn't do it.
Well, I mean, none of them are really good.
Oh, okay.
I mean, some of them are good. Like I'm not nachos cheese. I like, but for the most part, they're pretty cheesy.
That's just scary product.
I like also the one.
Wow, you went to it. No, that's Dave. The baker has joined us. We had this up earlier with an Instagram video.
Fries with the little fries with ketchup.
That was a video of hot dog ball or a weenie ball, depending on depending on which version of it you were looking at.
Your hot dogs before you eat.
I wouldn't. No.
That's what this game looks like. It's an open flame. It's better wrapping the...
Yeah, go ahead. We're going to just get back. Yeah, if you like to, we'll just go ahead and describe it again. Action.
Well, you guys describe it. You paint better word pictures.
No, you're freaking word
so you're playing and you manipulate the hot dog to kind of play pinball or foosball with the hot dog. And do your mothers ever teach you not to play with your food?
The irony of you telling people table manners is quite... Yeah. Kicking the foil ball over the...
And then the ball is touching the...
I did not think it similarly to you. When I saw it, I'm like, yeah. That I'm not just throwing them and eating them. Yeah. Why is this not a thing? Like, I don't know.
And think about the kids who are playing this.
Oh, yeah.
Have you played this hot dog game?
I take it seriously when they grill hot dogs or parts in the stores.
When Mondo went ahead and threw this up on our story at their
hot dog, and then they play foosball with it over a grill. Yeah.
I think they're not touching the ball that much.
No, but when you're turning around to everything is the only thing the ball before weird. No, I haven't said it.
The buns are not even pictured.
That's what I mean.
Well, those look like oversized hot dogs, and I want to know if they're putting them in the regulation bun as opposed to the oversized bun. Now, I find they're softer. The foot long hot dog buns sometimes do not have that softness. Great, right?
Well, for sure. But again, it's a separate conversation. We need to save all of it. Yeah. Girl Scout cookie shortages and CPR for Shannon. And Neil Saavedra is on. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Fire crews in LA have rescued a person who was in distress in the fast-moving spider in Cocaine Boulevard. Firefighters say the cabins out of the high desert, and at least 1,000 people have been arrested on charges related to the January 6th attack on the Capitol. The Department of Justice said yesterday 518 people have pleaded guilty to federal crimes so far. Southland weather from KFI, sunny, high to class on the 405 in Culver City.
24 I found right at the 95 northbound approaching Crown Valley Parkway. That earlier crash cleared. All lanes have been reopened and still going to be having you on the brakes, at least from our Marquette Highway. And a collision, 57 northbound before Orange Grove Avenue. Got a stalled vehicle in the second lane from the left. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. Before this, sponsored by Memorial Care. Whether it's Sunday afternoon or 3 a.m., wherever, they're with you at Memorial Care. Get high-quality care virtually or in person with video visits, day or night, 24/7 telephone support, and more. Visit choosememorialcare.org.
It's the Marketer's Report. This week, Patricia Stanulea, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct Consumer. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship there, then which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Shopping for new blinds? At Blindster, we offer over 50 different blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices, custom made for your windows, and shipping is free. Shop at home and order 10 free samples of yours. New Lamborghini inventory. I wouldn't mind destroying my credit to drive that around and let it leave them holding the bag. Uber here.
First guy pickup just puked all over it.
Oh, sorry, man, sorry.
Freaking Conway Jr. Show.
Stop.
Hearing KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app on a Tuesday, March 7th, Tuesday noon. The Neil Savager comes in for our Tasty Tuesday segment, talking about food, and, well, in this case, ice. We've talked before about ice and making the attempts that we can all make to come up with clever shapes of ice, or particularly things like that, really becoming a big freaking deal, because I know you can switch between what shape you want. You want little tiny little cubes, big half moon. This is the new. We're entering peak ice. I like how you strip that one off. Yeah, like you take it out of your mouth and you close your eyes. You know, straight to your lips and no, I'm sorry about that one. So, okay, ice has been going through ice travel. But when you travel, and you ask for ice,
And they look at you like you're crazy.
yeah. You're in Peru and they're serving guinea pig and you ask for ice and they're like, huh? You're a weirdo. So it's we will probably have the oldest ice industry in the world, and wanting mixology flood and everything's wanting high-end cocktails. Then clear ice is a big deal. Now clear ice is an interesting thing because you're forcing the water to freeze in a direction. So normally, and that pushes the trees you cut them off, you put it in there, and it will mold it into, let's say, a dirty martini. Now it's got the olive more than would just be full of water. There's such thing as what do you mean? I mean, alcohol, like, vodka won't freeze. At all? No. Oh, no, you have to, as a matter of fact, they use that of vodka. So we're going to go down to
Get a 16.
yeah, put with chemicals.
Why it's still big in Russia.
Yeah, they put that side. No.
There you go. Now, it is going to be canned and sold in stores. And my question is,
I don't know how you get the exact same flavor. Unless the reason you had it canned in the first place.
right, there's that.
There's not. Everybody knows that it's don't matter. Don't you creep out certain things drinking it out of like a bottle? Because I think the flavor is the so who knows? Maybe they have to put, preservatives in differently than they would. I don't know. I haven't tasted it, but I'm going to.
Well, someone's got to.
Why you should. Chili dog.
Maybe you could play a little hot dog ball and then throw the canned chili on top.
You're going back to that, huh?
Probably for sure.
I'm like an OnlyFans for Shannon where she just described food.
Because you get to try places that usually you may not try because maybe the price point's a little too high. It makes it reasonable. And
they have specials for date night. If you're going to go with the squad, they have a separate list. If you'll eat just cocktails, they have a separate list. So you can really manage. And you can have a luxe venue. They start at, well,
family stuff.
everything.
Well, considering what it costs now to go out and eat for two or what have you, with inflation and everything, these are still reasonable. Grocery stores, let's say,
Right, and the mall started suddenly it's 45 shots.
oh, yeah.
Like, I got a salad. I'm playing someone. I got a salad. If I'm thinking of what other people might get. Yeah. So it's like, not half the menu. But,
yes, less Orange County restaurants expose themselves to,
expose themselves to.
because they want exposure. You brought up the pinball again. The meatball. Sometimes it is about the milk. All right, we will talk trending when we come back. Also, Deborah Mark's going to stage for studio, and this on Tuesday brings us the tale of a double murder.
Your smart speaker doesn't look very smart. Hey, wait, KFI AM 640. Oh, it is smart.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles and County.
Live everywhere on the Radio app.
Getting better in the mountains. I'm Jeffrey Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Highways going into the snow-buried San Bernardino Mountains have been around the mountain by
They noticed something suspicious about the SUV. They had something labeled into the vehicle, and they ended up pulling the driver over and talking to them. And had a canine come out and steal packages.
illegal guns, which included 115 ghost guns during daily and weekly crime sweeps since October. Investigators also grabbed 540 pounds of drugs and made 451 felony arrests. A verdict is expected to be announced against the woman's friend accused of killing her 10-year-old son, Anthony, along with 2 counts of child abuse involving the boy's half-sibling. The parents face a maximum sentence of life in prison without parole if they are convicted for the 2018 murder. Activists in LA have demanded like robots for surveillance in its vote later today. The nearly $300,000 device nicknamed Spot was donated by the LA Police Commission to help keep officers out of harm's way. The organizer with the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition, Hamid Khan, says the device is just another way of over-policing.
The non-robot dogs, specific activity reporting, counterinsurgency program. So we want this to stop.
Members of the LA Black Panthers say the robot will specifically target black and brown communities and don't want it to traditional state and state schemes and go on a policy tour instead. The lawmakers, Newsom's office says he will send a formal letter to the legislature once he finishes the tour next week, and announcements have been made on things like housing, affordability, and mental health. 2 Americans taken in a violent abduction in Mexico have been found dead in the U.S. The state's governor says one of the survivors, after crossing, they were caught in crossfire of rival cartel groups. Video shows them being blown into the back of a pickup.
Shall we? You come home one day and there is a river in your basement. Pipe burst, toilet overflows. Why you pay insurance? Career fighting for people like you so that you get the benefits, not the insurance company.
8917-5256. 818-917-5256. Or visit AbnerGat.com. ABNERGAT. AbnerGat.com. Or call them directly. Just repeat the correct number. 818-917-5256.
The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby & Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow is down 561. S&P 500 is down 63. NASDAQ is down 145. And the average price of a gallon of regular gas in California is now up to $4.9 Myers now. 53 news since 1972. Southland weather from KFI sunny with highs in the upper 50s and mid-60s for Metro LA, mid-50s and mid-60s in San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley, 50s to around 60 in the Antelope Valley, upper 50s to low 60s in inland Orange County and the Inland 53. The 2 right lanes are blocked. You're going to see delays on San Fernando Boulevard in El Monte. East down at Baldwin.
Get a 12-panel system for $0. Very easy to steal your identity number. Nope. Oh no. You said stolen. BlackRock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, you'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. Are you working way too hard for time to consider a career in IT? You can enjoy a recession-resistant career in a rewarding field with plenty of growth opportunities and often. Go to career.edu and take the free evaluation. You can start your mycomputercareer.edu. More stimulating talk.
And I have radio station.
By Indiana back in 2017. Very, very strange story about these two girls, and they may have actually captured audio when it comes to the true crime story.
Odd also because of what happened with the Murdoch double murder trial of it seeming like that video and that audio that one of the victims was able to capture ended up bringing down his murderer father. But we kick off what's happening where a road trip to Mexico for cosmetic surgery ended with 2 Americans dead.
Time for What's Happening. ABC Ryan is covering story brought from Dallas. And we found out this morning who know about the story about where they've been all weekend. Well, yeah, you said we're not really sure where they were all weekend except somewhere in Metamorphosis. That's where they arrived on Friday. Gary was there to have plastic surgery, specifically a butt lift, we're told by the family. Because it's much less expensive to have it done. They sent to the Mexico, that is, in the United States. She took 3 friends with her, including her cousin, Shelly Woodard. They all got down there on Friday. They were in a rented minivan with Carolina plate on it. Once over the bridge from Brownsville to Metamora, they came under attack. The people in a van or another vehicle came alongside, opened fire on their minivan, dragged them out. We're told now that and they were taken away to pick up stuff. So then fast forward to this morning. That's when we learned that 2 of these people had been killed, including Shelly Woodard, the cousin to Lataviia McGee. Lataviia McGee herself was alive. Eric Williams, who was driving that minivan, also is alive.
It was decided that the crossfire that they got caught in, that they were targeted, and if they were targeted, was it just a simple case of mistaken identity?
It's a good question, and we're told by the Mexican the Mexican officials are calling it a misunderstanding. What they mean by that isn't really clear. Were they shooting each other? Were they just rivals?
California Governor Gavin Newsom is done with Walgreens after the pharmacy announced cities upon its claim it would propagate militarized policing and harm the environment. They throw Molotov cocktails, commercial-grade fireworks, bricks, and large rocks.
Thursday has been labeled National Day of Action Against Police Terror.
Right. Notre Dame.
Wait, I was just more on a segment. One of the people who was arrested, by the way, works with the Southern Poverty Law Center, who members of the fire at Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris.
Yes.
They say the reconstruction is going fast enough.
I have been there since that fire, and it is hard ever.
Right, everybody?
Nobody told us no.
But the look that we've been getting,
if you don't want to do the safe, you don't have to do the safe. A little bit of smoke from what I remember from the Johnny Penn video. It's not going to cause a fire, I promise. I don't feel like dying in a fire today. Yeah, Deborah's very cautious. I am.
Okay. Second thing I'm worried.
You don't want your fingerprints on the crime scene, then keep shelter. Look what it's done to the guy. Various animals continue. Deborah Marks in the KFI newsroom. Police were also taken to the hospital. House Republicans have issued another series of subpoenas as part of an ongoing investigation ahead for the National School Boards Association and an explosion in a 7-story commercial building from the Southern California Toyota dealers. I think some fuel, but it's going to be blocking the T1 and lane. And you've already got the lane from San Fernando. It's going to be blocking the T1 and lane. And you've already got the lane from San Fernando Boulevard. In Hollywood, 101 Southside Hollywood Boulevard, that crash trying to clear to the shoulder and involved in cars. 605 North at Ramona, they were doing a break to try to clear some graffiti. 605 North has delay from the 60.
Celebrity memoir, mystery.
You can know all of the mind-blowing talk of them on the video there for the family. Now, there are other options.
Did you get your butter?
Okay, Kelly.
I think it's fine. No, we're fine.
This is the fairness after the Fed signaled faster and higher rate hikes likely on the way. The Dow falling by nearly 600 points at some times today.
There was part of me that thought, if those things come on, we're in deep trouble. And now that they didn't come on, there's a sense of relief.
Yes.
See? They improve the fragrance, simply walk fake smoke in and around your home. Now, what to do after the cleanse? We need to get Deborah back in here. You have to make sure that the sage bundle is complete. Nice to sage if it's extinguished by water.
You put that thing out like a brush, Deborah? Yeah. It's just dried out. Yeah, I didn't need to do anything to it. Yeah.
Are there any side effects?
Peter Pine's part. Right now,
Get the compassion you need, get help with medical treatment, and the money and the justice you deserve.
so you've been hurt in an accident, call me, Jane.
To work with you, we could 20, even 100 times fighting it here. It's great. Follow us and truth report.
The NCB at Gary Shannon on Twitter says Gary needs to save. It will help him so much. LOL. LOL.
Someone tells me what I need.
Wow. And I said, yeah, I said, we'll find out. He's like, well, does it smell? Looks fine. Yeah, no, and I was like, no, sir, no, sir. You remember these, they were in 2017, this phenomenon, a little bit when we talked about the murder of part harmful to the investigation.
But when I was reading through this, I likened it to a March Madness in a bracket like that with 64 teams and all that stuff. And it made me think that there is a chance that somewhere along the way, one of these internet sleuths could get the case correct, right? They could point to the correct suspect in something like this. But the chances of it are astronomically bad. I mean, there's the odds that they would be able to figure out and piece together something to write
Go to the death is fun speculation. Nobody by it before.
High Bridge Trail, basically an old rail bridge. Remember, this was Valentine's Day when the bodies were found. By early March, they had received over 11,000 leads from around the country.
Defense Attorney Bob Marta hosts the Defense Diaries podcast. He told Fox, I consider Delphi to be.
One of the reasons why is there was a vacuum left by the fact that police were not releasing that much information. It sounds like, based on what we know about it, they didn't have a whole lot of information to release. You know, we at the beginning of the murders at the University of Idaho, then maybe we were dealing with a police force that didn't know exactly what they were doing, that they may have been overseeing over their heads for a quadruple murder.
They did release a sketch, and that's when. And the oil price information service is the average price. Or go to SolarMaxTech.com.
Mostly general available on food price, CFOB, and I can do their place.
Southland weather from KFI, sunny, high, mid-50s, in that same area, trying to make its way over the massive red stuff from Bourbon Boulevard. For Kenwood Avenue, solve vehicle still